737. In Saiji Mountain, the crown prince of Nanyue, Li Er took a deep breath and looked to the south. He cupped his fists and saluted the tall scholar in green from afar. Besides, the battlefield was too far away. Even though Li Er was a martial artist, he did not have the supernatural power to observe mountains and rivers. In addition to the battlefield at the old site of Old Dragon City, the atmosphere had become chaotic and could not be seen. In his hometown of Lizhu Cave, Li Er had drunk with Mr. Qi. At that time, Li Er did not expect Mr. Qi to visit him. There were only a few bowls of inferior wine at home. Fortunately, Mr. Qi did not mind. Although the scholar in front of him was not the real Mr. Qi, it did not prevent Li Er from cupping his fists and saluting him. Li Er suddenly used telepathy and said to Pei Qian, "You must trust your master. He and Mr. Qi are both real scholars. They do not only repay evil with good. Moreover, your master's line does not have the habit of letting the next generation bear the grudges of the previous generation." The line of the sage of literature was the most reasonable. The line of the sage of literature was also the most protective. The old sage of literature was protective of his disciples. Even after his first disciple Cui Dong betrayed the Wen lineage, the old Xiaotsai still protected his disciples and did not hesitate to imprison himself. Mr. Qi protected his disciples, Mr. Zhou protected his disciples, and Mr. Qi also protected his disciples. In the future, the third-generation disciples of the Wen lineage would also protect their younger disciples. If it were not for this, Li Er would have punched the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain when he saw it. Back then, this old beast had chased after Qin Pingon and Ning Yao. He had run amok and trampled on Li Er's ancestral home. At that time, Li Er had squatted at the door inside. He was worried that he would break the rules and be punished by his master. He would also cause trouble for Mr. Qi and Master Wan. That was why he had endured it. As a result, the woman cursed the heavens and cursed the earth, scolding him the most. In the end, she even implicated Li Huai's family. They had to stay in the woman's home for a period of time and suffered a lot of vexation. On the dining table, the dishes near Li Er's family were all vegetarian dishes. When Li Huai wanted to stand on the stool and pick up a meat dish that was far away on the horizon with his chopsticks, he would be scolded a few times. Things like he had no upbringing, and it was no wonder that his family's Huaizi was always at the bottom of the school. What was the point of studying? His brain was just like his father and mother's. With one look, one could tell that he was a good-for-nothing. He might as well start working in the fields as soon as possible and strive to be a long-term worker for some wealthy family in Peachleaf Alley in the future. At that time, when he saw his son silently take back his chopsticks and obediently put his butt back on the bench, the simple and honest man's heart was about to break. But after all, they were his relatives. The family of 4 was living under someone else's roof. He couldn't hit them or scold them. If he really braced himself and quarreled, in the end his wife would be in a difficult position. Li Er could only endure it. Fortunately, at that time his daughter Li Lu didn't care. She went straight to an empty bowl and walked to her uncle's table. She picked up a large bowl full of meat dishes and placed it next to her brother. Only then did Li Er feel much better. Pei Qian nodded gently. It was not easy for him to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. If his master's wife was the moon in the sky in his master's heart, then Pei Qian was very clear about what Mr. Qi meant to his master. It was something that his master had never told anyone about. Pei Qian had seen his master's state of mind twice. It was just that Pei Qian had never mentioned this to anyone. His master was well aware of this and had never told him. He had not even given him a chestnut. Pei Qian's state of mind after returning from a long journey was a bit similar to his master's state of mind when he returned from the Book Lake. His master had to make a trip to the North Continent, where the people were valiant, to suppress the dragon raising its head in his heart. That was why Pei Qian had to travel to the battlefield of the Southern Mountains as soon as he returned to Luopa Mountain. Anyway, on the battlefield there was no need to care about right or wrong when punching. There was no need to pay attention to the weight or the importance of life and death. The heavier the better. It was very simple and pure. On the battlefield of the Jinjia continent, Pei Qian became more and more clear about the saying, "There is no one in front of him." In fact, there were two situations. One was that after learning martial arts, one had to be bold. No matter how strong the enemy was in front of you, you still dared to punch anyone. Therefore, being invincible in front of you was the boldness that a martial artist should have. The other was that when learning martial arts, One had to be extremely pragmatic and able to endure hardships. In the end, after punching a few times and 100 times, the enemy in front of you would all die and there would be no one in front of you. Pei Qian used telepathy to form a line and asked curiously, "This Xingyang Mountain Guardian Consecrator has a very high realm and strong fists?" It didn't look like it. When he was in Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian only knew that this old ape was famous for being unruly and arrogant. Even in the 10-sword celestials of the 10-sword celestials of the 10-sword celestials in Luopa Mountain, it was too obedient. It seemed that it wanted to become the first demon of the upper 5 realm in the history of the Aquarius continent. If that was the case, why did it have such an arrogant aura like that of a sovereign stage demon when it had yet to reach the 5 realms? Did it secretly learn Xiaomi's arrogant way of walking? However, when he thought about how his master and mistress had to work together to deal with this old beast when they were young, Pei Qian could not help but feel a little afraid. Although his fists were not careless and did not hinder the peak of fist intent, he was still a little afraid. Li Erxiao replied, "It's passable." In the past he was able to rely on the advantage of his physique to spar with the vassal king, Song Zhangqiang. Don't look down on him. Fist intent needs to be higher than the sky, fist techniques need to be bigger than the earth, fist techniques need to have a normal heart. The combination of the 3 is the theory of fist. However, this is what Jing Dafeng said. Uncle Li can't say these theories. Pei Qian nodded. Uncle Li's theory of fist is in his fists. Jing Dafeng is indeed more eloquent, but his fists are not as good as Uncle Li's. Master once told me in private that although Uncle Li did not study, there were many principles outside of books. Moreover, Uncle Li's vision was even better because Uncle Li was the first person to see that my master had the aptitude to practice martial arts. He even wanted to give my master a Dragon King basket and a golden carp. My master said that it was a pity that his luck was not good at that time and was unable to receive these gifts. However, my master has always been grateful for this. When Pei Qian talked about her master, her expression would naturally soften, and her state of mind would become tranquil. Li Erxiao grinned. He did not have any insight. Back then he liked the straw sandal boy the most. After all, he had watched him grow up. When Qin Pingon was still a child, he had a lot of dealings with the Yang family's medicine shop, and Li Erxiao had seen it all. Sometimes old Yang would ask Li Erxiao to help watch the children go up the mountain to pick herbs. Just as Pei Qian said, Li Erxiao was the first person in Lizhu Grotto heaven to think highly of Qin Pingon. In fact, Li Erxiao had a good impression of Pei Qian, Qin Pingon's first disciple. The little girl respected her master and could endure hardships when learning martial arts. When she succeeded in learning martial arts, the better her fist technique was, the less she would punch. Who was she like? Li Erxiao. Wang Dafeng complained, "What are you two whispering about? Jing Dafeng, do you think I'm an outsider?" Pei Qian smiled. Wang Dafeng asked, "Jing Dafeng, are you sure you don't want to change your master and practice martial arts with me? If you become my last disciple, you'll definitely be the female martial god of the North Continent in the future." Pei Qian shook her head, once again rejecting the old martial artist's good intentions. As a martial artist, when learning martial arts, our greatest enemy is ourselves. We don't seek fame. Wang Dafeng was stunned, then laughed angrily. What **T principles did your master teach you? If it was the young Pei Qian, she would have dug up all 18 generations of Wang Dafeng's ancestors in her heart just because of this nonsense. Now Pei Qian just said calmly, "Elder Wang, my master said that if today I'm better than yesterday, tomorrow I'll be better than today. That's true success in martial arts. Only with this in mind can one be qualified to compete with outsiders and with heaven and earth." Wang Dingy exclaimed in surprise. He nodded and laughed. That does sound reasonable. Could it be that your master is a scholar? Otherwise, how could he say such scholarly words? Pei Qian nodded and said, "Of course my master is a scholar." Wang Dafeng was a little regretful. These days he had been trying to trick Xing Qian into becoming his disciple, but the little girl was still unmoved. This girl called Xing Qian was extraordinary. Not to mention the origin of her martial arts, she was a martial arts fanatic who seemed to be possessed by the devil. She practiced martial arts all the time. After meeting Li Er, she took the initiative to ask for 4 extremely strange talisman from the Lion's Peak. The light talisman was actually very heavy. Pei Qian pasted them on her wrists and ankles to suppress her own martial arts and strengthen her body. Therefore, at first glance, Pei Qian looked like a martial artist who had not met a good master and had gone astray in his martial arts. Wang Dafeng was very interested in the talisman, but Li Er's temper was not very good. He said that he could not buy it with money but he could give it away for free. The premise was that he could defeat Li Er's fist. If he won, let alone 4, even 40 talismans would not be a problem. When Wang Dafeng thought about the Lion's Peak that did not have any rules and regulations, he felt a headache coming. Forget it, the fist was afraid of the young and strong. A young lad that could kill an old master, what kind of ability was that? This old man was magnanimous and could tolerate the impudence of the younger generation, and would not bicker with a young man like Li Er whose body and spirit were at the peak. If this old man was 100 or 200 years younger, I would take a dozen more punches from you and fall to the ground. Wang Dafeng asked, "Your master, how old is he?" Pei Qian treated him with sincerity. "He is older than me, younger than Uncle Li and Senior Wang." Wang Dafeng was surprised and could not help but ask again, "Then he is an expert in suppressing the opponent's fist?" Pei Qian nodded her head, "Of course." Wang Dafeng asked Li Er, "Does the Aquarius continent really have such a young martial arts grandmaster? Why is there no news about him? Even the pure Jade continent has a sister Xiang, her name has reached my ears. The Aquarius continent is so close to the North continent, her name should have spread across the 2 continents." Li Er said bluntly, "I am not familiar with you, ask someone else." Wang Dafeng, the famous old boorish man, immediately became angry. He rubbed his hands and said, "Li Er, let's find a place to fight?" Li Er said, "Then lay on the ground after 3 to 5 punches and pretend to be dead?" Li Er was indeed not good at chatting, he was good at tearing down the ancestral hall. Wang Dafeng did not mind having a fight with Li Er, but with Xianxia beside him he let Li Er off for now. Pei Qian glanced at the white-clothed old ape from the corner of his eyes. He did not seem to be in a good mood. "Very good, then I am in a good mood. The upright Yang mountain that is filled with sword immortals, just wait." Wang Dafeng said regretfully, "It is a pity that our sword immortal drinking buddy is not here. Otherwise we can see the strange phenomenon at Old Dragon City more clearly. This is the bad thing about martial artists, we do not have those messy techniques." At the Crown Prince's mountain, the only thing that martial artists could see clearly was the strange phenomenon at the battlefield in front of the southern peak. In the pavilion, Chunqing quickly took out a pot of green immortal mountain wine. She drank a mouthful to calm herself down. How did the Dali dynasty, or rather, embroidered tiger Cui Dong, manage to refine the fate of a continent's civil and martial officials so completely, and finally make it his own? The bodies of mortals could not be compared to true deities after all. After this battle, it would probably no longer be the final conclusion of the cultivators in the world. The 10,000 feet tall golden armored deity from before appeared from the capital. He held an iron mace in his hand. Another armored deity held a Dali standard battle saber, standing in the mortal world without warning. One on the left and one on the right, the 2 armored generals appeared one after another in the center of the battlefield, like a family's door gods, blocking the ferocious charge of the demons who broke the formation like a swarm of locusts. In reality, these 2 martial arts deities who enjoyed the worship of countless mortals were the ancestors of the Yuan and Chao families of the upper pillar state of Dali. They were the 2 faces that everyone was most familiar with in the land of a continent, mountains and rivers. The 2 martial arts deities who were equivalent to the ascendant realm, said loudly almost at the same time, "Those who invade our land shall be killed. Those who trample on our land shall be killed." But what was even more unbelievable was the green-robed scholar who pressed the ancient deities into the sea with a slap. Then he stomped down again, creating a huge wave. He stomped the originally invincible ancient deities into the seabed. The high-level god who had come from outer space to visit the vast world struggled to get up. But the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was filled with broken and scattered glazed light, revealing the terrifying combat strength of this god. In the end, he was stomped even deeper into the sea by the green-robed scholar. The 2 armored martial arts deities were hit by the countless spells and attacks of the demon cultivators. Although they were still standing, some of their divinity was still damaged. Only the Dharma of the green-robed scholar in Old Dragon City ignored the attacks completely. Because he was in the center of the battlefield where the demon army gathered, the thousands of brilliant spells and powerful weapons all missed him. Simply put, the green-robed scholar could suppress the remnant of the ancient deities. and even turn the glass shards of the river of time into attacks. Like sword boats that kept shattering, countless flying swords freely splashed and killed the demon army within 1,000 miles. But the demons in the desolate world seemed to be facing an opponent that did not even exist. This scene shocked even Chunqing, who was far away from the battlefield. Higher than the Ascendant Realm? Wouldn't it be the 14th realm? Logically speaking, even Cui Dong, who was in the Ascendant Realm, would not be able to handle it. The Song clan's martial arts fate was prosperous, and the two deities Yuan and Chao could be seen everywhere in the human world. However, literary fate was not something that could be casually placed in a basket. It was too demanding for the deities' realm when they were alive. Even the 4 sages of the Confucian Temple couldn't do it. As for the 4 sages of the Confucian Temple, excluding the sage of literature, the sage of rites, the sage of ceremonies and the old scholar, all of them had the tolerance. However, the 3 of them had their own paths, which was equivalent to cutting off their paths. Otherwise, the Confucian school would have used this method to deal with the desolate world. The 3 hierarchs of the Confucian Temple were all willing to do this. By then, there would be a 14th realm in the Tongye continent, another in the Fuyao continent, and another in the South Hassa continent. Chunqing took out a pot of wine and asked Cui Dongshan, "Do you want to drink?" Cui Dongshan stood on the railing and laughed. "Drink? I'm drinking right now. I'm already drunk." Cui Dongshan raised his arms high and jumped up and down as he shouted, "Uncle Master is awesome, Uncle Master is strong, Uncle Master is fierce, Uncle Master is invincible." Chunqing understood that it was indeed Mr. Qi. In the line of the sage of literature, other than Lu Shilu, who was the most inconspicuous, Qi Jingquan's 2 senior martial brothers were actually even more famous. Cui Shi of the 3 noble and splendid triads started practicing the sword very late, but his swordsmanship was the best in the world. On the other hand, it was Qi Jingquan who was the old scholar's favorite. There were more rumors on the mountain that had little to do with the depth of one's knowledge or the level of one's cultivation. For example, the Lord of White Emperor City Zheng Juzhong was willing to take the initiative to leave the city and invite an outsider to the colored clouds for a round of chess. Cui Dongshan suddenly fell silent. He turned to Chunqing and said, "Give me a pot of wine." Chunqing threw him a pot of wine. Cui Dongshan opened the mud seal and gulped down the wine until his face was covered in wine. The green-robed figure had 1 foot on the land of Aquarius Continent's old dragon city, and the other foot trapped the ancient high-level god at the bottom of the sea. Every time the latter struggled to get up, he would be kicked and his huge body would sink even deeper. In the southernmost sea region of the Aquarius continent, the wind and clouds surged and the waves surged. The originally orderly battle formation of the wasteland was broken by him alone. The white-robed ape at the top of Tsaiji Mountain saw this scene and his eyelids trembled. He clenched his fists and almost revealed his true form, as if only then would he feel more at ease. The green-robed scholar's figure became more and more ethereal, like the Een spirit of a cultivator at the top of the mountain. One of his Dharma forms first formed the Aquarius seal, then the Sutra seal, the Fearless seal, the Vow seal, the Demon-subduing seal and the Dhyana seal. In an instant 386 seals were formed. The green-robed scholar was like a scholarly sage who spoke in Buddhist language, lion's roar. The light of treasures flowed between heaven and earth, shining brightly in all directions. The other green-robed scholar formed a Daoist spell, forming a total of 356 seals. Each seal was a talisman and in the end a lightning formation was formed. The scholar raised his hand and said the 2 words lightning pool. The sage's words were law, but he used Daoist edicts to change the fate of the heavens, and a huge golden lightning pool appeared in the sky. This person was like a Buddhist sage who had appeared in the human world, but also like the talisman Zhou Xian and the grand heavenly master of Mount Longhu. The lightning formation crashed into the sea. Previously, it used the landscape to imprison the remnant of the ancient god in the sea, and then used the lightning pool of heavenly tribulation to refine it. In addition, half of the nearly 400 Dharma seals of the Buddhist sects took root one after another, causing the densely packed demon race army to disappear into thin air and fall into various small worlds. The remaining half, almost 200 seals, all landed in the vast sea between the 2 continents. The whirlpools were endless and the seabed could be seen. The great demons of the wasteland were either running for their lives to escape or trying to fill up the whirlpools that destroyed the sea path. On the top of the southern peak, the old monk in chicken soup shook his sleeve. Then the old monk's shoulder suddenly tilted, and his body staggered as if his sleeve was a little heavy. At the southern end of the Tongye continent, in the ancestral mountain of the Yugui sect, a young Daoist smiled and said, "So Mr. Qi is very knowledgeable about the 5 thunder spell of Mount Longhu. Just by using the formation to imprison the lapis lazuli pavilion master, he was able to deduce this lightning formation. Mr. Qi is really a learned man." Chunqing started drinking again. The master of the mountain master was right. There was always someone better than him. Chunqing was young, but thanks to the incense burning on the peak of the green Immortal mountain and her own extraordinary talent, she learned a variety of things and was also praised for the purity of her magic arts. However, now that she had seen the means of the green-robed scholar with her own eyes, Chunqing felt embarrassed. No matter how modest this young girl who had walked out of the bamboo sea cave for the first time was, and how she knew the immensity of heaven and earth, the magnificent picture in front of her eyes still made her heart sway and she felt ashamed of her own inferiority. She always felt that it would be difficult for her to reach the old dragon city in this lifetime. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "Miss Chunqing, don't be discouraged. After all, he is my master's senior brother. It's normal for his spells to be better." Chunqing murmured, "That's too high. I can't even learn it." Cui Dongshan carried the wine pot that only had a few mouthfuls. He walked sideways until his shoulder leaned against the pillar of the pavilion, and then he fell silent. Qi Jingchun had King reached the 14th realm a long time ago. Unification of the Tao? What kind of Tao? The right time, place and people? Qi Jingchun directly merged with the root of the 3 sects. In the battle back then he didn't fight back. He only used his natal characters to resist the divine tribulation and eliminate the karma. Why did the old bastard ask him to go to the Dragon Pearl Cave? It was just in case. If he really pissed off Qi Jingchun, it would arouse some long-lost teenager's temperament. Then he would flip the chessboard and directly attack outside the chessboard. He wouldn't die, but he would inevitably suffer. Facts proved that countless hardships, big and small, fell on Cui Dongshan alone. First, in the old house of the Yuan family in the Dragon Pearl Cave, his realm fell. When he finally left the Dragon Pearl Cave, he was beaten by the old scholar. Then he stood at the bottom of the well to enjoy the cool air. When he finally climbed up the well, his head was sealed by the little treasure bottle. When he arrived at the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, he was beaten and scolded by Mao Xiaodong at every turn. Then he was bullied by a grandson named Kai Shenjing. Everything happened one after another. His bitter tears could be used as ink to write a few long tragic poems. However, at that time the old bastard wasn't sure about Qi Jingchun's real realm. Immortal realm? Ascendant realm? It wasn't until Cui Dongshan and Cui Dong re-examined the scroll of the River of Time that they accidentally found a scene. At that time, Qi Jingchun and the youth in straw sandals were standing under the old locust tree. After that, they connected all the things that Qi Jingchun had arranged, such as traveling to the Lotus Cave, discussing Taoism with the Taoist ancestor, and finally getting a lotus flower that covered the mysteries of heaven for the old sword. If an ascendant realm cultivator died and only a remnant of his soul was left, how could he ascend to the green underworld? How could Qi Jingchun be able to use his finger as a sword and split the dragon-slaying platform? Qi Jingchun was not a sword cultivator, and he didn't have a suitable weapon in his hand. How could he split the dragon-slaying platform with a finger and let Wan Qiong, the military sage who was also in charge of heaven and earth, try? Cui Dongshan sat down and leaned his head against the pillar of the pavilion. He held a wine pot in his arms and stood still like a snowman on a mountain. The sages of the secondary saints of the Confucian temple in the Central Plains were probably worried about the future of the literary lineage. They were worried about whether or not they would be confused and whether or not they would harm the origin of the literary lineage. Therefore, it was not strange for them to choose to watch from the sidelines. What about the Holy Master? Or the Sage of Rites who admired Qi Jingchun since a long time ago? Why didn't they stop him? Why did they hope that Qi Jingchun could go to the Western Buddhist kingdom? The reason was simple. As long as Qi Jingchun wanted to live, he didn't need the Confucian temple to save him. It wasn't that he could live by escaping or hiding in the hairpin of the old scholar. As long as Qi Jingchun was willing to fight, he could live and even win. However, if Qi Jingchun fought with all his strength, not only would the fate of the continent be affected, the heavenly axioms counterattack and karmic tribulation that had been accumulated for 3,000 years in Lizhu Wonderland would also be destroyed. This was where the fundamental difference between Xiu Hu and Qi Jingquan's great Daoist lay. According to the doctrine that Cui Shi had constantly perfected over the past 100 years, it seemed that Qi Jingquan absolutely shouldn't have made such a choice. However, if Qi Jingquan didn't want to settle the score, what could outsiders do? At that time, Cui Dongshan didn't believe in heresy. Instead, he ended up in an awkward situation. In the Yuan clan's ancestral home, he insisted on competing with Qi Jingquan in scheming. In the end, his cultivation base fell endlessly and he ended up in a miserable state. After Qi Jingquan passed away, what happened to the martial arts fate of all the young people and children in Lizhu Wonderland? What about literary fate? There was no need to talk about literary fate, just martial arts fate. Vassal King Song Jianqiang reached the 10th realm, Li Er reached the 10th realm, the Bamboo House Elder who almost reached the 11th realm, Xing Dafeng of Old Dragon City, and then there was Qin Pingon Peiqian Zhu Lian. This was Qi Jingquan's way of settling the score. With me alone, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods and not be as good as the mortals in the world. Thousands of heart lamps lit up. The way of the world was good, to be independent, to study. The way of the world was not so good, to help the world, to risk one's life, to not pass on one's responsibility. Cui Dongshan suddenly plopped his butt on the railing, feeling extremely sorrowful. He muttered in his heart, in the end Qi Jingquan still left her cultivation of level 14 to that old bastard, and still treated that Cui Shi as her senior brother. Cui Dong, that bastard, even in this state he still set up the calligraphy lake introspection trap and wrote that travel book. The old bastard never told me these things, purposely keeping me in the dark and not knowing anything. Cui Dong had truly concealed many things. For example, the matter of digging Qidu and the few copybooks. Cui Dongshan only treated it as Qi Jingquan's backup plan. For example, he allowed Wang Zhu to successfully walk through desecration, causing the first true dragon to appear in the world. Adding on the great desecration, it caused the water fate of the Aquarius continent to explode. Adding on the 5 mountains of the continent, it was actually a hidden mountain array. Cui Dong had actually secretly refined a water word seal and a mountain word seal, causing the entire great desecration to be a water word seal, while the southern peak of Dali that was built up from dirt was a mountain word seal, or strictly speaking it was a sky-flipping seal. Where was the final seal? It was the old site of Old Dragon City. Including the old site of Old Dragon City, the vast land which was the southernmost mountain and river of the entire Aquarius continent, would be smashed into pieces, and would not allow the savage world to touch the land of Aquarius continent. Who dared to do such a crazy thing? Who could do it? In the entire world only Xiu Hu dared to do it. Once it was done he would be able to let the people on and off the mountain feel satisfied. Are you afraid? Cui Dongshan himself was afraid. Cui Dongshan was clear about all of this, because all of these plans were made by Cui Dong and Cui Dongshan who were separated from their souls, playing chess with themselves and had long planned out their strategies. So all these years of hard work he was willing to work himself to the bone. Only in the Qidu shrine, there was a person who seemed to be a limitless realm, and was also a level 14 Qi Jingquan. Cui Dong did not mention a single word about him to Cui Dongshan. Qi Jingquan, this junior brother and senior uncle, even lied to his senior brother and martial nephew. That was fine, but in the end this bastard Cui Dong even lied to him. Cui Dongshan had originally thought that Emperor Song He's announcement to the world and the large-scale construction of temples and Taoist temples was still Cui Shi's effort on the matter of the people's hearts. He had never thought that all these actions were ultimately for today, for the sake of making today's, Qi Jingquan's 14th level more stable. The golden lotus flower that used the land of the Aquarius continent as its flower pot, and the old monk in chicken soup that made Cui Dongshan thicken his skin to invite, and even earlier as a key chess piece for the Dali Iron Cavalry to go south. Why did the North Continent's Lord of Heaven, Xie Shi, go south to the Zhuang dynasty? Why was there the calligraphy lake questioning heart game? Cui Dong, this shameless person, even the old man who was not in the Confucian lineage, the 3 sects of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, Shinho sect, He Xiaoyang fan family's old Zhou Zi, and Chao Rong who was cultivating on the mountain of the White Frost dynasty had all been schemed against by Cui Dong long ago. But Cui Dongshan could be sure of one thing: Qi Jingquan was destined to not say a word to Cui Dong. In the literary sage's lineage, both senior and junior had always had the same bad temper. Although left and right were stubborn and not easy to talk to, in fact among the literary sages' lineage left and right were the easiest to talk to. In fact they were much better than junior Qi Jingchun, much better. Qi Jingchun only placed one chess piece on the chessboard, and after Cui Dong took over the chessboard he played chess with the whole wild world. After that, it all depended on his ability to place more chess pieces on a continent. Even when Qi Jingchun died, Mao Xiaodong was only the deputy headmaster of the Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. In the end, Cui Dong took over as headmaster and led the academy back to the top 72. This was all calculated by Qi Jingchun. Cui Dongshan sat on the railing in a daze. He had already thrown away the empty flagon, but there was still wine on his face. I know it's because of the Chun seal. Qi Jingchun gave this seal to his disciple Zhao Yao, but it was intercepted by Cui Dongshan and easily crushed it, causing the spring breeze of the Chun seal to scatter between heaven and earth. And that year the whole world. He should have been schemed against by Qi Jingchun and Cui Dong, that old bastard. Cui Dong and Qi Jingchun, the two senior and junior who had fallen out with each other for a long time, had been playing chess with each other for so many years, but they were in the same camp and played a game of chess together. Of course it was more about the skills of the two chess players. In the end the two of them became enemies with two world powers. Cui Dongshan said to himself, there was a year when spring left very late and summer came very late. He suddenly turned his head and asked, Chunqing, do you know how many strokes there are in a Chun ? Chunqing was confused. Is it not 9 strokes? Cui Dongshan asked again, how many continents are there in the world? Chunqing said helplessly, you already know the answer, there are 9 continents. Cui Dongshan nodded and muttered, that's right. On the peak of Southern Peak, the two military ancestors that Cui Dong respectfully called Old Ancestor Jiang and Mr. Wei, after seeing the strange phenomenon at the old site of Old Dragon City, immediately looked at each other. And Cui Dong had asked for a large stack of papers earlier, and now he was looking down and flipping through them one by one. They were the answers to a large examination that the military disciples of the ancestral court of the Central Plains had given last year. The questions that old ancestor Jiang gave were very simple. If you were the imperial tutor of Dali Cui Dong, how would the Aquarius continent deal with the demon race's attack from the Tongyi continent? Cui Dong was like a teacher who was the chief examiner of an imperial examination. Whenever he saw a sentence with appropriate wording, his mind would be moved, and he would annotate 1 or 2 lines of words. Cui Dong flipped through and annotated very quickly. He quickly took out 3 sets of papers and returned the rest to old ancestor Jiang. Cui Dong smiled and said, these 3 people, if they are willing to come to Dali to serve in the future, I will send people to protect them. But I hope that when they come here they will not break the rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, they will take it one step at a time. Their final position will depend on their own abilities, and if any of them are young and impetuous and want to talk about backing me, Dali, it will not have much meaning and will only cause the mountain to collapse. I will say the ugly words to old ancestor Jiang and Mr. Wei first, eat sugar cane. Old ancestor Wei laughed, that's it? Cui Dong laughed and asked, did Mr. Wei compile another military book? What he meant was, if it was just the previous book, Cui Dong had already read it thoroughly, and there was no need to flip through the pages in the Aquarius continent. Old ancestor Jiang sighed, just based on the foundation on paper, the Tongyi continent is actually not bad. Old ancestor Wei laughed, they are lacking in Xiu Hu. Who would have thought that? Cui Dong would shake his head. There will be a time when a person's strength is exhausted. The Tongyi continent has 2 Cui Dongs, but they are not of much use. The realm of a cultivator in times of peace would be interesting but not necessarily meaningful. In times of chaos it would be interesting but not necessarily meaningful. Old ancestor Jiang asked, I am very clear that the literary luck on this Qi Jingchun is just a smokescreen for your Xiu Hu. How did he do it in the past? Cui Dong was silent for a long time. He placed his hands behind his back and leaned on the railing, looking towards the south. He suddenly laughed and answered, I also want to ask about the spring breeze. The spring breeze has no words. Old ancestor Wei's expression became serious. If this continues, that Jia Xing, who has always been hiding his head and tail, will finally make his move openly for the first time. Cui Dong's figure dissipated. His wandering Yin spirit was about to return to the sky above Pidu, leaving behind a joke for the 2 military ancestors. That banner in White Emperor City that worships the world's ancestors should have been removed long ago. Cui Dong's Yin spirit returned to the sky above Pidu, and fused with his true body. Today there was no preaching or lecturing, so there was no one in the sky above the sea of clouds. Cui Dong raised his hand, hovering in the air a seal that had once been shattered and then reformed by Cui Dong. The seal's script originally read, "The world's welcoming spring." But after being shattered by Cui Dong Shan, all that was left of the seal was a lonely spring character. Lin Shui rode the wind over from the great blasphemy temple outside Pidu. He was perhaps the only exception of the Dali dynasty, and outsiders simply did not dare approach the Sea of Clouds at this time. The fact that Lin Shui could temporarily serve as the temple attendant of great blasphemy was enough to explain everything. Lin Shui clasped his hands and bowed, then sat upright and still on the Sea of Clouds not far from the imperial tutor Cui Dong and martial uncle Xiu Hu. He softly asked, "Martial uncle teacher?" Cui Dong said a Buddhist phrase, "Although the light is extinguished, the lamp still remains." Although Qi Jingquan's body was dead, there was absolutely no suspense, but the great Tao did not disappear. Using the Confucian sage's natal character, tranquility, and then using the Buddhist meditation method with the posture of a person without a realm, only a little spiritual light was preserved in the spring character seal, surviving until today and finally being placed in the Qi blasphemy temple. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with tears. "Teacher has 3 natal characters." Cui Dong nodded. "No one has done it before and no one will do it in the future." Cui Dong gently pushed the seal, and for the first time he was somewhat sentimental and said softly, "Go." In the vast 9 continents, in the mountains, in the water, in the books, in the hearts of people, there was spring wind everywhere in the world. 9 vast spring winds first appeared from a school in the Aquarius continent, and the other 8 continents stirred up one by one, silently gathering in 9 places. Finally, the 8 spring winds of the 8 continents came to the Aquarius continent, lingering around the sleeves of the green-robed scholar. Finally, they condensed into a natal character, spring. The vast spring winds were proud. Bai Yesher was invincible. The spring winds were Qi Jingquan. The 10,000 feet tall Dharma image disappeared, and a middle-aged scholar with white hair appeared, looking at a certain place in the Tongyi continent. The Dharma image condensed into a tranquility character. Imperial concubine Fei used to move no weaker than the move of water that flooded the old dragon city, and smashed it towards the small scholar. The scholar put 2 fingers together and with the Qi character he chopped down, shattering the natal ability of a sovereign great demon. Then with a wave of his sleeve he dispersed the water of the sea that was split into 2 further away. 3 natal characters, one of the 14 realms. This direct disciple of the literary sage's lineage, who was not famous for his divine arts, cultivation base or fighting, completely ignored the imperial concubine Fei and asked with a bright smile, "Where is Jia Sheng?" 738. At the peak of Mount Sui. The old scholar and the deity in golden armor sat side by side at the top of the stairs. The deity in Mount Sui, who was taller than the old scholar even when he was sitting, asked, "Why don't you take a look at the south of the Aquarius continent? This doesn't seem like your style." The old scholar sat on the right side of the deity in Mount Sui, as if he could stay away from the Aquarius continent. He shook his head and said, "No, no. No matter how hard a person's heart is, how many times can it be broken?" The deity in golden armor suddenly looked into the distance and said in surprise, "There's a rare guest visiting Mount Sui. Do you want to see him? If you think he's annoying, I won't open the door." The old scholar said, "If it's Dong, Han and Zhu from the Confucian temple, tell them that the old man said not to bother our holy teacher." Those 3 old Confucian masters were the 3 sect masters of righteous under the heavens. They were the true masters of literature for 100 generations. They were the backbone of the Confucian orthodoxy, passing down the torch, and their contributions would last for 1,000 years. The master of Confucianism was the hierarch of the Confucian temple, old scholar Dong. He proposed the perception of heaven and man. In his hands he integrated the complex literature. Other than creating the framework of the 3 learning palaces and 72 academies, he also set up the Imperial College and promoted the official school. He also proposed a set of pure and righteous methods for the cultivation of Confucians. He also made the emperors of the later generations announce their crimes to the world whenever they encountered natural disasters or discovered mistakes in the governance of the country. In the past dynasties, The emperors of the various countries announced their crimes. The first draft of each crime was kept by the scholars of the Confucian Academy and was eventually stored in the Confucian Temple of the Central Plains. One of Teacher Dong's greatest feats was that he almost dethroned the 100 schools of thought. However, the Sage of Rites refused to do so. The hierarch of the Confucian Temple had to settle for the next best thing. He used his own strength to evaluate the 100 schools of thought. The founding monarchs of the secular world would usually create a genealogical ranking for the 100 schools of thought within their jurisdiction. Teacher Dong used the Howran 100 schools of thought to determine the ranking of the 100 schools of thought. Among them, the Shu school and the Shang school, who ranked at the bottom, could only accept it. Not only that, old scholar Dong advocated the integration of rites and dharma. Therefore, the hierarch of the Confucian Temple's knowledge had the greatest impact on the school of legalism and school of yin-yang. Therefore, Old Master Dong was known as the world's Confucian master. The vice-sect masters Old Man Han and Old Man Zhu sorted out and reshaped the entire Confucian orthodoxy. Moreover, they further divided the lines between gentlemen and sages. Teacher Han was naturally the closest to the secondary saints. It could even be said that Teacher Han was partly responsible for the rise of the secondary saints in the Confucian Temple. The other opened a new path and raised the peak of the literary vein, evolving Li into Li. Coincidentally, the old Xiaotsai's branch of knowledge had many disputes with the three Confucian Temples hierarch and vice-hierarch. Old Master Dong had long since said, "The right path is not to seek benefits, and the right path is not to seek merit." In the end, the line of the sage of literature pushed out the scholarly work, and in the end, it led to the battle of the third and fourth, who walked out from behind the scenes onto the stage. Although the scholarly work was proposed by the sage of literature's first disciple, Cui Dong, within the literary vein of the Confucian orthodoxy, it was naturally seen as the second most orthodox theory after the old Xiaotsai's human nature is evil. Therefore, at that time, the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains saw the scholarly work as the fundamental principle of the old Xiaotsai's knowledge. Furthermore, Cui Dong kept on suggesting that the word "mia" should be changed to "jingji," which was more appropriate. This caused Old Man Zhu's literary vein to be unhappy. Cui Dong was also criticized by Old Man Zhu for using the word evil. In turn, Old Man Zhu questioned Cui Dong, who was more pretentious and shocking. The student did not recognize the teacher as a teacher, but which teacher did not care about the student? The golden-armored deity admired the old Xiaotsai's courage. In the past, it was only the two of them on Mount Sui. It was fine if they talked nonsense, but now the sage of literature was sitting right beside them. How could the old Xiaotsai be so bold? Unexpectedly, the old man smiled and said, "I didn't hear anything." Since the old Xiaotsai had the guts to talk nonsense, he was not afraid of being scolded in the Confucian Temple. Moreover, when they quarreled, it was hard to say who would be scolding who. The golden-armored deity said helplessly, "It's not the three Confucian Temple hierarch, it's Mr. Zheng from White Emperor City." The old scholar laughed and threw a look at his friend beside him. Perhaps he did not believe that the other party would open the door immediately and waste his saliva, so the old scholar stretched his neck first. When he saw that the door was indeed open, he deliberately turned his head to the golden-armored deity and said loudly, "Mr. Zheng? If the old man isn't happy, I'll take care of it. I won't make things difficult for Brother Zhou Xian. Look at this old Zheng. He's a big shot of the devil Dao, yet he dares to meet the sage ancestor. Just based on his boldness, how could he not be the number one person of the devil Dao? He's the number one. If it were someone else, I would be the first to be unconvinced. If it weren't for the second sage stopping me, I would have sent a plaque to White Emperor City. Do you know the couplet in front of Brother Tianji's house on Mount Longhu? It's just as though, but it was still hung up by Brother Tianji. In Brother Zheng's White Emperor City, as long as I drink, I'll be in the mood for poetry. As long as I use 80% of my power, I'll definitely be able to suppress the Taoist master's residence." After the Suishan deity opened the door, Zheng Juzhong, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, stepped out from the edge of the boundary and walked directly to the foot of the mountain. He stopped there and bowed to the sage of literature first. Then he looked up at the eloquent old Xiaotsai. The latter stood up with a smile. Zheng Juzhong snapped his fingers and the two pocket-sized restrictions beside his ears were broken. The city lord of White Emperor City was obviously unwilling to accept the old Xiaotsai's favor. The old Xiaotsai, who had wasted his effort, was stunned on the spot. How could Jing Juzhong be so shameless? Next time he would definitely give him the White Emperor City's shameless chess basket. The golden armored deity asked, "Do you still want to meet him?" The old Xianxia sighed and nodded. He put his hand on the Zhou Xian deity's shoulder and walked to the mountain gate together. Jing Juzhong said, "I've always wanted to play a game of chess with the two of them. Now I can wait for one of them. As for the other one, if he can also wait, I can bring people to the South Swirl continent or the Liuxia continent. There aren't many people in White Emperor City, only 17. However, they can still help a little. For example, 6 of them can use the White Emperor City's unique secret technique to infiltrate the wasteland demon race and steal the middle positions of the army's tents. It won't be difficult at all." The old Xianxia sat down on the steps. "Forget it. Don't rub salt in my wound. You can go to those 2 continents if you want." In any case, he would definitely go. Perhaps White Emperor City had already done this. Jing Juzhong's way of doing things had always been very wild. It seems that Mr. Wensheng's 2 disciples have no way of turning back. Jing Juzhong sat beside the old Xianxia. After a moment of silence he said, "Back then, after the chess game with Xiaohu in the colorful clouds, Xiaohu actually left behind a message that the world doesn't know. He said that his junior brother Qi Jingchun was better at chess, so Cui Dong could only win against him and not against the Wensheng's lineage. That was why I was so curious back then. I wanted to go out of the city to welcome Qi Jingchun and invite him to play a game. Because I wanted to know who in the world could make someone as proud and arrogant as Xiaohu admit that he was inferior to an outsider." The old Xianxia was silent. However, Jing Juzhong said something that no one expected. "But I've always felt that Cui Shi's chess skills are higher when he's outside the chessboard. Back then when he lost, especially the last game that hadn't been spread out, Cui Shi lost because the chessboard was too small for both sides. Even to this day I still think so. Qi Jingchun's chess pieces were scattered all over the place. Cui Dong had to place his chess pieces alone, but he also had to be able to connect all the pieces on the chessboard. In the end he had to make the entire chessboard as one. It wasn't easy and normal people wouldn't be able to imagine it." The old Xianxia was still silent. Jing Juzhong suddenly asked, "Years ago, before Master Dong entered the Confucian temple, he once preached in the countryside. Was the uninvited guest who didn't seem to care much about the teachings of the Confucian temple an ordinary old fox from the wild, or a flying squirrel transformed from Lu Chen's Dao heart?" The old Xianxia said softly, "I'll help you ask later." Jing Juzhong asked, "Old Xianxia, are you really unable to persuade Cui Dong to change his mind?" The old Xianxia shook his head. "All the disciples are too good. Mr. doesn't have the heart to persuade them. Even if you did, it would be useless." Jing Juzhong stood up. The city lord of White Emperor City would immediately return to Fuyao continent. This was a secret agreement between him and Cui Dong. In exchange for giving White Emperor City a disciple who could inherit his mantle and Dao, Jing Juzhong had to exchange the lost Fuyao continent for this person. And the disciple that Jing Juzhong really wanted to nurture was Gu Kan, who was brought by Cui Dong to question Qin Pingan's heart at Bookslip Lake. In that mind-questioning game the Dao heart was sharpened. Both Qin Pingan, who was in a daze, and Gu Kan, who refused to admit his mistakes but learned to respect the rules. If Gu Kan admitted his mistakes, it would be nothing more than the Dali dynasty or the Aquarius continent. A half-baked scholar Gu Kan, who refused to admit his mistakes but was willing to correct his mistakes, would appear in the vast world. Then there would be another White Emperor City's Gu Kan who would make many of the later generations who thought they were smart understand the true demonic path in the hearts of Cui Dong and White Emperor City's Jing Juzhong. Beside the pavilion on Caiji Mountain, there were hundreds of pine trees, which were rooted in the crevices of ancient cliffs. The branches and leaves slanted across the pavilion, as if an immortal master was drawing eyebrows for the pavilion. When the wind blew, the pine trees rustled and the mountain became more serene. Sunlight shone through the branches and leaves of the ancient pine trees and sprinkled on the ground. The fine fragments of gold in the pavilion moved with the wind, making a soundless song. There was also a white-clothed youth and a green-robed girl sitting at the 2 ends of the cliff's railing. Cui Dongshan's body was curled up, his head leaning against the pavilion's pillar. He asked Chunqing for a pot of the world-famous green Immortal mountain wine. This was the most indispensable item for the green Immortal banquet in the Bamboo Sea Cave. Chunqing had brought a lot of wine with her this time, and there were hundreds of jars of various sizes in the near hand. Master Mountain Master had said that if one met someone who hit it off, regardless of whether it was a Jianghu hero at the foot of the mountain or a peddler in the marketplace, one should not be stingy with their wine. Chuanqing's movements were gentle. She threw a pot of wine to the mysterious Mr. Cui Xiao. The white-clothed youth twisted his neck and held the wine pot with his head. His head shook again and the wine pot fell forward. He caught it with his hand. Chuanqing was young but she had seen a lot. However, she had never seen someone like Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan opened the mud seal and sniffed. He stretched his neck and looked outside the cliff. He clicked his tongue and said, "How many people in the mortal world are on the flat ground? Look at my green immortal mountain." Chuanqing said, "Mr. Cui Xiao is already in the immortal realm. Don't flatter yourself." Cui Dongshan turned his head and said with a smile, "Miss Chuanqing, do you know how to play chess? Go or Chinese chess is fine." Chuanqing shook her head and said, "I know how to play but I don't have much interest in it. I'm not good at it." Jiang Taigong often played chess with Su Bai. It was not good for Mr. Wei to interrupt the game. He would stand on Su Bai's side hoping that Su Bai would win. He liked to ask Zhou Xian if her move was good or not, but Zhou Xian's move was not perfect. How could I know if it was good or not and how to play it well? That's why it was a bit annoying. Cui Dongshan sighed and said, "Miss Chuanqing, you still suffer from not treating people with sincerity. As long as you come to our Luapa Mountain as a guest, you can go to the shop in the Riding Dragon Alley for a few days and learn the art of speech from an old immortal surnamed Jia. In less than 10 days you will benefit a lot and your power will increase greatly. You will be invincible from then on." Chuanqing said, "Forget it. I don't have any thoughts about the Luapa Mountain and the Indomitable Cloud Mountain. If Mr. Cui can teach me an instant method, I will reconsider whether I want to go or not." Cui Dongshan immediately smiled and said, "That's not difficult. I will teach you a method that is guaranteed to work. For example, the next time Old Wei bothers you, you can first make yourself look serious and deliberately look at the chessboard as if you are deep in thought. After a while, you raise your head and seriously tell Old Wei that Su Bai is called Young Jiang Taigong. No, it should be changed to Ancestor Jiang, who is called Old Zhou Xian on the mountain." Chuanqing asked doubtfully, "Can it really work?" Cui Dongshan said, "Then let's make a bet. If it works, you will give me 100 jars of the immortal wine of the Green Immortal Mountain. If it doesn't work, I will owe you 100 jars of the most famous wine of the Luapa Mountain. When the time comes, you can go to the Riding Dragon Alley and get it yourself." Chuanqing thought about it. She had saved more than 700 jars of wine in total. Winning or losing would only be 100 jars. It didn't seem to be a big problem whether the quantity was increased or decreased. However, Chuanqing didn't understand why Cui Dongshan kept urging her to go to the Luapa Mountain to be a consecrator and guest minister. Did the Luapa Mountain need it? Chuanqing didn't think so. Moreover, she had seen Cui Dongshan's strange behavior with her own eyes and heard about the famous night banquets of the cloud-covering mountain. Chuanqing felt that even if she went to the Luapa Mountain, she would most likely not be acclimatized. Cui Dongshan sat on the railing, swinging his legs and humming an unknown song, the Song of the Dragon and Snake. A dragon wants to fly, 5 snakes to assist. The dragon has already ascended to the clouds, obtaining its place. The 4 snakes follow it, obtaining its rain and dew, each entering its own universe. A snake with a single grudge withered and died in the wilderness. Chuanqing asked, "Are you talking about the true dragon of Lizhu Cave Heaven?" Cui Dongshan didn't explain. He just changed the topic and muttered, "Bai Shi and Su Se are here. The flames of light are 10,000 zhang long. Thousands of images are cast, that is, a literary heart." Chuanqing suddenly said, "When Mr. Qi was young, was his temper not very good?" Cui Dongshan thought for a moment. "Not to mention when he was young, his temper has never been good since he was a child. He often quarreled with Cui Dong and complained to the old scholar when he couldn't win. He liked to fight with Zhuozhuo the most, but he never won. Sometimes, Zhuozhuo couldn't bear to beat him anymore. The young man with a bloody nose and a swollen face still continued to provoke Zhuozhuo. Zhuozhuo was dragged away by Cui Dong and he would find a chance to kick Zhuozhuo a few times. If I were Zhuozhuo, I wouldn't be able to bear it either." Chuanqing sighed. Cui Dongshan continued to say strange things to himself. In the middle of winter, the lotus pond dried up, withered leaves withered and broken branches slanted. There was no longer a rain cover, so the fish all left. In the middle of the night there was thunder and the sky was spinning. The poor old man couldn't sleep well. Coincidentally, the children were crying, sighing and crying together. The road of life was sheep intestines and the path of birds was flat. There was no water in the dragon palace. The snow fell, leaving the plum blossoms outside the door cold. The white-haired old man was speechless. He thought that he was the flower, he was the snow and the flower were both him. It was better to sleep together. Central Tongye Continent, Great Quan Dynasty, Peachleaf Ferry. On the ferry, Kuyu was still serving tea to his guests. However, there was one more person drinking tea, the head of the 100-sword immortals of moon-supporting mountain, Fei Ran. Kuyu had never been interested in fighting and killing. The 2 fights he had had were completely senseless and unreasonable. Moreover, it was the other party who had been pestering him. These 2 bastards, one surnamed Jiang and the other surnamed Qin, also liked to say weird things that poked at people's hearts. No wonder they could become good brothers. Jiang Shangzhen was a smiling tiger, and Qin Pingon was the kind of person that Kuyu didn't want to see again in his life. He was young but he was cunning. If his cultivation level was the same as Jiang Shangzhen's, that young hidden official would probably be even more ruthless. But Firen was the only one among all the military tents that did things on credit. She got Luhua Island and a cave of fortune on the sea. When she arrived at Tongye Continent, Firen only took the Mirage City into her pocket. After crossing the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Firen didn't seem to have killed many people. So she felt that Firen was a kindred spirit. Therefore, the round-faced girl grabbed a large handful of tea leaves from the long-necked tin teapot. After a while, seeing that the tea leaves were about to be cooked, Kuyu handed a cup of tea to Fei Ran. Fei Ran took a sip of the tea leaves and couldn't help but turn her head to look at the round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes. She blinked her eyes and asked expectantly, "Is the taste of the tea really better?" Fei Ran said helplessly, "Kind of. It is indeed not right that the tea is not bitter." Kuyu was a little happy and said eagerly, "My tea-making skills are actually quite ordinary, but my cooking skills are really good. This Taoye ferry can use local ingredients. I can catch a few fat mandarin fish, steamed, braised, and stewed them. The kitchen on the ship also has all the seasonings. Can you and Mr. Zhou try it? Do you want some rice? I have a few 100 kilograms of rice in my bag and I was worried that I couldn't finish it." Zhou Mi nodded with a smile. "Okay, I think it is better than drinking plain water and eating tea leaves." Kuyu was a little annoyed. Earlier Mr. Zhou wanted to use some moonlight to disguise himself and go to the Moon Palace. "It's fine, I am not as good as you, so there is nothing to complain about. But this tea making is not a big deal, Mr. Zhou. Why do you have to be so calculative?" Zhou Mi smiled and said, Okay, I apologize to Miss Kuyu for not drinking tea. Steamed mandarin fish tastes better and you can cook a pot of rice for me and Fei Ran. Actually, smelly mandarin fish has a special flavor, but I will forget about it today, I will teach you later." Kuyu nodded and went to busy herself. She went to the bow of the ship to find a few mandarin fish that ate more peach blossoms near the water. Making tea was too tiring and not pleasing. Fei Ran was a little impressed by this lady's big heart. She really did not care about anything and only cared about eating, drinking and playing. Previously, Kuyu was outside the demon-suppressing pagoda in Tongye Continent and was captured by Zhou Mi, her life and death unknown. In the end, only Fei Ran was worried about it, while Kuyu herself did not care about it at all. Such a strange lady who knew who would be lucky enough to marry her in the future. Kuyu was busy. Fei Ran wanted to say something but stopped. She had too many questions in her heart, but she did not know where to start. Why was senior brother Qieyun willing to die? In the desolate world, great demons cherish their lives. Before Qieyun rushed to the battlefield in Fuyao Continent, the conversation he had with Fei Ran were his last words. Zhou Mi took out a seal from his sleeve and threw it to Fei Ran, smiling, "This is for you." Fei Ran caught it. There was nothing special about it. In the desolate world, Zhou Mi, who called himself the Old Bookworm, had a private collection of books that he liked the most. There were many seal words on the side. Accumulated 3 million books. I amuse myself in the cold weather. He had eaten his fill of celestial characters. His life was not in vain. The bottom line was, the old bookworm hungry but unable to fill my stomach. However, Zhou Mi did not take out the books on this seal easily. Fei Ran had studied under Zhou Mi for many years and had seen the seal twice. The seal was not made of precious materials. Putting aside the owner's identity and the cost of the cutting, Just the price of the seal's material was not even comparable to that of a rich scholar's family. The seal in Fei Ran's hand was this item. Zhou Mi joked. The seal's material was a stone at the foot of a mountain that I casually picked up when I was leaving my hometown. Compared to the sword that Bai Yi gave me, this item is indeed less valuable. Fei Ran's heartstrings tightened as if she was facing a great enemy. Fei Ran asked, Mr. Zhou, have you ever thought of winning this battle? Zhou Mi smiled. I didn't expect Fei Ran to ask this question first. Until today, Fei Ran still could not understand why Bai Yi was willing to give one of the fates to her, a foreign demon from the desolate world, when the celestial sword Tai Bai was split into 4. Fei Ran admitted that she had nothing to do with Bai Yi. Even if she had the teachings from her hometown, she still had no connection with the most prideful person in the human world. Her master and her senior apprentice brother Qie Yun had never been to the vast world, and Bai Yi had never ascended to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In fact, Bai Yi had never even set foot on the inverted mountain in his entire life. Zhou Mi explained to Firen, Bai also used his last sword as a 14th level cultivator. The atmosphere was chaotic, so he might have seen through some of the heavenly secrets. Perhaps he saw a certain painting of time, and the scene was of the future crossing of the river of time. Therefore he knew that you were extremely important to me. Fei Ran gently put the seal on the table beside her and said, Mr. Zhou, there are many sword cultivators among your direct disciples. Zhou Mi had a unique vision and was willing to train his disciples. Therefore, among his direct disciples, his first disciple Xichen, Kaiying, Tong Xian, Tong Yin, Yuzhao, and Jia Shenying Lu Bai were all sword cultivators, and they were all listed among the 100 sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain. Only the new last disciple, who changed his surname to Zhou Qinggao, was not a sword cultivator. Zhou Mi said with a smile, Since ancient times, Confucian scholars have been warning against lending their books to others. Some scholars from scholarly families often admonish their descendants, who turn over books in the beginning and end of their family's book collections, that they should give away their wealth and not lend books to others. Some people even write a sentence in their family's ancestral teachings to frighten others, such as to borrow others is to be unfilial. Fei Ran said, Mr. Zhou, please tell me what you want to say. Zhou Mi shook his head and put 2 fingers together. With a gentle swipe, a painting of mountains and rivers that looked like a ruler appeared. In the alien battlefield, in a vortex formed by countless stars, a snow-white light column appeared. It was like the purest sword light in the world, and it went straight to the middle-aged scholar who protected the whole world. This painting, which was suspended between Zhou Mi and Fei Ran, was only touched by the ripples of the true meaning of the Great Way, and then it shattered. Fei Ran's face turned pale, because in the depths of her heart, Fei Ran admired the Sage of Rites the most. Fei Ran did not even mention a word about this in front of her senior brother Qie Yun. Zhou Mi still smiled and helped Fei Ran to say what was in her heart. Heaven and earth are orderly, the human world has laws, and all living things have their own destiny. Everything in the world has its own Tao, and everything is peaceful. Everything is harmonious. What the Sage of Rites did was certainly admirable. In fact, I was almost the same as you in the past, and I also respected the Sage of Rites the most. Almost. Since Zhou Mi saw through her, Fei Ran did not hide anymore. She said in a deep voice, In my eyes, the Sage of Rites of the Confucian school is the one I admire the most among all the sages of the 3 religions. This is because he hopes that all living things in the world, all sentient beings, can survive in the world at a relatively small price. They can pursue freedom, cultivate and ascend to greater heights to obtain more freedom. Within the rules, they can satisfy their bestial nature, and their human nature will gradually become pure. In the end, they will be close to divinity but not divinity. All sentient beings will still be sentient beings. The lights of the human world will slowly move up and ascend. The strong will protect the weak and lead the weak. The Sage of Rites hopes that one day he will be able to walk out of the existing one, that is neither increasing nor decreasing. Fei Ran finally looked at Zhou Mi and said, I never thought that you could do better than the Sage of Rites. Zhou Mi smiled and asked, Since that is the case, it is destined that you can't do better. Why not change your path and go higher? Or you can just destroy it and rebuild it from the beginning. Wouldn't that be more perfect? Killing with a blunt knife for 10,000 years, people dying for no reason, inexplicable resentment, vengeful spirits unable to be freed, people who do not know what they are doing, and endless otherworldly demons that can't be killed. These are just not known by the world. In fact, compared to a clean knife, more people will die and more trouble will arise. Zhou raised a hand and chopped with his hand. A swift knife cuts the Gordian knot. The tangled knot is broken and the world is clear again. Fei Ran gritted her teeth and said, "It is said that the sage of the first master felt that it is the greatest selfishness to see 1,000 people in the world." Zhou retracted his hand. "Then you'll have to convince me with your own abilities. As long as I'm here, I'll agree to one thing. Firen can be the new sage of rights and also the new Baizai. You'll be the one to treat all humans and demon folk alike. Because in the future, you will have great authority over how the rules of the world will change. Other than the big framework that I have already set in my heart, everything else will be decided by you, Fei Ran. I will not interfere." "Fei Ran, don't you admire the sage of rights from the bottom of your heart? Then why don't you grab this easy opportunity and be the sage of rights yourself?" Fei Ran was willing to risk her life to say the words that she had been accumulating in her heart for a long time. "I don't trust the Zhou who is the one who asks the way and cuts the woodcutter." Zhou smiled knowingly. "Let's wait and see." In the ancient times, the sage of rights personally set the celestial phenomena and the law of the earth. He set the 5 measurements, observed the time, forged the cauldron and created the almanac. This was the beginning of the human race's civilization. For the first time, the sage of rights, whom Bai Zijing called Little Master, confirmed the measurement of length, size and weight that could be checked and followed by examples. In addition, he also needed to determine the scale of time, survey the world and use the method of Cui to measure the mountains, seas and the long river of time, calculate the amount of spiritual energy in the world, and set the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the time, the 12 months and the 24 solar terms. The length of the measurements was not off by even a millimeter. He named the 5 powers and gave the 5 objects to 5 people. 3 of them were the founders of the school of Yin and Yang, the school of art, and the school of geography among the 100 schools of thought. He personally made the first copper coin and snow coin in the world. The celestial phenomena, the earth forms and man forms fate. Heaven, earth and man each had their own destiny and each had their own Tao. The 3 elements converged and the Tao was harmonious. Size, length, short, weight, height, time and spiritual energy were all illusory words. However, in the hands of the sage of rights, these illusory words became real objects. Therefore, in the Confucian temple, the sage of rights was also jokingly called Big Accountant. There was also a sage accompanying him who was called Little Accountant. He earned real money and was good at it. He did not let the merchants monopolize it. Zhou traveled around the desolate world and discussed Tao with the desolate world's grand ancestor on the moon-holding mountain for 1,000 years. Both of them deduced thousands of possibilities. One of Zhou's requests was to make the world turn upside down and everything become dizzy. There was no yin and yang, no consciousness and no Tao to rely on. That would be the real collapse of rights and music. In the end, it was up to Zhou to redesign the celestial phenomena and redesign the sun and the moon. Under the suppression of Tao, everything was not worth mentioning. The so-called ups and downs of people's hearts and the so-called transformations of the world. After the 3 of them finished their rice, they had stewed mandarin fish. Zhou put down his bowl and chopsticks and suddenly laughed. "Those who wait for a long time will fly high. Those who take the lead will thank others early." When the green-robed Confucian from the Aquarius continent laughed and asked, "Where is Jia Sheng?" Zhou stood up and laughed. "Zhou is here." Zhou said to himself, "Indeed, I have to do something to teach all the scholars in the world what a real." Halfway through his sentence, Zhou stood up and smiled at Fei Ran and Jiayu. Jiayu said, "Do you know how earth-shaking a fight between immortals of the 14th realm is?" Fei Ran glanced at the seal and said softly, "It's good to open a book." The 3 sects in the 100 schools of thought had 3 million books. Bai Ying from the Fuyao continent and Lu Fian from the wasteland world seemed to have shrunk mountains and rivers at the same time. They came to a peach leaf crossing in the Tongye continent and stepped on the water. Zhou took a step forward and merged with the withered bones great demon Bai Ying. Then he walked towards the green-robed Confucian who had a bamboo flute hanging on his waist. The 3 of them combined to form the real Jia Sheng and the real Zhou. In the past, there was a Confucian scholar who was born agile. When he read books at a young age, he had a photographic memory. He neglected sleep and food, reading and copying books day and night until he became skinny. After recovering from a serious illness, he began to cultivate Taoism, just to have a longer lifespan, and read more books. However, he insisted on pursuing the boundless. The Confucian scholar began to build a mountain of books in his heart. When he was cultivating Taoism, he did not have a preacher by his side, nor did he have a real Immortal's secret manual. He only relied on the books of the 3 sects and hundreds of schools in his heart to extract the essence from the vast sea of books. He forcefully pieced together a secret manual of cultivation from bits and pieces of words and reached the unpolished jade realm from the realm of Qi cultivator in one step to the sky. After that, he manifested a boundless sea of knowledge in his heart. He used his Yin spirit to travel far away and divided his attention to immerse himself in it. He studied the 8 extremes and his mind wandered. In the long journey of learning and cultivation, he continued to search for books and asked about the fundamental principles of the 100 schools of thought. He continued to expand the sea of knowledge in his heart. With the knowledge of Confucianism, he reached the unpolished jade realm. However, with the secret method of Taoism, he reached the immortal realm and returned to his original state. He then turned to study the 16 visualizations of Buddhism and finally chose the White Bone Temple. He was able to reach the ascendant realm. Then he used the miscellaneous knowledge in his heart to reach the 14 realms of immortality and secretly annexed Master Qianyun. Now there were a few new sovereigns in the wasteland. After the battle in the Fuyao continent, there were not many sovereigns left. In the Flood Dragon Valley, there was the gray-robed Confucian elder who fought non-stop with Zhou Xian. Xiao Chui, the sword cultivator who promoted the sovereigns to the second highest position, did not care about the Zhoumi at all. The swordsman Lu Cha, Yang Ji, who went to the sea area of the South Boza continent, was to deal with the Zhenhai Tower that stood in the middle of the continent. As for Qin Chunan, who carried the sun and moon on his shoulders, she was to be dealt with by Lu Cha. Fei Fei was still on the battlefield between the Aquarius continent and the Tongye continent. Niu Dao, who had lost the restraint of the golden armor, was overseeing the golden armor continent. The great demon Wu Yu and the guy who held a long spear and used the corpse of a high-level deity as a sovereign were already on the battlefield of the South Boza continent. There was also Yuan Shou, who was in charge of dealing with Yugui sect in Jiangshangzhen. This sovereign great demon was also the little brother of our Xingyang Mountains ancestor Moving Mountains, that Cui Dongshan and Chunqing had mentioned at the Caiji Mountain. In addition, the Lotus Nunnery Master Huang Wan Yaojia Qianyun by Ying and the 14th level Lu Fian, in the wasteland had all been Dao fusing by Zhoumi. Among them, there was actually an ascendant realm human from the Golden Armor continent, Wanyan Laojing. One had to know that Bai Ying, who was the external body of Zhoumi's Yang God, had refined countless demon cultivator puppets in the thousands of years in the wasteland. An old bookworm who couldn't fill his stomach? Whether it was Zhoumi or Haoran Jiaxing, after eating again and again, their stomachs were indeed rumbling with hunger. After Zhoumi left, Jiayu put down his bowl and chopsticks on the small table, sat cross-legged and let out a long breath. Fei Ran smiled and said, "You can be afraid too?" Jiayu rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not stupid. If I pretend not to be afraid, it's no problem. If I'm really not afraid, I can't do it." Jiang Shangzhen, Qin Pingon and Mr. Zhou were all like birds of a feather. They were all terrifying. Fei Ran really couldn't refute. Jiayu suddenly asked, "Immortal rice, stewed mandarin fish and fish soup mixed with rice, how does it taste?" Fei Ran said helplessly, "Not bad." How could he be in the mood to eat and drink soup just now? If he only said that he saw his teacher with his own eyes, how would Fei Ran feel? How could he hate Zhoumi? His master was already very careful. Not to mention that even his senior brother Qianyun was very careful. In fact, if the overall situation was determined in the future, Zhoumi could completely return Fei Ran a master and a senior brother. But Fei Ran didn't dare to be sure who the future Fei Ran would be. Only at this moment did Fei Ran understand why Li Zhen was so pitiful. Jiayu was a little regretful. In any case, he's an educated person, but he doesn't have a single good word to say. Fei Ran lay at the bow of the boat as if he had never felt so dispirited and powerless in his life. Jiayu said, "Don't think too much, eat and drink to your heart's content and you'll go far." Fei Ran said, "I envy you." Fei Ran sat up and covered his face that he was somewhat used to wearing. Jiayu only glanced at him and was furious. "Spit out all the tea, rice and fish soup." Fei Ran planned to ride the wind and soar into the sky to see the great battle. It was very likely that it was a 14th level peak catch and kill. In an instant, Fei Ran and Jiayu's bodies tensed up almost at the same time, not only because Zhou had returned and was standing next to Fei Ran, but also because there was an extremely unfamiliar green-robed scholar on the other side of the bow of the boat. Then the two scholars separately put Fei Ran and Jiayu into their sleeves. Zhou laughed. You took it without saying anything in front of me. Even if you die, you will come back to life. The green-robed scholar said, I've read many books, but I've read them all wrongly. I thought that I was the only one, a saint inside and a king outside, so it's not good to say that a person is too smart. Zhou suggested, you can't bear to part with half of the Aquarius continent. I can't bear to part with half of the Tongyi continent. Why don't we change places? The heaven and earth changed and the two of them were in a vast sea of books. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the two of them returned to the bow of the boat. 739. Zhou seemed to have planned this beforehand. Other than the ferry that the two of them were standing on, everything else, including the Peach Leaf Ferry and the Great Spring Dynasty where the Peach Leaf Ferry was located, seemed to have turned into a realm of the Great Void. Only the sun and the moon hung in the sky as two candles. Under the illumination it was like a boat in the void. The two immortals stepped into the void together and crossed the long river of time together. The lantern paintings on horseback were constantly changing on the ferry, blooming with the unique colorful glaze of the time scroll, illuminating the two scholars in front of each other. They were sparkling as if they were two silent and heartless ancient deities. Qi Jingchun stood at the bow of the floating boat and looked around at the paintings of time that suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. This green-robed scholar did not travel much in his lifetime. He could be considered the one who traveled the least among the direct disciples of the literary sage. He studied when he was young and studied when he was young. Later on, he only accompanied his senior brother who wanted to switch to swordsmanship and traveled to the Central Plains. However, in just a few years he did not go to too many beautiful places. After that, the literary sage encountered a catastrophe. Embroidered Tiger Cui Dong, who betrayed the literary sage's orthodoxy, finally chose the Aquarius continent and became the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty. Qi Jingchun seemed to have turned against him. He directly brought two of the literary sage's registered disciples, Mao Xiaodong and Ma Zhan. The three of them rushed to the Aquarius continent. In the capital of the Dali dynasty, they established one of the 72 academies of Confucianism, the Cliff Academy, and restricted Cui Dong everywhere. After that, Qi Jingchun served as the sage in charge of the Lizhu Grotto Heaven for 60 years. Zhou was also observing the surroundings, searching for some subtle manifestations of the great Tao and the secrets of heaven. Soon Zhou found some clues. In the gaps between the scrolls of time, there were subtle phenomena of starlight like flickering candlelight. Even though the candlelight was far away, there were still wisps of weak light remaining. Eventually they connected to form a clear path like a riverbed that carried the flowing water of time. If it was placed in the real world of the Tongyi continent, this path would start from the Fuyao sect Yaotian Street, the Huan family's Eagle Fortress, and go from west to east. At the border of the North Jin Kingdom and the Great Spring, there was the Temple of the Buried River, the Peach Leaf Ferry Xiaoping Peak and the North Tianke Peak Ferry. From south to north, the old site of the Daoist temple was the most important central ferry. Zhou was curious why Qi Jingchun did not hide it. Since he had nothing to do, he casually said, "This path that Qin Pingan walked through the Tongyi continent was the Anchor Light's senior brother Cui Dong helped you choose? So you are not afraid of the method that I used to control the river of time in the Fuyao continent against Bai Yi?" In other words, there are only a few thoughts in Qi Jingchun's mind, and one of them is your junior brother Qin Pingan? It seems that your junior brother did not disappoint his two senior brothers. During the journey, his thoughts were heavy as if he was touring the mountains and rivers with someone. This scholar who eventually became the last disciple of your sage of literature probably didn't even realize that the first book he wrote in his life was this landscape travel book. What a coincidence! It just so happened to coincide with Qi Jingchun's trip to Tongye continent today. Qi Jingchun did not notice and only looked at the paintings of time. Zhou did not think that this was Qi Jingchun's work. It was most likely that Xiaohu's plan. Cui Dong's actions were more utilitarian. No wonder when Qi Jingchun appeared he dared to choose the battlefield in the Tongyi continent, a large world that was already in the bag. That was because the path of retreat had already been paved by senior brother Cui Dong and junior brother Qin Pingan. This path of retreat was like a child playing, unintentionally placing 2 branches on the ground. The person had already walked far away, leaving the branches behind. It was also like a muddy puddle on a shabby alley, someone walking while placing down pebbles. The current Qi Jingchun was a little weird. He did not have a physical body and did not have a real soul. However, although he was a person without a realm where all material objects were empty, he had a cultivation of the 14th realm. That was why Qi Jingchun could not be distracted by other thoughts. Otherwise he would break out of this mysterious realm himself. In short, Qi Jingchun had already drawn a circle on the ground, leaving only a few thoughts that could be called beliefs. The rest were all destroyed and turned into puppets. For so many years, Qi Jingchun had been imprisoned in a certain section of the long river of time. There were not many people in the world who could understand the torment in this place. The founding masters of the 3 sects, Tui Dong and Zhou Mi. Other than them, the 14th realm, even if their cultivation was sufficient, their understanding of the long river of time was not as thorough as the 5 of them. Therefore it was very easy for Qi Jingchun to answer irrelevant questions and talk to herself. Everything was based on a few remaining thoughts as the foundation of everything. The moment he had more thoughts, Qi Jingchun would lose his cultivation. That was why the following battle between the two was different from Bai Yi, who used his heart to merge with the Tao. Zhang Jianbai also did not use his heart to complete his poem and remained at the peak of his cultivation. Qi Jingchun's 14th realm would only descend the mountain. Qi Jingchun was not in a rush, so Zhou Mi was naturally not worried. Zhou Mi suddenly smiled. I know what you are relying on. As expected, because of Qi Jingchun's teachings, Li Zhu Grotto Heaven once gave birth to a small person with a golden body that merged both martial and civil luck. However, your choice is not that good. Why didn't you choose the more suitable clay statue in the celestial tomb? Why did you choose this badly damaged one? Tao fate? Nostalgia? Or is it just pleasing to the eye? After being exposed by Zhou Mi, a hidden Dharma image appeared behind Qi Jingchun. It was a modeled statue with a broken golden body and a 5-colored armor. However, there was a jade hairpin on its head. The scales of the armor were continuous and the edges of the armor were decorated with 2 lines of pearls. The pearls were round and full and there were many broken arms. With the mountain and river fate that the small golden person gathered, Qi Jingchun used a different method to reach a realm where he could temporarily reconstruct a complete soul. Then he used a Daoist spirit official statue as his resting place and used Buddhist nature to stabilize his soul. In the end, he followed a Buddhist principle. Although the light is extinguished, the lamp remains. This was the unity of heaven and man that the Confucian scholars pursued tirelessly. It was also what the Buddhists meant by staying away from inverted dreams, cutting off thoughts and living in the 4th land of wisdom. It was also what the Daoists meant by stepping into the void and keeping the peace. Qi Jingchun turned a deaf ear to Zhou Mi's words. He lowered his head and looked at the path that was extremely slender compared to the big world. Or rather, it was Qin Pingan's mental path when he traveled to the Tongye continent. Qi Jingchun deduced a little and found that some of the mental paths of the young man who left and returned to his hometown with a sword on his back were happy, such as touring the magnificent mountains and rivers with his good friends. Some of them were sad, such as watching some children travel far away on the streets and alleys of the Eagle Castle. Some of them were rare youthful spirits, such as at the buried river god residence, where the teacher said the order and fell drunk after saying it. The scholar in green, who should not have other thoughts, smiled and said, when the heart lamp is lit, the night is like day. The world is cold and the Tao tree is eternal. Little junior brother, you have read many books. Qi Jingchun forcibly broke the so-called sincerity in her heart and murmured, Sir is too busy. Tui Dong is too ruthless and too stubborn. He is too young and the burden is too heavy. How can there be such a laborious little junior brother in the world? Qi Jingchun did not look at Zhou Mi. Are you happy and curious that I would destroy my own cultivation and teach you what it means to be the best and the only one, but I would take the initiative to leave this state? A scholar like you would not understand, let alone do it. I know you don't believe me. This is very similar to Cui Dongshan when he first came to Lizhu Grotto Heaven. But don't think that you are the same as Xiao Hu and you are not worthy. No matter how rebellious Cui Dong is, he is still the first disciple of the sage of literature. He is also a scholar. Zhou Mi smiled and said, this is not a debate between the 3 sections. Let's not argue. Qi Jingchun laughed it off. He raised his sleeve and covered Zhou Mi's heart. If I don't see it, there will be no heaven and earth. As the master of this heaven and earth, Zhou Mi's words do not count. Then he put 2 fingers together. Qi Jingchun picked up a chess piece from the heaven and earth chessboard. The great void's night sky, which used the sun and moon as candles, was suddenly left with only the bright moon. It was forced to reveal a boundless sea of books. The moonlight reflected on the water. A snow-white chess piece quickly condensed on Qi Jingchun's fingertips. It was like a piece of paper being gently lifted. The surface of the boundless sea of books was suddenly pitch black like a pool of ink. Qi Jingchun released his fingers. The white chess piece stopped in the air and covered the bright moon again. Qi Jingchun turned and picked up a black chess piece. The scene of heaven and earth that was originally like a pool of ink was illuminated again. It became a scene where only the great sun was shining on the snow-white side. Qi Jingchun said, "Break." The black and white chess pieces hanging beside him shattered with a light knock. The 2 restrictions of heaven and earth that Zhou Mi had secretly set up were broken and disappeared. Zhou Mi frowned slightly. He shook his sleeve and put 2 fingers together. His fingertips caught 2 simple black and white words. They were the real names of the 2 great demons that were born from the great Tao in Zhou Mi's heart lake. They were the real names of the Lotus Nunnery Master and the Sovereign Yaojia. Zhou Mi returned the look and shook his head. Cliff Academy? This academy's name is not good. The heavenly thunder cracked the cliff and the great tribulation of karma fell. So much so that you Qi Jingchun have nowhere to hide. If Qi Jingchun hid, the great Tao's karma would affect the entire Lizhu Grotto heaven. It would also affect the fate of the mountains and rivers of the Aquarius continent. Now that the Dali dynasty, which was a country and a continent, had its fate reduced by 30 to 40%, the demon army of the wilderness should be near the capital and not be stopped at the border of the southern peak. However, embroidered tiger Cui Dong still did not mind this. It was nothing more than shrinking the battle line and making the continent's defensive formation tighter. Finally, the troops would be stationed on the 2 sides of the central Great Blasphemy, which would most likely change its name and defend the capital. Once this was done, the wilderness would suffer fewer losses, but it would make things more difficult for Zhou Mi. Then I will listen to the ancient people and order the ghosts and gods to grind the cliff. When Zhou Mi finished speaking, a white drawing of the mountains and rivers of the Aquarius continent appeared in the void around him. There was a cliff academy that had not yet gone to the Great Sui Kingdom, and a school in a small town in the Lizhu Grotto heaven. The 3 scenes were all illusions of Zhou Mi's heart, but it was very likely that they were the truth of Qi Jingchun's heart lake. This kind of technique in abhijna would be a baffling waste of effort to anyone else, but it was useful against the current Qi Jingchun. The remnants of the ancient gods stepped on the mountains and rivers of a continent, sinking it instantly. A storm fell on the Cliff Academy, covering the sound of books. A small grotto heaven condensed into a Lizhu grotto heaven was crushed by the heavenly tribulation and collapsed. Qi Jingchun allowed Zhou Mi to execute his abhijna and kill the 3 truths that the other party thought were infallible. He laughed. The wilderness's literature is very thorough and there are indeed many books. There are 3 million books, big and small worlds. There are only 300 worlds in the Tower of Scrolls. Zhou Mi nodded and said, "It's not much of a skill, but it's hard to avoid nostalgia." Qi Jingchun laughed and asked, "Are you just going to run around like a headless fly? Are you not willing to use your trump card and not willing to let me see the image of my junior brother in your heart? Or are you worried about someone and making a long-term plan?" Zhou Mi laughed and replied, "I'm not a scholar. If I have a question, I'll ask you to answer it." Logically speaking, since Zhou Mi had already noticed the path of the lamp in the heart, the first person to be killed should be the young hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Through Li Jin's year after year of observation, dialogue and provocation on the other side, Zhou Mi turned around and checked the scenes of the 2 rivers of time that Li Jin and Lu Fian saw, one near and one far away. Zhou Mi's understanding of Qin Pingon was not shallow. Moreover, there was also Zhou Mi's direct disciple, the sword cultivator Lu Bai. The mountain and river restriction that was set up in the Jiazi tent was originally Lu Fian, or rather Zhou Mi's work. The young hidden official did not see the light of day, but Zhou Mi saw that he was completely unhindered. Every word, every action and even the changes in his state of mind were flawless. However, the imperfection was the young man. Zhou Mi did not know if it was because of his good luck or because he was used to being cautious, but he could not find an entrance to the young man's heart. Otherwise, Zhou Mi's Yin spirit would travel far away and land in Qin Pingan's heart lake. With the young reclusive official's small world, he could help Zhou isolate the sword aura from the Great Wall. Lu Fian would sooner or later become the new Qin Pingon. Zhou did not dare to say that this plan would succeed, but as long as the young hidden official was not careful, he would lose everything. During this period, the mountain and river travel book actually had a lot of bad things. It was supposed to be a joint immortal hand for Cui Dong and Zhou to display their supernatural powers. At that time, the reason why Zhou instructed Li Jin to hand over the book to let Qin Pingon, who was trapped and bored, read it because Zhou felt that it would be an opportunity to break the deadlock. At least it would cause ripples in Qin Pingon's state of mind. Unexpectedly, it made Qin Pingon's Dao heart more tenacious. It was as if he immediately sensed embroidered tiger Cui Dong's intention after flipping through the book once. A scholar could escape from a cage with the word benefit, but he might not be able to escape from a world with the word name. Therefore, when Li Zhen handed over the mountain and river travel book, Zhou had already refined 6 words before Qin Pingon. He hid 4 grains of divine light in them, which were respectively on the 4 words yellow bird and fish dragon in the 4th chapter. This was to guard against Cui Dong. In addition, there were also the 2 words Ning and Yao, which hid a grain of divinity that Zhou had extracted. This was to trick the young hidden official's mind. He did not expect that Qin Pingon from the beginning to the end did not put the words into the heart lake. He only hid them in the heaven and earth in the sleeve with the supernatural power of fake jade. At that time, Lu Fian, who had already become Zhou's Dao-fusing Yin spirit, made an exception and went to the top of the city wall to chat with Qin Pingon. One of the things he did was to completely dispel the divine light and divinity. Then, with the help of the reverse flow of the long river of time, Qin Pingon was completely unaware. However, it could be seen that Xiu really did not care about the life of his junior brother. Because as long as there was a mistake in any link, Qin Pingon would no longer be Qin Pingon. Or could it be that the Qin Pingon case and the Qingzhou Lake in the travel book were also a kind of unimaginable protection for Cui Dong? So early on, to put a young man in a dangerous situation where his Dao heart could collapse at any time? The robe on Xiaochu's body was refined by the fate of the 3 continents. Slashing left and right with the sword was equivalent to slashing the teacher's body. Left and right still slashed at the teacher without hesitation. Qi Jingchun was also at the 14th level. On top of that, there was the young hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Aquarius Continent's Xiu Cui Dong. The direct disciple of the sage of literature's lineage did not even need to talk about cultivation realms. How did he cultivate his heart? What kind of brains did he have? Zhou was somewhat sincerely impressed. He removed the 3 feudal heart image worlds. He clasped his hands behind his back. If it wasn't for your appearance, I would have many hidden trump cards that the world would have no way of knowing. If I lose, I blame fate. If I win, I rely on luck. Qi Jingchun, just look around. This boundless sea of books seemed to be complete, but in fact it was crisscrossed. Moreover, many big and small worlds overlapped mysteriously. In this world, even the river of time no longer existed. After losing the 2 heaven and earth restrictions and the camouflage technique of the 14th level cultivator, a pavilion that was originally hidden by Zhou appeared. It connected the heavens and the earth, which was one of the fundamental great Daos in Zhou's heart. The pavilion was divided into 3 levels. There were 3 people in each level. One was a skinny scholar in green robes, who was the manifestation of the frustrated Jiaxing's state of mind. The other was a thin old man with a bamboo flute at his waist. He was the description of Lu Fian, which implied Zhou's new identity in the wilderness. At the highest level there was a young scholar about 20 years old. However, his eyes were gloomy and his figure was stooped. He was high-spirited and lethargic. 2 completely different auras appeared alternately, like the alternation of the sun and the moon. The former Jiaxing and the present Zhou merged into one. Qi Jingchun did not even need to look into the distance to see the scenery of the pavilion. On the first level, books were piled up like mountains. They were placed with great care and effort. One of the books was in the shape of a sway mountain. Other than the 5 book mountains that were written by Mr. 3 Mountains and 9 Marquises, it could be considered the world's oldest true shape map of the 5 mountains. After that, Zhou also had the whimsical idea of splitting open the sky and refined countless characters. On the first level of the pavilion there were 9 majestic towers. Among them, sword guarding tower and base tower were the most meticulous. On the second level of the pavilion, there was a Jin Hui Qin, the end of a chess game, a few copybooks, a collection of poems with 5 quatrains, and a couplet from a scholar's study. Beside the couplet there was a long sword. Qi Jingchun did not care about Zhou Mi. He just casually flipped through the 3 million books as if his mind was wandering thousands of miles. Using the word still to concentrate, using the spring breeze to flip through the books. There were more than 300 books of different heights and different sizes that overlapped each other. Many of them were the only ancient books that Qi Jingchun did not have the chance to read in his lifetime. Zhou Mi smiled and said, "My favorite quatrains in my life are the 5 quatrains. 20 words just like 20 celestials. If Lu Cha only cares about his own feelings and is unwilling to listen to the command to draw his sword even once, then I can only help him to ask the mellow scholars of the South Hassa continent. In my heart, there are 20 celestial swordsmen who have manifested, just enough to form a quatrain with 5 quatrains named Celestial of Swords." In ancient times, there were a total of 10 people. Among them Qin Qingdu, Guanzhao and Long Jun lived the longest. I was lucky enough to see each of them draw their swords with my own eyes. Among the 10 sword cultivators and swordsmen of the later generations, there is still no difference between them. Each of them is pure and outstanding in their own way. Yu Dou of the Bekokekyung building, the most proud of Bai Yi, the founder of the Longhu Mountain Zhao Xuansu, who dared to go to outer space and even dared to die. The current great celestial master Zhao Tianlai, who dared to come to Tongye continent, Sun Huaizhong of the Deshwandu monastery, who was willing to lend his sword to others, the young Dong Sanging who traveled alone in the wild world, Qin Shi who almost fought with the old blind man Wen Jian, the bearded hero Lu Cha Alliance who was the least like a scholar of the quasi-sage lineage, and the left and right who came from the lineage of the literary sage. In addition, Xiao Chua who is neither good nor evil and has a free nature, Ning Yao who is ascending to the great Tao, the future Lu Kai, and Qin Pingan whom Yu Qi Jingchun have high hopes for can all be considered as substitutes. It was rare for Qi Jingchun to listen to Zhou Mi's words, but he was still distracted by flipping through the book. Zhou Mi looked at the young Jia Xing himself on the top floor of the attic. On the top floor an incense burner was placed on top of a book, and the book was placed on top of a straw cushion. Zhou Mi muttered to himself, "The human world is not tied to a boat. I once had the pleasure of slaying ghosts and bandits. Heaven and earth cannot bind me. I don't have the heart of a Jindan cultivator." Qi Jingchun looked at the attic and said, "You chose to be the enemy of the world with books. To be the companion of the ancients. To be friends with the heavens. It's just watching the freedom of the human heart. Don't think that the Central Plains Confucian Temple has accepted the 13 policies of Taiping and that there will be eternal peace. It's impossible." When Cui Shi was young, there was a saying that a truly powerful country would choose to live in peace when it had the power to invade other countries. Within the country, knowledge would be passed down from generation to generation, and the hearts of the people would be united. It would be a mutual bond between people. It would be a place where every traveler would never be estranged from his hometown. It would be a place where even more people who had never read the books of the sages would do things that they did not know were reasonable. The old Xuecai stood quietly at the door, clapping his hands and smiling. He seemed happier than if he had won a debate between the 3 sections. That was the first time he had offered to drink today. After drinking that day, the old Xuecai was in a particularly good mood. Taking advantage of the alcohol, he stepped on the bench and raised his arm high. He did not even care about the wine spilling on the floor and said something in high spirits. It was a question of the teacher answering his own question. What was the heart of a pure child? It did not have much to do with a person's age. It was nothing more than someone burning the bridge after crossing the river. Some people wanted to pave the way and repair the bridge. Some people wanted to eat and put down their chopsticks to curse. Some people wanted to quietly clean up the dishes and care about the stability of the tables and chairs. Some people thought that growing up was to be tactful. Some people thought that growing up was to endure more hardships for themselves and others. Some people thought that the strong were unrestrained and had a kind of pure freedom. Some people thought that they wanted to become strong because they wanted to do something for the world. That was also the first time he had said that he could drink tomorrow. However, he added that he would let Xiao Qi set up a stall to make money. Senior brother and I would be responsible for keeping people warm. Blockhead would only scare away the customers if he joined in the fun. Many books that had been flipped by the spring breeze began to disappear into thin air. In an instant, dozens of worlds disappeared in Zhou Mi's heart. If it were a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, even if he used all his strength and did not consume any spiritual energy, it would take him several years to dispel so many restrictions. Zhou Mi seemed a little helpless. He said, using this as a distraction, is it really not considered stealing when a scholar steals books? Qi Jingchun glanced at the attic. Zhou Mi also wanted to borrow the knowledge of the 3 sects in other people's hearts to sharpen his Dao heart and take a shortcut to break through the bottleneck of the 14th realm. Zhou Mi wanted to reach a higher level. He wanted to be taller than the sky. As for the so-called 3 million books, big and small worlds and a 3-story attic, they were all tricks. For Zhou Mi now they were already dispensable. Zhou Mi shook his head. It's not easy. Qi Jingchun smiled. A fish eats books. Can eat countless words, but it eats too little. Therefore, after you reach the 14th realm, you found yourself at a dead end. You can only eat words to become a Dao fusing great demons. Since it's so difficult, why don't I help you? Your heaven and earth are uneven? What a coincidence, I have a natal character. Can I lend it to you? Zhou Mi shook his head. I don't want to borrow that Qi character. I'm afraid that Zhaoling Sujun will risk his life and join forces with Cui Dong to destroy my Dao. It's just that you'll eat 3 million books and merge with the entire world before completely dissipating into the vast world. Or I'll eat a level 14 that's hard to come by and break through the bottleneck. Both of us can indeed make a bet. Qi Jingchun finally started to flip through the books of the 3 sects for the first time. He first picked a rare book. Then, whether it was read or not, they were all flipped through by the spring breeze. The books disappeared one by one and merged into the 14th realm Qi Jingchun's great Dao. Zhou Mi frowned slightly. As Qi Jingchun flipped through the books, the Dharma form behind him started to crumble. On his left and right, 2 Qi Jingchun appeared. Their blurry figures gradually became clearer. One looked solemn and dignified, the other looked haggard. Qi Jingchun was in the middle. He was still the green-robed scholar with white hair. Zhou Mi's brows slowly relaxed. When Qi Jingchun ate enough books, he could merge the 3 sects and establish a sect in Zhou Mi's heart. Then Qi Jingchun would really finish flipping through and borrow 3 million books in one go. Zhou Mi's heartstrings suddenly tightened. Without saying anything, he used his full strength for the first time. The 365 Qi residences all contained the reincarnations of the great demons of the desolate world, the sword cultivators of the great wall of sword Qi, and the remnants of the gods. They were all refined by Zhou Mi as his life source items. They were responsible for guarding the various blessed lands. It turned out that this Zhou Mi's Dao unification had completely refined his soul and physical body to the point that it looked like the blessed lands were connected to the blessed lands. Hence, Zhou Mi's body was already equivalent to a fully deserved brand new world. Once Qi Jingchun merged the 3 sects, even if he entered the 15th realm, it wouldn't be stable. Zhou Mi made the first move and occupied the heavens, earth, and man. Qi Jingchun's chances of winning were indeed not high. But Zhou Mi didn't expect this pair of senior and junior brothers to make such a crazy move. Qi Jingchun's 14th realm wouldn't last for long. But once that embroidered tiger entered the 14th realm, with the help of Zhou Mi's 3 million books, both of their realms would choose to exchange the old for the new. In the central capital of the Aquarius continent, embroidered tiger Cui Dong raised his hand and formed the spring seal. He smiled and said, "If you can't solve a problem, ask me, Spring Breeze." And this Qi Jingchun, who was in Tongyi continent, suddenly shook his head and laughed out loud. Jia Xing's plan is indeed disappointing. 740. In the pavilion of Caiji Mountain, Cui Dongshan drank 2 pots of wine from Miss Chun Qing and felt a little apologetic. He shook his shoulders and slid to the other side of the railing where Chun Qing was. From his sleeve he took out a bamboo food box. With a swipe of his hand he condensed the water vapor in the mountain into a white cloud. He opened the 3 drawers of the food box and placed them in front of both parties. There were all kinds of pastries from the shop in Dragon Rider Alley, as well as some local delicacies. Chun Qing chose a piece of apricot cake. She held it in one hand and held it in the other. Cui Dongshan was holding the food with both hands. He tilted his head and gnawed on it as if he was gnawing on a small piece of sugarcane. The food was crisp and golden. Cui Dongshan was eating quite noisily. Chun Qing asked, Is it the fried sanzi that is said to be crispy like snow in the mouth? Cui Dongshan pointed to the drawer in front of him and said vaguely, the origin is the same. On the 2nd of February I bit the scorpion tail. But it is a little different from the sanzi you mentioned. In our Aquarius continent it is called fried dough twist. The lotus root starch is cheaper, but the assorted stuffing is the most expensive. I specially bought it from a place called Osmanthus Street in Yellow Fence Mountain. When my husband was alone on the mountain he liked to eat it. It was hard to imagine that a child who listened to old stories would one day become an old man who told stories to other children. Years ago, under the old locust tree, there was an annoying child who squatted alone a little far away. He pricked up his ears to listen to the stories, but he could not hear them clearly. Even if a person was bouncing on his way home, his footsteps would still be light. A child who was never afraid of walking at night would never feel lonely. He did not know what loneliness was. He just felt that he was alone and had few friends. But he did not know that it was actually loneliness, not loneliness. It was not only his young master who was like that. In fact, the vast majority of people's lives were like this. They had to endure every day. Cui Dongshan clapped his hands and put them on his knees. He quickly changed the topic and said with a mischievous smile, the apricot cake that Miss Chunqing ate was made in our Luopa Mountain's old chef's hometown. It's delicious, right? When we go to Dragon Rider Alley you can eat as much as you want. It's free. You can put it all on my tab. Cui Dongshan suddenly fell silent and lowered his head. After a while, Chunqing turned her head and found that a scholar in a green robe was already standing behind them. The green shade and the scattered golden light in the pavilion passed through the scholar's figure together. At this moment, this person was truly in the realm of no man. Chunqing wanted to jump down the railing and enter the pavilion to salute this gentleman. Qi Jingchun smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the little girl should just sit down. Cui Dong didn't turn his head. He asked in a muffled voice, Zhoumi must be very angry to be played by you like this. Can Cui Dong escape? Qi Jingchun nodded his head. At this point, Zhoumi will only judge the situation and choose the lesser of two evils. For the time being he can't bear to fight to the death with Cui Dong. Once he kills Qi Jingchun in Tongyi continent, Cui Dong will only drop to Realm 13 and return to Aquarius continent. But Zhoumi would lose his extremely stable cultivation at the peak of Realm 14. His realm might not drop, but an ordinary Realm 14 could not support Zhoumi's ambition. Thousands of years of planning, all his hard work would be wasted. Zhoumi naturally could not bear to do so. What I am truly worried about you know very well. Cui Dongshan said, I am not Cui Dong anymore. Whatever you say to me is useless. Qi Jingchun, don't think too much. You can go and see Pei Qian. She is my teacher, your junior brother's first disciple. She is now at Kaiji Mountain. You can also go to Nanyu Ancestral Temple and chat with Song Jisun, who has changed a lot. When you return to Fudu you can also guide Lin Shuyi in his cultivation. You don't have to waste your time in cultivation on me. As for what I should do and what I should not do, Cui Dongshan knows it. Qi Jingchun laughed. I am worried about martial nephew Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan, who was invincible in scolding, was speechless for the first time. Qi Jingchun stood behind the young man and woman. Cui Dongshan muttered to himself, I can't get enough of the scenery in the world. Cui Dongshan suddenly raged. You are so knowledgeable, your chess skills are so high. Then you should find a way to survive. If you have the ability to sneak into the 14th realm, why don't you have the ability to struggle at death's door? Qi Jingchun shook his head, speechless. Unknowingly, the originally white-haired middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance had now turned white past the young man's sleeves. It was a deathly white that lacked vitality. Cui Dongshan muttered, if teacher knows about today's matter, even if he returns to his hometown next year, he will die of grief. Who knows how careful teacher is on the path of life if you don't know? Teacher rarely makes mistakes, but he misses the people and things he cares about again and again. Cui Dongshan sensed Qi Jingchun's qi abnormality behind him. He raised his head but was still unwilling to turn around. They still made a move. Qi Jingchun nodded. Dali is the teacher of a nation and the teacher of the wildlands. Since both sides have met, no one will be too polite. Don't worry. Jun Qian and Mount Longhu's great heavenly master will make a move either way. This is Cui Dong's return gift to Zhoumi for surrounding and killing Bai Yi in Fuyao continent. Cui Dongshan frowned. Xiao Chua is actually willing to not bother Dumbozhua? Qi Jingchun explained, Xiao Chua doesn't like the great heavens, but she also doesn't like the wild lands. No one can stop her from doing as she pleases. Senior Martial Brothers should have promised her that as soon as he returns from Tongye continent, he will fight her to the death. When the time comes, if you have the guts, go and persuade Senior Martial Brothers. If you don't have the guts, then forget it. Cui Dongshan didn't comment and only sighed in relief. It seems like the 3 million volumes of books have become spring festival couplets on the door to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. Only you can think of and do something like that. Qi Jingchun shook his head. It was Cui Dong's idea on the spur of the moment. According to my original intentions, I shouldn't have done this. At first, I wanted to be a temporary door god. Forget it, there's no point in saying more. Perhaps Cui Dong's choice will be better. Perhaps I hope so. Cui Dongshan said, so in the end you still chose to believe in Cui Dong. Qi Jingchun suddenly said, if that's the case, and not only that, I see further. Cui Dongshan said, no matter how far a person can see, it's not as far as walking. Qi Jingchun smiled. Well, you guys are here. There were already so many chairs outside Luapa Mountain's Peaceful Peaks Ancestral Hall. If that's the case, what else can I say? The green-robed scholar who appeared from the Great Blasphemy Temple was originally Cui Dong, who borrowed Qi Jingchun's cultivation of the 14th realm temporarily, and not the real Qi Jingchun himself. He planned to make a thorough plan to complete the Great Way. It was a conspiracy, but also an overt one. He predicted that Haoran Jiaxing would not hesitate to take out 3 million volumes of books to let Qi Jingchun stabilize his realm, so that the latter could be said to be extremely knowledgeable and well-versed in the knowledge of the 3 sections. In the end, Zhou Mi mistakenly thought that he could use this to unify the way. With the help of the Great Way of Heaven and Earth, he could suppress Qi Jingchun with his own Great Way of Heaven and Earth. In the end, he would eat up the fundamental knowledge of the 3 sects that allowed Qi Jingchun to successfully reach the 14th realm. This would make Zhou Mi's Great Way of Heaven and Earth more closely connected and flawless. Once it succeeded, Zhou Mi would really become an existence that even the grandmasters of the 3 sects could not kill. He would become the biggest one in the world. It was not easy to fool Zhou Mi. Qi Jingchun had to be willing to hand over his cultivation to Daoist, who had a deep grudge against him. Other than that, the real key was Qi Jingchun's 14th realm Qi image. This was the hardest to disguise. The reason was simple. They were all 14th realm great cultivators. Qi Jingchun, Bai Yi, the old blind man in the wilderness, the chicken soup monk, and the old master of the Daoist temple of the Eastern Sea Monastery, but their great way of Dao differed greatly from each other. Zhou Mi was also 14th realm. How could he be fooled so easily? However, Cui Dong had taught Cui Dong in the line of the sage of literature. He taught the sage's principles in books, the 4 arts that were pleasing to the heart, and he taught them very well. Cui Dong himself had a deep understanding of the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought. In addition, Cui Dong was the only direct disciple of the sage of literature who had accompanied the old scholar to participate in 2 debates between the 3 sections. As the first disciple, Cui Dong sat beside the sage of literature. Therefore, Cui Dong purposely revealed his identity, in order to suppress the ancient high-level deity who tried to cross the sea and reach the shore. With Qi Jingchun's style of doing things when he was young, he stepped on the deity several times. Then he used Qi Jingchun's 60 years of seclusion to clean up the battlefield. A portion of Qi Jingchun's mind was indeed with Cui Dong. He used the 3 natal characters to form the man without boundaries as a place of learning. However, the price of such a meticulous plan was that he had to constantly exhaust Qi Jingchun's mind and cultivation in exchange for an unimaginable shortcut, for Cui Dong to reach the 14th realm. He used Qi Jingchun's knowledge of the Great Way and stole Zhou Mi's sea of books, which were used by Cui Dong to repair and sharpen his own knowledge. Therefore, Cui Dong's greatest ruthlessness was that not only did he not choose to fight at the old site of Old Dragon City, he directly took the risk and went to Tongye Island's Peachleaf ferry boat to face Zhou Mi. Naturally, it was not Cui Dong's impulsiveness. The best result was that in the current situation, Qi Jingchun still had some of his mind left in the world. He could still appear in this pavilion and meet Cui Dongshan, who he did not know if he should call his senior brother or martial nephew. At the same time, he could also pave a way for Cui Dong to return to the Great Blasphemy Temple in the central capital of Aquarius continent. The worst result was that Zhou Mi saw through the truth. Then Cui Dong, who was at the peak of the 13th realm, would have to drag along Qi Jingchun, who was at the peak of the 14th realm. The two of them would fight to the death with Zhou Mi, and the victor would be decided in an incense stick's time. With Cui Dong's temper, of course, he would not hesitate to fight until the entire Tongya Island sank into the sea. Aquarius continent lost embroidered tiger, and Zhou Mi, whose own world was broken, was left in the wilderness. In any case, Cui Dong could accept both. At this moment in the pavilion, the green-robed scholar and the white-robed youth did not isolate themselves from the world, and did not even speak with their minds. Chun Qing was extremely embarrassed. If she ate the pastries, it would be too disrespectful to the two scholars, but if she did not eat the pastries, she would be suspected of eavesdropping, so she could not help but ask, "Mr. Qi, Mr. Cui Dongshan, why don't I leave? I am an outsider and have heard enough. My heart is beating like a drum and I am very anxious." Cui Dongshan seemed to be angry. "Miss Chun Qing, you don't have to leave, just listen openly. Our Cliff Academy's mountain head Qi is a gentleman, and will never say anything that outsiders cannot hear." Qi Jingchuan's figure flashed, and he actually sat on the railing beside Cui Dongshan, and turned his head to look at the white-robed youth, who was actually not a stranger. Cui Dongshan did not look sideways and only looked into the distance, his hands lightly patting his knees. He did not expect that Qi Jingchuan's brain seemed to be flooded with water, looking at a hammer, and had not seen enough, causing Cui Dongshan to feel uncomfortable all over. And just as he was about to reach out to grab a yellow fence mountain head, Qi Jingchun beat him to it, took it, and began to eat. Cui Dongshan muttered softly, "Other than chewing books, everything he ate was tasteless and it was a waste of copper coins." Qi Jingchun said, "Just now in Zhou Mi's heart, I helped Cui Dong eat some books, and only then did I know that the old teacher of the Human World Academy lamented, and it was really reasonable." Cui Dongshan knew what Qi Jingchun was talking about. "There were so many books in the world that I did not want to read." Cui Dongshan said softly, "Actually, there were people who said that." Qi Jingchun also knew what Cui Dongshan wanted to say. "I don't want to say anything more to this world." Therefore, the young Cui Dongshan had said a lot of strange words and jokes over the years, but he did not speak much of his true thoughts, and would probably only say it to a few people, and it could be counted on one hand. Except for teacher Qin Pingon, it seemed that there were only little Bao Ping, big sister Pei Qian, the little lotus person, and Xiaomi. Qi Jingchun smiled and withdrew his gaze. In fact, when Cui Dong was young, he was quite good-looking. No wonder in the years to come, there were countless love debts, and in fact there were more love debts than senior brother. Back then there were women who sold wine near teacher's school. As long as Cui Dong went to buy wine, the price would be much cheaper. In the academy, there were female guest professors who occasionally taught Confucian disciples, and many fairies with the title of Zong. They would try to get a letter from him or deliberately send a letter to the sage of literature in the name of asking for knowledge. Teacher understood and asked his chief disciple to write a letter on his behalf every time. After the women received the letter, they carefully framed it into a copybook so that they could keep it well. Every time Alliance returned from traveling with him, he would cry that he had been reduced to a green leaf. In all honesty, the souls of the girls had been attracted by Cui Dong, and they did not even look at Brother Alliance anymore. Chun Qing reminded him in a low voice, "Mr. Qi." When Mr. Qi had more thoughts, his cultivation would be damaged more. Qi Jingchun turned his head, reached out to press Cui Dongshan's head, and moved back to let this nephew get out of the way. Then he smiled at her and said, "Chun Qing, in fact, if you have time, you can really go to Luopa Mountain. It is a good place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, and it is full of outstanding people." Chun Qing nodded. "Okay. I'll listen to Mr. Qi." Cui Dongshan's face was full of grief and indignation. "Chun Qing, what's wrong with you? I spent a lot of effort and still couldn't get you to go to Luopa Mountain. Why did you agree so easily when Qi just said it casually?" Chun Qing blinked and said honestly, "You are not honest, but Mr. Qi is a gentleman." Qi Jingchun looked at Tongyi continent and said with a smile, "I have to admit, although Zhou Mi's actions are unreasonable and rebellious, he has indeed shocked the world when he goes up alone." Cui Dongshan's heart suddenly trembled as he remembered something. He looked at Qi Jingchuan's weak aura and said, "Fuyao continent and Tongyi continent are both territories of the wilderness. Could it be that just now?" Qi Jingchun nodded, confirming Cui Dongshan's guess. Cui Dongshan sighed. Zhou Mi was good at controlling the river of time, and this was the key to killing Bai Yi. Qi Jingchun did not let Zhou Mi succeed in the end. It seemed that they had already exchanged hands. Cui Dong, that old bastard, was destined to not have such methods even if he reached the 14th realm. He was more likely to add those killing abilities that he had been planning for a long time. Qi Jingchun stood up and wanted to see the first disciple that his little junior brother had taken in. It seemed that the teacher had helped to choose him. His little junior brother must have worked hard. Cui Dongshan wanted to say something but stopped. Qi Jingchun reached out and pressed Cui Shi's shoulder. In the future, if little junior brother still feels guilty and feels that he has done too little at that time, you can help me tell little junior brother about this. Tell him where the golden jaw stick figure came from. Cui Dongshan nodded. He was so sick that he couldn't muster up any energy. Qi Jingchun suddenly slapped his head so hard that Cui Dongshan almost fell into the pavilion. Qi Jingchun smiled. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Back when I was learning from the teacher, you were the best at fanning the flames. I fought more than 90 fights, at least 80 of them were started by you. You contributed greatly to the many bad habits that the teacher developed later on. Cui Dongshan said angrily, Are you complaining? Do you like to keep accounts? Who did my teacher and big senior sister learn these habits from? Qi Jingchun smiled knowingly. His smile was like the spring breeze. His figure dissipated like the spring breeze that came and went without a trace. Cui Dongshan muttered, Why don't you talk for a while more? Chunqing finished a tray of pastries silently. She finally couldn't help but remind him softly, What about that sea-viewing realm old immortal from the Frozen Cloud Inn? Are you just going to keep him in your sleeve? Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? There's no such person, no such thing. This little girl was really unkind. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken out those pastries to entertain the guests. Chunqing said, When we reach Luopa Mountain, shall we first go to the shop at Dragon Riding Alley? Cui Dongshan immediately flattered, Of course. Chunqing suddenly said considerately, Do you still want to drink? Cui Dongshan became silent and shook his head. At the peak of Saiji Mountain, the white-clothed old ape walked down the divine path alone. He felt that something was wrong. The guardian of Xingyang Mountain quickly looked around but didn't find anything strange. It was strange. Pei Qian stared with her eyes wide open. The scholar in green smiled and shook his head, indicating for her to keep quiet. He asked her telepathically what was bothering her and if she could tell her martial uncle. Outside the ancestral temple of Lord Nanyue, Song Jisun was sitting alone in a temporary study room. He was rubbing the space between his eyebrows. The powerful vassal of the Great Li dynasty suddenly stood up and bowed to his teacher. In the ancestral temple of Chidu outside the capital of Dali, Lin Shui was just about to put away the second volume of the Cloud Gem book when the scholar in green sat down with a smile. He asked Lin Shui to bring a pen and paper for him to make annotations. In a nearby Great Blasphemy Mansion, Wang Zhu, who had become the only true dragon in the world, looked at the uninvited guest with a stubborn face and raised her head high. In the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, Lu Xianyang was taking a nap. His mind was wandering through a shocking ancient battlefield. He didn't know that Mr. Qi, who was also resting with his eyes closed, was sitting on a small bamboo chair beside him. He was protecting him for the last time. In the school of the small town, the scholar in green stood in the school and his figure gradually dissipated. Qi Jingchun looked outside the door as if the next moment, a shy boy in straw sandals would secretly raise his hand and rub his old and clean sleeve with his palm before he mustered up the courage to speak. Then he would look into the school with a pair of clean and clear eyes and whisper, Mr. Qi, there's a letter for you. Geek. 741. At that time Luchin was a guest at Furong Mountain. On a snowy night he sat on a bamboo chair outside the door and enjoyed the snow quietly. Under the roof of the cottage there was an old dog. Luchin, who was lying on his stomach, occasionally looked up at Luchin, who was sitting. Luchin looked at the old dog and joked, Is Zozi looking at me again? As the guest overpowered the host, Lu Tai, as the host, went to the observation platform at the peak of the mountain. He took out a white jade bed and held the white conch wine cup, which was as famous as the wine spring cup, in one hand and a snow-white long tail with a golden handle in the other. As he drank, he used the long tail to gently brush away the snow. Lying on the white jade bed, his elbows on the white porcelain pillow, There is no one here to accompany me, the white conch wine cup. Lu Tai's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. He used the long tail to scatter the goose feather snow and raised his cup, Like a great person, a great talent can move people. His voice became soft. Lu Tai put down the long tail and wine cup and sat cross-legged. He covered his sleeves with his hands and murmured, "No one is here to accompany me." The 3 direct disciples were already entertaining the guests at Furong Mountain and the last disciple who was still traveling in Jianghu. The young man was named Jin Ji by Lu Tai on the landscape register. He had no surname. Lu Tai gave the child a bamboo sword and carved 2 extremely small characters, Xia Dui, with a knife. When the child held the sword for the first time, Lu Tai laughed and told the disciple that he must become a sword immortal, a great sword immortal. Lu Tai taught the last disciple a Dao mantra and a few fist stances. He did not teach anything else but gave the child a total of 32 sword manuals. In fact, Lu Tai had been in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land for so many years, but his temperament was still very casual. The cult leader of the devil cult and the #1 person in the world were all just for fun. Therefore he was only in the nascent soul realm now. After he ascended from the Blessed Land to the Qingming world, Lu Tai took the opportunity to break through the realm. Otherwise, according to Lu Tai's own wishes, since Yu Zhini was no longer around, he could still be the land immortal Jindan guest for many more years. There were only 2 things that he was serious about. First, he taught Chao Qinglang knowledge together with the headmaster Zhong Qiu. Second, he carefully selected the last disciple and taught him swordsmanship. Since Lu Tai had nothing to do, he opened his palm and looked at the mountains and rivers to see Yu Zhini's situation. Taking in the entire scenery of Furong Mountain, every time Lu Tai thought about it, the mountains and rivers would appear in his field of vision. As long as Lu Tai focused slightly, even the traces of snow on the railings of the plank path would be clearly seen. The lifespan of the common people at the foot of the mountain is less than 100 years. Who would not be envious of the immortal guests on the clouds? When ordinary nascent soul cultivators used this ability, they would expend a lot of spiritual energy and would easily cause trouble. If the person being spied on was of a high cultivation level, it would be easy to track them down. However, Lu Tai was born in the Lu clan of the Central Plains School of Yin Yang. His knowledge was very diverse and he actually knew a lot of unorthodox spells and abilities. It was just that he had never been willing to take the initiative to learn them. When a person's knowledge was too great, it was easy for them to become lazy. Instead, they would not be as hardworking as those who only knew a little. Yu Zhini, who had been practicing martial arts, studying and cultivating all his life, had probably never been in such a difficult situation in his life. The 3rd sect master of the Beko Keikyung building seemed to have dug a hole but did not bury it. He threw Yu Zhini to 3 juniors whose cultivation levels were not low. Therefore, before the snowy night on the plank path, Yu Zhini, whose Qi refinement warrior realm was suppressed to the cave abode realm, had to face 3 enemies with different intentions. Yu Zhini was especially wary of the young man Huan Yin, who did not reveal anything. Tao Xiang, a pure martial artist who had just entered the far travel realm. Huang Shang, the state protector of Nanyuan country, a golden pill expert who could summon wind and rain. Huan Yin, who was born in the Eagle Fortress of the Tongyi continent, had the physique of a martial artist in the Golden Body realm and a Qi refinement warrior in the Dragon Gate realm. He was also a hidden sword cultivator. On the other hand, Yu Zhini, who used to be the most powerful person in the world after Ding Ying in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, was now a cultivator in the upper 5 realms. The only thing he could rely on was the physique of a martial artist in the far travel realm. It was just that he had switched to cultivating for close to 30 years and was already used to using the spells and skills on the mountain to suppress and kill the martial artists at the foot of the mountain. It was inevitable that his punches and kicks were a little rusty. Yu Zhini was definitely not willing to fight with the 3 of them at such a time. Moreover, he had no chance of winning. The key was that the 3rd sect master, who seemed to have 1,000 faces, definitely did not care about Yu Zhini's life and death. As for that fellow Lu Tai, he definitely did not mind having another corpse on Furong Mountain that did not need to be buried. In order to escape this calamity, Yu Zhini could be said to have racked his brains. He leaned against the railing and was calm and composed. He first reminisced about the past with Huang Shang and pointed out the flaws in his cultivation. Yu Zhini's Jade Roar realm cultivation was not there, but his foresight was still there. Looking down from above, he saw all of Huang Shang's gains and losses in his cultivation journey. He then asked about the current situation of the Blessed Land and the Lake Mountain sect. As the country protector of the Nanyuan kingdom, Huang Shang was obviously the one who respected Yu Zhini the most among the 3 direct disciples of Lu Tai. He answered all of Eugenie's questions and seemed to have helped to delay a lot of time. However, the truth was that Huang Shang secretly said to Tao Xiang and Huan Yin telepathically, "Eugenie can be killed." Tao Xiang used telepathy and said to his two senior and junior brothers, "The martial fate belongs to me, so Eugenie must die in my hands. Other than that, all the Immortal's opportunities are of no use to me. You guys can settle the score yourselves. Let me say this first, if anyone dares to ruin my plans after we leave Master's territory, I will spar with junior brother Huan alone." Huan Yin's expression was calm and he asked telepathically, "Why not find trouble with senior brother Huang?" Tao Xiang laughed coldly, "If we find trouble with him, you'll take advantage of the situation and even kill us both. Anyway, Master has taken in a last disciple and doesn't care about our lives anymore. I'll focus on killing you, and our imperial tutor Huang will definitely not interfere. He'll only watch from the sidelines and continue to be his country protector, worrying about the country and its people." Huan Yin retorted, "You're wrong, senior brother. Master has never cared about the lives of the three of us since the beginning. The meaning of our existence is only a method for Master to observe the Tao." Huang Shang was slightly displeased. "Huan Yin, your words are disgraceful. I'll report this to Master." Huan Yin sneered, "If Great Master Huang wants to be scolded, go ahead. If you're treated like a fool by Master, don't blame me for not reminding you." In reality, the three senior and junior brothers had their own private conversations other than speaking frankly. What a good each with their own ulterior motives. Fortunately, Eugenie himself was a pure martial artist. Before he set foot in cultivation, he was already ahead of Zhongqiu in the martial Dao. It wasn't that Zhongqiu's aptitude was inferior to Eugenie's, but that Zhongqiu was too distracted. He was too greedy to be the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom. The so-called literary sage and martial arts grandmaster would only delay Zhongqiu's martial Dao. Otherwise, when Eugenie descended the mountain as an immortal, Zhongqiu would have broken through the invisible bottleneck of heaven and earth and ascended to the golden body realm. Although Eugenie didn't know what the three were talking about, he was well aware that today's fierce battle was destined to be unavoidable. After all, the three in front of him weren't his old friend Zhongqiu. Eugenie asked Huang Shang about the situation of Lake Mountain sect and Songlai Kingdom's imperial court, as well as the process of their little junior brother asking about Lake Mountain sect. At the same time, Eugenie put the lotus crown that was one of the keepsakes of the leader of Beko Keikyung building into a Fengtsuan item in his sleeve. At the same time, he took out a similar Daoist crown with a silver lotus and casually put it on his head. Eugenie's movements were extremely fast. At the same time, the long sword on his back vibrated slightly, as if it had sensed the killing intent in the hearts of the three opponents. This strange phenomenon made Tao Xiang, who was about to unsheath his saber, change his mind slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to chop off that big head. Huang Shang, who had already hidden his hands in his sleeves and twisted out two golden talismans, was also in no hurry to use the unique secret technique imparted to him by his master to add the finishing touch to the talisman gall. One was a rain dragon talisman which depicted a flood dragon with scales and whiskers, showing off the Dragon King's whiskers. The other was an eyebrow-raising talisman, which depicted a flying sword containing abundant sword intent and offensive power, equivalent to the flying sword of a Jin Dan sword cultivator. Of course, Huang Shang wouldn't be stingy with his capital to kill Eugenie. After all, he would be able to earn it back. Tao Xiang was a little envious of the long sword on Eugenie's back. Although it was a celestial item on the mountain, as a martial arts grandmaster who wouldn't complain about having more divine weapons. However, they would split the loot temporarily. Tao Xiang would kill and chop off Eugenie's head, Huan Yin would take the sword, and Huang Shang would take the Dao crown. The long sword on Eugenie's back was a relic that Eugenie and Zhongqiu had obtained together after killing the banished deity a long time ago. There were 7 ancient seal inscriptions on both sides of the sword. Qiushui Nanhua Grandmaster, and Shan Mu Yi wandered free and unfettered. The long sword was a magic treasure, and its grade was inferior to the silver Dao crown. Huang Shang glanced at the Dao crown on Eugenie's head. He had indeed coveted it for a long time. However, Huang Shang had thought that it would be difficult for him to see the Dao crown again in this lifetime, much less obtain it. He hadn't thought that fate would be so wonderful. Not only would he see the Dao crown with his own eyes, but he would also have the opportunity to wear it on his head. However, when he thought of this, Huangshang immediately restrained his thoughts. Even if he succeeded, he should give it to his master. Perhaps when his master was happy, he would casually give it to him. If his master was unwilling, Huangshang wouldn't dare to think too much about it. Among the 3 disciples, Huangshang was indeed the most honest. He wasn't a gloomy person, but after being the imperial tutor for so many years, he would naturally become more decisive. This silver lotus crown was extremely famous in the lotus blossom blessed land. It was the most precious treasure of the blessed land. Its earliest owner was the martial madman Zhou Xian, who had killed 9 people by himself. When Zhou Xian was young, he was hailed as a banished immortal, a noble young master. This Dao crown actually added a lot of fame to Zhou Xian. Then, before Zhou Xian died from exhaustion in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, he had casually thrown it to a young man who was hiding at the edge of the battlefield. That person was called Ding Ying. After unifying the demon sect and becoming invincible, he gave up his position and became the demon sect's supreme sect master. At that time, Ding Ying used his ability, courage, and luck to pick up 2 great treasures in one go. One was Zhou Lian's head, and the other was the silver lotus Daoist crown. He had both the martial arts fate and the celestial fate. When Ding Ying died, the treasures passed to Eugenie. Thus, this lotus crown had become the symbol of the most powerful person in the blessed land. Huan Yin was thinking about how to use the secret art of the ghost Dao taught by his master to refine Eugenie's soul into a Yin god puppet. In this way, it would be equivalent to having an earth immortal servant by his side. Huan Yin still liked the feeling of controlling others and everything in the world as if they were puppets in his hands. He was actually not interested in fighting for his life. Of course, if he really wanted to fight and seize benefits, Huan Yin wouldn't hesitate. For example, today's encirclement to kill Eugenie. Eugenie suddenly moved. He took a step out of the plank road, and the long sword on his back unsheathed itself. He flew away as fast as lightning. The great Eugenie ran away without a fight. No one would believe it. Tao Xiang laughed. He took out a stack of mountain and river earth shrinking talismans that his master gave him and went in the opposite direction of Eugenie. Huang Shang took out a 1-leaf talisman boat. Huan Yin made a sword sign and condensed the mountain mist into a long sword. It was natural for a sword cultivator to use a sword. They chased after Eugenie together with Huang Shang. The 3 of them had already discussed it. Today at least 2 of them would be responsible for killing Eugenie in every battle. The other person would hold the line from afar. They wouldn't give Eugenie a chance to defeat them one by one. After that, Eugenie was still in a precarious situation even without the pure jade realm. However, he managed to win himself a chance of survival time and time again with the help of the endless spells of cultivators and unimaginable ways to break out of the stalemate. Eugenie was only a martial artist in the far travel state. He also had a sword and a Daoist crown. He successfully escaped the encirclement more than 10 times. He escaped far away and was chased. He hid his aura and hid in the secluded mountains of Furong Mountain. Then Huan Yin found traces of him. He cooperated with Huang Shang to break through the camouflage and escaped again. He fought and retreated. Eugenie didn't say a word from beginning to end. On the other hand, Tao Xiang fought to his heart's content. He didn't hesitate to exchange a sword and a blade with Eugenie whenever he found an opportunity. After nightfall, Furong Mountain experienced a snowstorm. Eugenie had been fighting for a long time. Whether it was his aura, body or mind, they were all spent. He had to use his trump card. He placed Tao Xiang and the other 2 in a small world of Lotus Pond without any warning. Covered in blood, Eugenie wobbled on his sword and fell to the top of the cliff. He almost fainted in the snow. His Daoist crown was askew. Without support, the small world opened by itself. Behind him were 3 of Lu Tai's direct disciples. They were either martial artists who overturned the earth, or cultivators who rode the wind. Lu Tai squinted his peach blossom eyes and waved his tail, indicating that Huan Yin and the other 2 didn't have to be relentless with Eugenie. Lu Tai glanced at old Immortal Yu, who was like a stray dog. He turned to the 3 disciples and smiled. Not bad, not bad. You should be rewarded. Go back to your homes and wait. The 3 respectfully returned the greeting and left Furong Mountain. Lu Tai, dressed in a snow-white robe, reclined on the white jade couch that he named White Jade Capital. He could see 1,000 miles from his seat. Eugenie didn't seem to have any complaints about today's unexpected disaster. The childlike old immortal only had a calm expression. After sitting up, he placed his sword on his knees and held his Daoist crown. He began to breathe and recuperate. Lu Tai suddenly couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Eugenie, who had forgotten his place. There's true meaning in this. I've forgotten to say it. So it's because you're dumbstruck. Lu Chen slowly climbed the mountain. He held a bamboo walking stick that he casually made. When he reached the top of the mountain, he smiled. You even noticed this? It seemed like a compliment, but it was actually a belittling. Lu Tai's mood instantly became terrible. He had always wanted to meet elder ancestor Lu Chen. What happened? He had already met him, but he didn't know him. As for the scholar Zheng Huan in front of him, he was also one of Lu Chen's Daoist manifestations. Lu Tai asked, among the 5 dreams and 7 hearts, the Daoist master Bai Gu is in the Qingming world. It's easy to guess. What about Bai Yin? Which one is it? Was it brought to the Qingming world by you, or has it always been in the Haoran world? Is it in the Tongyi continent that I once walked past? Bai Yin originated from the southern sea and flew to the northern sea. It wouldn't stop unless it was a parasol tree. It wouldn't eat unless it was a solid fruit. It wouldn't drink unless it was a spring. The ancient sages had commented that this item belonged to the phoenix. As for the Tongyi continent, according to common sense, it was naturally the most suitable place for Lu Chen to place this Daoist avatar of his. Bai Yin. In the past, Qin Pingon wore a Daoist robe of gold. As for that gold, Qin Pingon obtained it from the Flood Dragon ravine. That nascent soul flood dragon was obtained from an immortal cave in the sea. It was rumored that it was left behind by a Daoist master of Mount Longhu. Why would a Daoist master of Mount Longhu break ties with his family and die at sea? Why wouldn't he return to Mount Longhu even in death? How annoying. Once he thought deeply about this, Lu Tai would be extremely annoyed. It might not really be Lu Chen's plot, but who wouldn't be afraid of that possibility? In the past, it was Qin Pingon who was afraid. Lu Tai wasn't the least bit afraid. When Lu Tai saw Lu Chen, he couldn't help but become afraid. The beautiful youth in green robes, the little immortal with a yellow ribbon. The peach blossoms are like horses and the elm pods are smaller than coins. Look, listen, the Fuyao sect shouted for the elm pods of the heavenly street, and the little immortal sent that youth to the court. Isn't this the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Lu Chen didn't answer the question and talked to himself. He casually waved the green bamboo cane in his hand, stirring up the wind and snow around him. The youth's sword Qi is close, and the hero is the enemy of 10,000. When he's angry, he roars and 10,000 horses flee. If the Tao doesn't work, he floats on a boat. In his early years in his hometown, Lu Chen asked the unnamed disciple's boat to help him row the boat. The two of them went out to sea together. Of course, Lu Chen went ashore and toured that Daoist temple. As for the Aquarius continent, Lu Chen had naturally been there before. The ancient Shu flood dragon, the divine water nation, the female ghost Sher rose lineage, and the purple gold lotus seed that Wei Ba had kept, were all things that Lu Chen had given them by chance, allowing them to grow on their own. In fact, Lu Chen went to all the 9 continents of Haoran. He just played around in the mortal world and didn't leave any traces on the mountain or immortal deeds. Just like riding a dragon in his early years. There was a small shopkeeper in the alley called Xianxia. She had 2 pigtails and was already good at doing business at a young age. She stood on the bench behind the counter, calculating on a small abacus. The crackling sounds made by the abacus were dazzling. She always carried a pocket-sized little golden abacus, which she got when she was young. In fact, that little abacus was secretly given to the Sher family by Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen was not the only one who would do something as he pleased. For example, after Xiao Chuo ascended to the 14th level, he threw the robe that he was wearing, which was made from refining the remaining great fortune of the 3 continents, into the sea. It sank to the bottom of the sea and waited for the fated person. It would take thousands of years for it to reappear in the world. As for the Peach Leaves Fairy, after weighing the pros and cons, he didn't accept the seal of books given by Zhou Mi. Instead, he threw it into the Peach Leaves Fairy of the Great Spring Dynasty. However, the difference between Lu Chen and them was that Lu Chen could take back what he could release. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the cliff and threw away the green bamboo cane. When it landed, it turned into a green dragon's vein. The ridge of the mountain rested on the edge of the hibiscus mountain, as if it had existed for thousands of years. Lu Chen turned to Lu Tai and smiled, "Don't underestimate me. I don't purposely target anyone. The only exception I made was for eldest senior brother. I had no choice but to go to the Fairy Pearl Grotto Heaven to be the villain. Other than that, there's no door to fortune or misfortune. It's just that. Back then I set up the fortune-telling stall in the small town. With the help of a customer I received a small fortune. That's why I revealed my intentions to Qi Jingchun. Of course Qi Jingchun saw it and understood it. Lu Tai said in a low voice, but when you want to scheme something, you can scheme against many people in one go. I'm not a Confucian disciple who likes to bind my hands and feet. On the contrary, I came to the human world so that I can stretch my body on that night boat. Lu Chen shook his head at Lu Tai. His eyes were filled with pity as he laughed. You don't even know this. What about Dao? What can you tell me about Dao? Look at you. You're born with the body of Dao. How rare is that? In the end, you're just a little immortal in this snail's shell. Is it really that carefree? As for your Yin spirit, I think it's better than your real body. If I knew this, I would have gone to find that person instead of you. Lu Tai's Yin spirit had already left his body and stayed in the Qingming world. Furthermore, it was connected by a thread. It allowed Lu Tai to know about the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land and the Qingming world at the same time. Lu Tai was only in the nascent soul realm, but he was not restricted by the two worlds. The body of the Dao fetus Yin Yang fish was so mysterious. It was close to what the Daoist ancestor said, knowing the world without leaving the house. It was similar to the two immortal realm cultivators in the Year Palace, Dragon Zhang Yuanbua in the cave and Jun Yuchou on the mountain. This was because the Yin spirit traveled to the inverted hanging mountain and followed the guardian of the year at the Stork Inn to plot a big secret. It was impossible to achieve this. The Yin spirit and the real body were separated by a world. They were no longer connected to each other and were almost equivalent to two people. Only when the Yin spirit returned to the body, the mind and the spirit would become one. Lu Chen continued, as for the so-called not prying into the heavenly Tao, no matter how good your aptitude is, you're still too far away. It's not enough to only know that you don't know what's good. What should we do? Lu Tai sneered, you don't have to worry. You should take care of Yu Muji's Tao heart. Lu Chen turned to look at Yu Zhini, who wandered around the blessed land for thousands of years. He smiled and comforted, you're still you and I'm still me. Let's part ways here. Not only you, the scholar Jing Huan is the same. Other than Wu Meng, the rest of the hearts are the same. Yu Zhini's face turned pale. When the stinky Daoist decided to name you as Yu Zhini, it proved that our old temple master had seen through the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have purposely sent the ancient sword from the lacquer garden to you. The old temple master liked to stare at the lotus cave above the blessed land and compete with my teacher. I've actually been watching him in the mortal world. Lu Chen snapped his fingers and destroyed the illusion of the chief's token, the lotus crown in Yu Zhini's Fengsuan object. You think you can't wear it? Is it actually wrong? Yu Zhini was speechless. He was sweating profusely. A suffocating feeling of emptiness filled Yu Zhini's heart like snow. Lu Chen stretched out his finger and pointed at Yu Zhini's forehead. Go to sleep. When you wake up, Yu Zhini will still be Yu Zhini. From now on you'll only be Yu Zhini. You'll be unaware of your gains and losses. Lu Tai's heart sank again. All of Lu Chen's words and his seemingly unrelated nonsense made Lu Tai feel extremely tired. In the Qingming world, there was a young female Taoist priest who fell in love with Lu Tai at first sight after meeting him. Of course, it was her wishful thinking. In fact, if both of them were to talk about their master's lineage, there was indeed a slight relationship. She was the only direct disciple that Lu Qi and Chao Jiu took in together in the Qingming world. Hence she was born in the Ci Pai blessed land. When both of them met, she was not even 20 years old and had only cultivated for a few years. She had been stuck in the Lu Tendon realm for many years before reaching the pure jade realm. This made her one of the top 10 young people in several worlds. A disciple should learn from her master. The great poet Lu Qilong was the great cultivator who turned the Lu Tendon realm, the third realm of Qi cultivator, into a retention realm. Although Haoran Jiaxing was the first Qi cultivator in the world to achieve such a magnificent feat, it was only after Lu Qi carefully analyzed this Tao and this move that the later generations of cultivators directly ascended to the Jade Pure realm in a single bound and became truly feasible. One of Lu Tai's two masters, the one other than Zhou Zi, was once a close friend of Lu Qi and Chao Jiu. Lu Tai followed the instructions of his master Zhou Zi. When he left the blessed land in the future, he needed to travel with his Yin spirit. As for where he would go and what kind of people he would meet, his master did not say. It did not matter, everything was up to fate. In his master's words, fate was made by the heavens and one had to seek his own fortune. The reason why Lu Tai traveled to the Ci Pai Blessed Land was because of a secret on the peak of the vast world. It was rumored that the ancient Yu Lao was flipping through a book called the Book of Marriage. At the very least, half of the book was most likely in Lu Qi's hands. This was also the reason why Lu Qi left the vast world quietly. Lu Tai's out-of-body Eames spirit was now in the Qingming world. He and the young lady named Lu Qilong opened a restaurant in a county city near the water. It was only 2 miles away from the fish market. Every morning Lu Tai would personally go and pick the freshwater fish. He would even personally cook them. As for the girl, since she did not need to cultivate, she was happy to earn money with Lu Tai. Even if they were not Dao companions, they were better than Dao companions. The Qingming world and the vast world had different customs and customs. There were many Dao officials at the foot of the mountain, and they were all in the imperial court. They mixed with the common people, which was why celestial masters were not hard to find. On the other hand, it was the rare delicacies that were sealed by the imperial court that were hard to find. Apart from that, at the ferry in the county city, there was a celestial fairy that was recognized by the dynasty. If a beautiful woman or a young girl in colorful clothes passed through this place, it would definitely cause a storm, and the strong wind and gravel would destroy the woman's makeup. This was also the reason why Lu Tai was willing to choose this place to stay. Lu Tai did not like girls who were too good-looking. Lu Chen came to the white jade couch and sat down. Lu Tai stood up and walked away. Lu Chen muttered to himself, "There are snakes in the south, fish in the north. As long as I am willing, I can break Chen Pinggan's Dao heart again and again, breaking his heart for thousands of years. However, what's the point of that? I'm just using my cultivation to suppress others." Even a young girl can say, "The great Dao should not be so small, let alone me. To be honest, I have many things to do and I'm very busy. For someone like you who comes from a rich clan and has outstanding talent, it's good that you rose to fame early and became famous early. However, it's even more difficult for someone who is a late bloomer. I've never believed in the saying of celestial beings. As long as one's Dao heart is sufficient, one is a Dao person." Lu Tai said slowly, "The human world is beautiful, the heavens and earth are dim and all things are clear. The great Dao has 100 transformations, and the perfected person can observe the heavens without doing anything." Lu Chen stood up and laughed. "You've finally said something that a Lu clan disciple should say. This trip was not in vain." Lu Tai seemed to have understood something and a flash of inspiration appeared. He laughed loudly as well. "Bluff? You've been deliberately mystifying me. If you can't bear to part with the heart 7 objects, you'll be going against your Dao heart. You might even drop in cultivation. This shows that you haven't truly seen through all 5 dreams. You clearly want the heart 7 objects to help you see through the dream realm one by one. Especially the dream of transforming into a butterfly. My master said that this dream is the most troublesome for you, because even you can't bear to wake up from it. That's why Qi Jingchun wasn't worried about these foreshadowing of yours and these seemingly incomparably profound methods of yours." Lu Tai shook his head. "I truly don't think you can shatter his state of mind. Finally, there's a descendant of my Lu clan with a brain that's a little like the ancestors." Lu Chen clapped his hands lightly and nodded with a smile. "Think about the methods of that white emperor city's Xingjuzhong. Think about the lives of the blessed lands in the world and think about carte blanche blessed land. Finally, have you ever thought that both you and I can fall asleep in a dream, dreaming of ourselves, dreaming of others, dreaming of all things? What if we're both in a dream right now?" Lu Tai shook his head, not saying a word. Lu Chen retracted his hands and said with a smile, "Remember, you must speak properly in the future. Especially when speaking to scholars, be more polite. Learn more from that Chen Pinggan that you're constantly thinking about. Look at his affinity with the elders, he's much better than you. I thought highly of him back then and even taught him how to write. Even if he doesn't acknowledge me as his teacher, I still acknowledge him as my disciple. When he reaches the Qingming Tian in the future, it'll definitely be very interesting, very interesting." Lu Chen suddenly struck a comical pose of a golden rooster standing on one leg. He stretched out a finger, pointed at the sky and shouted, "A dream of 1,000 autumns, the sword flies for 10,000 miles. The weather is dry, be careful of the candles." Lu Tai frowned. "Are you up to something?" Lu Chen retracted his hands and imitated the martial art of the marketplace, and struck a pose of qi sinking into his dantian. A long-awaited snowy night is indeed refreshing. Lu Tai had already completely recovered his state of mind and asked with a smile, "Ancestor, why don't you take Eugenie and Scram together? Why don't you take that Lu Chen with you? Take it as a meeting gift from this unfilial descendant to the ancestor." Lu Chen smiled playfully. A green robe and a yellow ribbon, they're actually quite compatible. Lu Tai's face was gloomy. Lu Chen sighed, "That's why you should study more in the future. Now Qin Pingon is much better at talking than you. If we were to compare him to the master ranking of Liju Grotto Heaven, he could even push Ma Lanhua from Apricot Blossom Lane, Widow from Mud Bottle Lane and Li Huai's mother down a rank. The small townspeople are simple and honest and indeed live up to their reputation. I've personally experienced it back then." An old man with a bamboo cane and straw shoes, followed by a servant boy carrying a box and a servant girl carrying a luggage bag. When she walked, there were sounds of bottles and jars passing through the door. The three of them arrived at the Deshwandu temple. The old man glanced at the eager servant boy and servant girl, and nodded slightly helplessly. The servant girl took out a long prepared visitation card from her sleeve and handed it to the disciple of the Daoist temple. It was made of ordinary green bamboo and written with ordinary ink, but there was no name written on it. Instead, it used thick ink and heavy brush to write a sentence. "My calligraphy can't be created." The Taoist nun with a sword on her back took the visitation card. Calligraphy wasn't her forte, but she looked to be quite strong. She used a straight blade and dripped ink. She flipped it over and over twice but still couldn't figure out the knack. She was stunned and could only confirm that it wasn't someone she knew from her temple. She could only politely say to the old man, "The Daoist temple is now closed to visitors. I'm sorry." Looking at the travel-worn old man, the nun couldn't bear to see him like this. "If you know the head of the temple, even if we've met from afar, I'll help to inform him. Other than that, there's really no way to enter the temple." The nun Chunwei's real name was Han Zhanran. She was a real Jade Pure Realm cultivator, and was the one who was instigated by Lu Chen to be the godmother of Jiang Yunxing in Green City. According to the words of the head of the temple, not just anyone could be the gatekeeper of the Deshwandu temple. She had to be a good-looking woman who could keep the guests, and also had to be someone who could fight and stop people. Looking at the old man's aura, he was a Dragon Gate cultivator. As for the attendant and maid, they weren't even cultivators. Of course, the old man could also be an unfathomable expert. However, in the Qingming world, even the third headmaster of the Beko Keikyung building didn't dare to barge into the Deshwandu temple. Thus no one took the realm too seriously here. The young man was overjoyed. He coughed and took out a pocket-sized scroll from his sleeve. He spread it open a little and revealed the words "West Garden Elegant Gathering" on the scroll. He reminded the woman in a low voice, "One of the 3 great elegant gatherings in the world is drawn by this scroll. Fairy sister should know that the person in the middle is my master." The girl muttered, "Master accidentally took the initiative. What are you showing off for?" The two of them made a bet on whether the Deshwandu temple had heard of their master's name. One relied on calligraphy while the other relied on the scroll. An old Daoist strode over the threshold and laughed heartily. He didn't bow to the Daoist sect, but cupped his fists with all his might. "Sorry for not coming out to meet you, sorry for not coming out to meet you. Your presence brings light to my humble abode, it brings light to my humble abode." The nun Chunwei was a little puzzled. What kind of person could make the head of the temple personally come out to meet him? The number of people in the Qingming world could be counted with 2 hands. The old Daoist priest grumbled to Chunwei, "My dear lady, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and accept the visiting card and the painting scroll, then prepare the brush and ink. Remember to bring the best Xian paper from Sandao's mountain, as well as the Xielong inkstone I borrowed from the New Year Palace. Didn't I accidentally lose it earlier? Today is an auspicious day, so if you go look for it again you might accidentally find it again. Also, the flower blossom brush I bought from 100 Flowers Blessed Land, as well as the calligraphy and painting boat inkstone. When the time comes, you can personally grind it by the side and add to the fragrance of a beautiful woman. You really don't have to feel wronged, it's a great honor. It's much better than running to White Jade Capital to be Lu Chen's godmother. Speaking of which, Zhanran, you have a good name. No wonder you have such good fortune today." Chunwei actually didn't need to do anything. When the old Daoist spoke, his hands were quick and his eyes were quick. He had already pinched the scroll between his 2 fingers. The maid held the other end of the scroll tightly, unwilling to hand it over. She had only taken it out to bask in the sun, not to give it away. The old Daoist's other hand was already holding the scroll, while the boy held the other end of the scroll with both hands. His body leaned back as if he was in a tug-of-war with the old Daoist. The boy had traveled half of the Qingming world with his teacher, but he had never seen such a shameless Daoist. The old Daoist stood at the edge of the stairs and smiled. "I'll just give these 2 items to Master Sunday." The maid and boy could only reluctantly let go of their hands and then retreated to their teacher's side. The old Daoist laughed and kept the scroll in his sleeve. This Suzy was too polite. Why did he have to give gifts when he came to visit? The 2 children looked at each other and then at the same time, looked at their teacher worriedly. They were worried that the old Daoist would really trick them into writing on the 3 pieces of Xian paper. However, the Xian paper from the Immortal Staff Mountain, the dragon ink stone from the Year Palace, the flower brush from the blessed land of 100 flowers, and the long-lost ink block from the calligraphy and painting boat were indeed rare when these 4 items were put together. Chunwei couldn't figure it out. Could it be the traveler from far away, the one who once left a shortcut for the cultivation of the mortal realm, Lu Qi? It didn't look like him. Rumor had it that Lu Qilong was young and handsome. He didn't look like the old Daoist in front of her. Could it be the hermit who followed the clues and came to find the child in the tiger hat? Within a few days, the Dexiandu temple had 2 group fights. Of course, one side was fighting alone and the other side was ganging up on. The key point was that the Daoist temple didn't know the reason for the fight after the fight. It was just that after the Daoist temple master gave the order, they just swarmed up noisily. The upper 5 realms brought the Earth Immortals to hold the line, and the Earth Immortals shouted for the lower 5 realms juniors to wave the flag and shout. When they returned, the little Daoists were one after another. They said that the Grand Master's punch was very powerful, and the Uncle Master's kick was very spiritual. However, they were not as heroic as the great Uncle Master's sword that pierced the groin. Chunwei was already used to it. After all, she went through it in the past. Similar to the great Uncle Master's sword that the little Daoists talked about, the Dexiandu temple had a total of 18 sword moves. Thinking back, when Chunwei was still a young girl, she inadvertently created one of the moves for her own temple. Daoist Sun sighed. "The heart is like a piece of wood that has turned gray, and the body is like a boat that is not tied. It's really good and wonderful. It's no wonder that Su Zi's writing is unparalleled in the world. Over here, to be honest, even the green words and green chapters that are our specialty are not as good as the scholars of the vast world. It's all the fault of the Baek Okekyung building for not living up to expectations." The Su Zi who traveled here smiled and did not answer. Chunwei was shocked. The Su Zi of the vast world. When did this person travel to the vast world? Why was there no news about him spread? The vast world was actually quite unfamiliar with the vast world. After all, Taoism was the most important thing here and the 2 sects were overthrown. For example, Chunwei only knew that this Su Zi was very knowledgeable. He was the master of the vast world Ci. Unknowingly, he had some competition with Bai Yi and Lu Qi. Especially Bai Yi and Su Zi, who were also in the vast world, the competition between them was even more obvious. However, as for the poems that Su Zi wrote, Chunwei did not know. Since there was no circulation in the vast world, she was not very interested. Daoist Sun clapped his hands and laughed. Meishan Su Zi Tianshui Bai Xian. Both in a foreign land, the mountains and water, Su Zi meets Bai Xian. My palm-sized Daoist temple is really a celebration and an honor. Su Zi said helplessly. You're exaggerating, Daoist Sunday. Daoist Sun looked unhappy. Su Zi, you're being too reserved. You're treating me as an outsider, right? Let's go and have a drink. Bring Bai Yi with us. His tolerance for alcohol is amazing now. Su Zi was dragged into the door by the old Daoist temple by his arm. He was afraid that the 3 pieces of rice paper, the dragon rest inkstone, and the flower blossom brush would not be useful. Daoist Sun was the unshakable 5th person in the vast world. He was the leader of the Daoist Sword Celestials. He was completely different from what was written in the landscape bulletin. He was profound in Taoism, strict in Taoism, and taciturn and a man of few words. Daoist Sun nagged. Bai Yi has a good tolerance for alcohol, but he's arrogant. He said that there was only one person in the world who could persuade him to drink. He did not say who the 5 people were. It's best if Su Zi is among them. Let's drink directly. If not, it's too much. We should drink more. Suzy knew that Bai Yi would never say such a thing. Among the scholars of the future, at least half of them liked Bai Xian or Zhou Xian more when it came to the Battle of Poems. It was only when Suzy personally wrote a copy of Bai Xian's poems that he expressed his admiration for Bai Yi that the situation took a turn for the better. He did not expect that there were still some admirers who admired Suzy. Since Suzy had spoken, they did not argue about who was better. They turned to praising Suzy's calligraphy. To put it bluntly, the reason why there were no authentic copies of Suzy's calligraphy was because Suzy's calligraphy was not good enough. They also admired Bai Yi very much. It was really difficult to find Bai Xian's calligraphy. Left with no choice, they started to criticize Suzy's calligraphy. They said that Suzy's calligraphy was like a toad being crushed by a rock. Otherwise, they would say that Suzy's calligraphy was terrifying. Since Bai Yi did not have many friends and was studying in seclusion on the island, he did not mind at all. However, Suzy, who had students all over the world, was annoyed. There was a rumor on the mountain that Suzy decided to bring along two of his book boys, Zhui Yulang and his maid, Dian Sunyang, to travel to a blessed place to hide. However, no one expected that Suzy would ascend to this world. Finally, in a blessed land that was not included in the 72 blessed lands, Shiyu Blessed Land, also known as Ci Pai Blessed Land, he found Lu Qi and Chaojiu, who had ascended to the heavens earlier than him. The female Taoist priest, Chunwei, and Suzy bowed. The old master, who was almost dragged over the door sill, could only smile and nod as a greeting. After passing through the door, Sun Daozhong called for Chunwei to come along. Then he directly used the supernatural power of shrinking mountains and rivers and brought everyone to a forbidden area of the Taoist temple. There was a thatched cottage surrounded by peach trees. There was a small pond in front of the door and a path was paved with green bricks. Sun Daozhong purposely isolated the heaven and earth, taking advantage of the fact that the child in the tiger hat and the two sword cultivators were not in a high enough realm. After all, in another 100 years such an opportunity would disappear. The young book boy carrying a backpack and the young girl carrying a large bag of pots and pans saw a child in a tiger hat and two young people. One of them was a fatty and the other was a piece of charcoal. The young girl's gaze was more focused on the cute child, while the young man's gaze was on the two young sword cultivators behind them. Although the two of them were the manifestation of their master's literary fortune, they were born with the supernatural powers of the earth immortals. They could also cultivate, but Suzy used a camouflage technique. At the same time, the three of them purposely suppressed their realms, pretending to be ordinary people and traveling on foot. In reality, the young girl Diansu was already in the nascent soul realm, a family cultivator. The young boy Chuyu was in the nascent soul realm, a sword cultivator. The two of them were skilled in retaining their youthful looks and they were not young anymore. However, the world's monsters, especially the rarely seen manifestation of literary fortune, as long as they did not have much experience in the world, and the less they were tainted by the mortal world, the less their minds would be enlightened. Chuyu asked Diansu with her thoughts, "Which one is Mr. Bai?" "Tubby. It's dark?" Diansu said casually, "Mr. Bai's poetry is invincible, it has nothing to do with his appearance." The child in the tiger head hat stood by the pond with his hands behind his back. The fat young man beside him was begging him to carve a seal for him, saying that he could show it off to Qin Pingon in the future. Before this, the fat man who was also cultivating in the Deshiendu temple had troubled this child a lot, begging him to teach him a few supreme sword techniques, but to no avail. He brought the 4 treasures of the study to ask for a few calligraphy pieces, but to no avail. Now he was satisfied with just a few words, but to no avail. Seeing that the child in the tiger head had ignored him, the fat man said that if Qin Pingon really came to ask Mr. Bai for confirmation in the future, Mr. Bai would neither nod nor shake his head. How about it? The child in the tiger head hat tugged at the ribbons of his hat, nodding in agreement. The dark-skinned young man sneered. The fat man immediately promised, "Dong Haitan, in the future with me protecting you in the Deshiendu temple, you won't have to worry about food and drink, and I won't let you leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Dong Huafu squatted down, gently throwing a stone into the pond. The fat man sat on the ground, biting on a grass root. He had accidentally mentioned his hometown, but he had nothing to say. Now, Dong Huafu's identity was with the Baek Okekyung building, but it was not recorded. The Daoist saint guarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi was one of the 12 buildings of the Baek-o-Kaekyung building, the city lord of Divine Firmament City. Therefore Dong Huafu did not hesitate. After the inverted hanging mountain ascended to the Baek-o-Kaekyung building, he chose to stay in Divine Firmament City to practice his swordsmanship without hesitation. Based on the old saint's last words, Dong Huafu had decided to stay in Divine Firmament City to cultivate the Tao and refine his swordsmanship. He did not acknowledge the Qingming world, nor did he acknowledge the Baek-o-Kaekyung building. Dong Haitan's trip this time was only to visit his friend. Because Fatty Yen had chosen to cultivate in the Dexiandu temple, the old temple master Sun Huaizhong saw the item close at hand and asked about fellow Daoist Chen's deeds at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old Daoist was very happy and was even more pleased with Fatty Yen. He boasted that his Daoist sect's sword Immortal lineage was invincible, and used all kinds of coercion and enticement. He managed to keep Fatty Yen, who was deliberately startling and supporting him in his own temple. It was only at that moment that Yenzhou understood Qin Pingan's good intentions. The threshold of this Dexiandu temple was actually very high. It was also where all the sword cultivators in the Qingming world yearned for. The old temple master Sun Huaizhong was famous for his eccentricity. Whether he liked someone or not, he never looked at superficial things like their realm, background, or backing. He only looked at whether there was affinity at first sight. Moreover, the old Daoist was the fifth person in the world. Back then, the 16 sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi ascended to the Qingming world through the inverted mountain. The leader was the old nascent soul Qin Quan, who carried a sword case wrapped in cotton cloth. In the end, Qin Quan chose the Lunar Palace, which was as famous as the Dexiandu Temple, as a place to stay. She became a consecrator and entered the sect's landscape register. However, like the other young sword cultivators, she did not join the Daoist register for the time being. Qin Quan then placed the sword case outside the stork brothel, on the dragon resting rock in the middle of a large river. Among them, there was a young sword cultivator who picked up a horsetail whisk handle from the city wall. He followed Dong Huaifu and chose to stay in Divine Firmament City. There were a total of 9 people and they all stayed in the Baek-o-Kaekyung building to cultivate. They scattered to the 5 cities and 12 buildings. The rest, like Qin Quan and Fatty Yen, chose their own places to stay based on their preferences. The Baek-o-Kaekyung building made an exception for this group of sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi and gave them a lot of freedom. When Qin Quan arrived at the Lunar Palace, she found out that the stork brothel in the inverted mountain, which had been open for 200 to 300 years, was related to the stork brothel of the Lunar Palace. That young manager was the guardian of the Lunar Palace, who was only under Palace Lord Wu Shuangjiang. However, unlike the other 4, there was no news about him. Apart from that, the inn's chef and servant all had the surname Yen. Moreover, they were all Yin deities who traveled the vast world to the inverted mountain. Among them, the young girl, who had the surname Yen Chuanhua, was Palace Lord Wu Shuangjiang's daughter. It was a small inn in the depths of an inverted mountain alley. As soon as he ascended, 2 immortals, 2 jade puddings. When Dong Huaifu followed Qin Quan to the Lunar Palace, Qin Quan wanted to talk business, so he and Fatty Yen strolled around. It would be a waste if they did not watch. After the inverted mountain moved to the Qingming world, someone from the Lunar Palace paid a huge price to buy all the buildings around the stork brothel. Immortal Zhang Yuanbo, whose Daoist name was Dragon in the Cave, used the mountain shifting technique to move everything to the vicinity of the stork brothel. Along the way, the 2 of them met a young girl with a bad temper. On the surface, she was exchanging pleasantries with Fatty Yen, but in reality she was hiding a needle in her silk floss. Fatty Yen laughed and pretended not to care. What kind of temper did Dong Huaifu have, and what kind of temper did Dong Huaifu have? He felt that this woman was already so old but still so petty. Dong Huaifu retorted, "What's the point of being arrogant about your stork brothel? If you're so capable, open it in Qin Pingan's hometown. Either you can't beat him or you can't beat him at all." He was confused. This was the worst thing about quarreling. The other party had clearly said something unpleasant, but she did not know what he was talking about. Of course, she knew about Qin Pingan. He was a frequent guest of the stork brothel, and later became the youngest hidden official in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. On the mountain, Jun Yuchio's Dao companion, the woman who changed her name to Nian Chuantiao, especially liked the look in the eyes of the young man with a sword on his back. She said that he was so clean that she could not bear to knock on his door in the middle of the night and ask if he wanted more blankets. Later, when she heard that Chen Pingon had mysteriously become a hidden official, the woman was filled with regret. She said that if she had known, she would have gone against her conscience and said that the brothel was haunted. She was afraid that someone would die, so she asked her sister to hide in the house. In the end, the three of them only bickered and did not really fight. They only arranged for a fight to be fought in the future. Dong Huifu was helping Chen Pingon make the appointment, and the woman agreed readily. Now that the two of them were at the Deshien temple, Dong Huifu and Yenzhou did not talk about their hometown. At most they talked about Ningyao, Chen Pingon, Xianxia and Daizhong. The two of them, Ningyao, Xianxia, Daizhong, Dongbud, Guizhujiu and Fandash. They traveled far and wide and scattered. But in fact, other than Chen Pingon, everyone had friends by their side. Bai was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, "What words do you want to carve? Have you thought about it?" Yenzhou probably did not expect Mr. Bai to agree to this at all. He raised his head and for a moment he was confused. Dong Huifu reminded him, "No matter how big a seal is, how big can it be? There are more words on a fan. The peach wood of the Deshien temple is very valuable. You are already cultivating here, so it is not difficult to make a fan. Besides, didn't you already hide a pile of peach wood, dead branches under your bed?" Yenzhou was so angry that he scolded, "Laozi pulled you to the ground to pick up branches. At most I can break some slender peach branches that are not easy to detect. We can do business together and split the profit 50-50. I didn't ask you to cut down such a big peach tree directly." Laozi had to move back and hide the tree with the roots. "These days I have been sleeping in fear. If that tree was not close to Mr. Bai's residence and no one noticed it for the time being, we would have been hung on the tree by that smiling tiger old Abby Dean. You don't know Master Sun's character. He is definitely the same kind of person as Chen Pingon." Dong Huifu crossed his arms. "Anyway, I think Master Sun is very kind and warm to guests. When we met, he asked me if Sister Jeanron was beautiful. When in Rome, do as the Romans do and tell him the truth. After that, Sister Jeanron smiled more every time she saw me." Yenzhou held his head with both hands. "Yes, yes, yes. Sister Chunwei, who is said to be round and fertile by you, can't use a sword to cut you a guest. I am now the official master of the Deshien temple. What should I do in the future?" Dong Huifu punched Yenzhu's arm and said, "Mr. Bai is still waiting for you." Yenzhou thought for a moment, scratched his head and said to Mr. Bai, "Why don't Mr. Bai just write it casually? I will go back later and make a peachwood fan and send it over." The child in the tiger head hat said, "Seal it and carve it." Just as Yenzhou was about to speak, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. A voice with a smile sounded behind him. "Yenzhou, it must be hard to carry such a big peach tree around. Don't look at the peach tree in our Deshien temple. It doesn't look tall or big. With so many obstructing branches, it must weigh at least a few thousand pounds. Why don't you let this poor Daoist rub your shoulders? Later I will make a few hundred fans to sell for money. Don't tire yourself and delay Master Yan's cultivation. It will make my heart ache. In the future, don't do this in the middle of the night. It is easy to accidentally bump into branches when walking in the dark. After that, you will mistakenly think that you were hit by a stick." Yenzhu's body tensed up and he looked like he was about to cry. Listen, is this something a human would say? Was this something that a venerable old Abby Dean should say? Bai also turned around and bowed to Suzy. Suzy did the same. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. Just like how Bai had never been to Mount Sui in the Central Plains, he had never seen Suzy in Maishan, who was not far from his hometown. As for Bai Xian's poetry, Bai had of course heard of it from the old Xiucai. What Bai really appreciated was not Suzy's calligraphy, but Suzy's character as a scholar. Even if it wasn't in vain, if it was someone else who was lucky enough to be born a few hundred years earlier than Suzy and walk on the same path as Suzy, Suzy would still be honest and write a post for that person. She would also belittle herself. Suzy was heroic, so his poetry, calligraphy were all outstanding. After thousands of years, his literary style, talent and strength of character were all awe-inspiring. On the other side, Yenzhu's body sank and his shoulders were crooked. He turned around and stood up. With wind under his feet, he went behind Priest Sun and massaged his shoulders smoothly. He asked flatteringly, "Elder, this is the technique that Chen Pingon taught me. Is the strength suitable?" Priest Sun sneered, "Nonsense. My fellow Daoist Chen is unyielding and his words are sincere. He speaks his mind. He is not a fence-sitter like you. Yenzhou was about to withdraw his hands. Unexpectedly, Priest Sun said angrily, "You have the strength to chop down the peach tree but not the strength to massage your shoulders? What a sissy. You're not cool at all." Dong Huafu suddenly said, "Chopping down the tree has nothing to do with me. I did not go out that night." Priest Sun smiled and nodded. He praised, "That is very much like fellow Daoist Chen." 742. Daoist Sun suddenly laughed heartily and said, "Great, Lu Qi and Leader Chao are here too. Zhang Ran, go and bring the two gentlemen here. By Xian and Suzy, you really have a lot of face. My Xiandu temple. What do you say, Master Yan?" Yenzhou answered, "Don't open for 3 years but open for 3 years." Nun Chunwei accepted the order and was about to leave when Dong Huafu suddenly said, "The old temple master personally went out to welcome Teacher Su, but let Sister Zhang Ran welcome Lu Qi and Chao Chao. Scholars tend to have their own ideas. They smile when they enter but curse when they leave." Daoist Sun stroked his beard and thought that Dong Haitan's words made sense. "Headache, what a headache. My legs are sore and I can't walk." Chunwei was a little hesitant. Lu Qi and Chao Chao were able to ascend from Haoren heaven and travel the Qingming world. They were worthy of being guests of the Xiandu temple. According to Dong Haitan's words, it would be inappropriate if the Grand Master favored one over the other. According to what the Grand Master and Grandmaster did in the past, it was simple. They pretended not to be here and left everything to their disciples. However, Suzy was here today, so the Grandmaster and Grandmaster seemed to be in an awkward position. At this moment, outside the Xiandu temple, there was a handsome young man in white with a broken willow hanging on his waist. He used celestial spells to inscribe countless words on the willow branch. It was Lu Qi, who was as famous as the master of Dragon Tiger Mountain at the foot of Haoren heaven. "Wherever there are demons there will be peachwood swords. Wherever there is well water there will be Lu Qi's words." 5 years of Huang Yu Haoren Lu Qi, leaving high and far away, singing softly, forgetting each other. Between the red and green flowers, Lu Qi, a white-clothed gentleman. Beside Lu Qi stood a black-clothed man. He had the face of a man in his 30s and his figure was slender. He was also elegant. He carried an oil paper umbrella on his back. Chao Chao, courtesy name Yuan Chong. This person was also the favorite of many girls on Haoren Mountain. In Haoren heaven, poetry had always been seen as a minor Dao. In short, it was the leftovers of poetry. As for music, it was even worse. Therefore, when Lu Qi and Chao Jiao arrived at Qingming Tian, they simply named the blessed land that they accidentally discovered as Shiryu Blessed Land. Other than self-mockery, it was not without accumulated feelings. This secret realm, also known as the Ci Pai Blessed Land, was uninhabited when it was first opened. The vast blessed land had been in the world for many years. Although it was not listed as one of the 72 blessed lands, it was a natural mid-level blessed land. However, there were still very few cultivators living in it. Lu and Chao seemed to treat the entire blessed land as a secluded residence, which could be considered an interesting conversation between immortals. The direct female disciple of the two masters was able to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, rising from the retained man realm to the unpolished jade realm. In addition to the two masters' teachings, she also had a unique blessing. The Xiandu temple was rather unusual today. It did not even have a gatekeeper. Just like that, the two guests who had come from afar were left hanging on the street outside. The young man in white smiled and said, "Yuan Chong, do you think the old temple master will show up today? Or, is there something wrong with his body?" There were close to 900 Ci Pai in the world. The young man in white alone created more than 140 of them. He opened up many paths for future poets. In this matter, even Suzy could not compare to him. The black-clothed man joked, "Whether he sees us or not, I am going to ask about his well-being." The white-robed Lu Qi was both a teacher and a friend to Team Chao. Their relationship was similar to Bai Yi and Lu Shouyo's visit to the mountains. The founder of the Xiandu temple, Sun Huizhong, had traveled the world twice. The first time he lent his sword to Bai Yi. The second time he was bored out of his wits in the Qingming world, so he decided to go on a long journey out of boredom. In addition, he also wanted to settle an old feud in the North Continent. During his travels, the old Taoist admired Meishan Suzy from the bottom of his heart. However, he did not have much of an impression of the two literary heroes who were also from the Haoren school of Cici. Therefore, even though Lu Qi and team leader Chao had lived in his world for many years, Sun Daoist did not disturb their peaceful cultivation. If it were Su Zi, the old Taoist master would have visited Ci Pai blessed land more than 10 times. In fact, when the old Taoist master was traveling the world, he did not like Lu Qi and team leader Chao. They dilly-dallied, hesitated, and rolled around in a pile of rouge. The old Taoist master hated Lu Qi and team leader Chao Yuancheng the most. Don't be fooled by Sun Daozhang's ordinary words. In fact, he had once said some elegant words. He said that in the hometown of literature, poetry was the first class of wealth and honor. When it came to poetry, one's family had already declined, but when it came to poetry, one's family had completely fallen into poverty. Fortunately, there was Su Zi in poetry. He was mighty and upright, a wonder of heaven and earth. He was immortal and divine. Other than that, Lu Qi and team leader Chao Yuancheng were nothing more than children and grandchildren who bent down to grind ink for Bai Xian and lowered their heads to serve wine to Su Zi. Once such harsh words were spoken, it was hard to take them back. Therefore, how could Sun Daoist master welcome Lu Qi and Chao Yuancheng? This made the old Taoist master feel embarrassed for the first time. In the past, Sun Daoist master thought that they would never interact with each other. He did not expect Bai Yi to come to the Taoist temple first, followed by Su Zi and Lu Qi and Chao Yuancheng. Dong Huafu winked at Fatty Yen. Yen Zhuo immediately tried to make up for his mistake. He said to the old Taoist master, when Qin Pingon was carving chapters for people, he mentioned Lu Qi and Chao Yuancheng's poetry to me. He said that Lu Qi's poetry was not as high as Mei Shan's, but it was enough to be called the origin of poetry. It should not be treated as words spoken after getting drunk. Mr. Lu put in a lot of effort and sincerely hoped that the lovers in the world would get married and that the flowers in the world would be beautiful and the moon round and people would live a long life. The most important part of Yuancheng's poetry was no longer the carving of words, but the use of deep emotions. It had the elegance of a lady from a noble family, but also the cuteness of a girl from a humble family. One of the lines, "The sound of weaving scares the flowers in the courtyard," was really whimsical. It was something that no one had ever thought of before. It was fresh, meaningful, and touching. It deserved to be called the flower of poetry. The old Taoist master smiled and nodded gently. Good, good, good. The origin of poetry and the flower of poetry were wonderful and deeply touched my heart. Fellow Daoist Chen's insight was indeed the same as mine. The old Abbey Dean quickly coughed a few times and corrected himself. To be honest, these words were spoken by fellow Daoist Chen when we first met in the North Continent. We traveled together and regretted that we didn't meet earlier. I was the first to express my feelings when I was drinking wine with fellow Daoist Chen and discussing about literature. I didn't expect that Master Hidden Official would use it for reference at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. What a good fellow Daoist Chen. Everywhere he goes, nothing grows. Forget it, I won't argue with fellow Daoist Chen over such trivial matters. Dong Huafu rolled his eyes. Chunwei asked, "What do you mean, Taoist master?" Did he ask her to welcome Lu Qi and Chao Yuancheng, or did he ask the Taoist master to welcome them personally? The old Taoist master stared at him and said, "Zhanran, what are you waiting for? Come with me to welcome Lu Qi and Chao Yuancheng. Is it the way of the gatekeeper of the Taoist temple to treat our guests? Who taught you this? Is it your master? Ask him to copy the Huangting Sutra 100 times with his special hairpin-style small regular script. Ask him to deliver the Huangting Sutra personally. Our Taoist temple lost the inkstone by accident. How can we not show our gratitude?" Chunhui agreed on behalf of her master without hesitation. After all, it was her master who had to work hard and it had nothing to do with her. At this moment, the old Abbey Dean had a well-thought-out plan. Without any hesitation, he took Chunhui out of the gate with the wind under his feet. Then he gave a sincere speech to the two grandmasters of poetry without missing a single word. Lu Qi and White smiled but did not say anything. Group leader Chao could not help laughing. Tianshui Bai Xian was destined not to say such words. Meishan Suzi had met the two of them before. They met at the blessed land of Shiyu and sang a lot of poems. Suzi played the flute and drank wine. He should not have said such words. Could it be that they had misunderstood Sun Daoist? Beside the pond in the thatched cottage, Suzi felt that the previous comments were quite interesting. He smiled and asked, "Mr. Bai, do you know who this Qin Pingon is?" Since the old Taoist master called him fellow cultivator Qin, could he be a hermit from Howren's hometown? Bai also habitually pulled at the ribbons of his hat and said, "He is the last disciple of the old elementary scholar. He is very young and very nice. Although I have never met Qin Pingon, the old elementary scholar talked about him non-stop in the fifth world." Suzy nodded. "Then I have to go and meet this young man when I return home." Bai shook his head. "If I am not mistaken, he is still at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It is not easy for Suzy to meet him." Suzy frowned and was puzzled. There are still people who can guard the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Didn't those sword cultivators ascend to the New World? Bai nodded. "Only Qin Pingon is left. He is the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He has been there all these years." Suzy smiled and said, "A young outsider can be a hidden official in the most exclusive Great Wall of Sword Qi? He can't just be the last disciple of the Sage of Literature." Dong Huafu said casually, "Qin Pingon has a small coin that he likes very much. The seal character seemed to be, Suzy's poems are like paintings." Qin Pingon swore that he would take it as a family heirloom. Bai sighed as well. The last disciple of the old scholar, Qin Pingon, could be said to be the epitome of the style of the old scholar. Suzy was surprised. Suzy was slightly surprised. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. In fact, he didn't have much of a relationship with the Sage of Literature. He didn't mind some things, but among his disciples, there were many people who complained because Xiu Hu had neglected their teacher when he was evaluating the level of the world's calligraphers. Xiu Hu, on the other hand, was very good at everything. Therefore, after a while, it was just like the battle between the White Fairy and Suzy, which made Meishan Suzy feel very helpless. So Suzy did not think that among the disciples of the Sage of Literature, there would be someone who sincerely praised his poems. Fatty Yen secretly gave Dong Huafu a thumbs up. This Dong Haitan never spoke nonsense. He only knew how to add the finishing touch. Bai asked telepathically, "Suzy, are you going to return to your hometown with Lu Chao?" Suzy nodded and said, "The three of us have the same idea. The peaceful atmosphere and thousands of poems are just icing on the cake. In these troubled times, we can learn from Mr. Bai and go to the Fuyao continent together." When he said the word junior, the bearded Meishan Suzy looked at the child beside him with a tiger head hat. He could not hide his smile. Bai nodded and said, "A little Howren Chi can speed 1,000 miles. Suzy's return this time is indeed a good poem." After Lu Qi and Chao Jiao appeared, they immediately bowed to Bai. As for the image of a child in a tiger head hat, it did not hinder their respect for Bai Xian. Bai also bowed in return. In Bai's heart, Lu Qi and Chao Jiao were inferior to Suzy on this journey. In fact, team leader Chao held Bai in high esteem, almost to the point of no return. Chao Jiao even specially engraved a book seal for his own use. It was the 4 words by Xianxia Yu. He also solemnly imprinted it on the title page of his own poetry collection. So it was hard to imagine that team leader Chao would be so reserved just because he saw a person. Team leader Chao looked at Bai Yi, who was fascinated by him, and blushed. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Fatty Yen and Dong Haitan were confused. Why was this guy so agitated after seeing Mr. Bai? Therefore, a scholar like Bai Yi was free wherever he went. Bai Yi met the ancients and sages. Even if the ancients and sages saw him, Bai Yi was still the one and only Bai Xian throughout the ages. Daoist Sun looked at the 4 of them and said, "Today at the gathering of peach trees in Xiandu Temple, White Fairy Suzy, Lu Xia Yuan and Chao Huazong are here. It's not inferior to the gathering of the 4 celestial swords. It's a blessing for the Daoist temple and the world. If I don't use the steely rubbing technique to leave this painting for the future generations, I will be a sinner." Bai also turned to look. The old Daoist immediately laughed and said, "Brother Bai, you don't have to worry. You still look like a 14th level Howren Bai. There's no need for Brother Bai to say anything more. This old Daoist is the most experienced. I will definitely wait for more than 100 years before the Xiandu Temple tells others about this." Big Beard, Suzy, Lu Qi and Chao Jiao all reminded the old temple master at the same time, 1 each. The old temple master complained to them, "I am not a fool. How can I make such a mistake?" Yenzhua and Dong Huafu said telepathically, "What if Qin Pingon is here?" Dong Huafu thought for a while and said, "Flattery is the key. Mr. Bai's poem, Lu Qi's lyrics, Chao Jiao's painting, Suzy's ink and the old temple master's seal. None of them can escape." Young Family Drugstore. Li Lu left Lady Qingzhong in Lushui pit on the sea and let this Ascendant Realm Great Demon continue to take care of the bridge in the sea that connected the two continents. Li Lu returned to his hometown alone and found Old Man Yang. The old man took big puffs of tobacco and frowned. His old face was full of wrinkles. There seemed to be too many stories hidden in it and he had no intention of telling anyone. Clouds and mist surrounded the whole drugstore. Even Cui Dong couldn't spy on this place. Li Lu asked, "Has Lady Gui been here?" Old Yang nodded. Lady Gui in Old Dragon City was an old friend of the Moon Palace. She was different from those reincarnated gods. As the purest descendant of the Moon Palace, she didn't fall into the same situation as those ancient gods in Martial Mountain because of the Sage of Right's plea in the early years. She was not imprisoned by the Central Military Ancestral Court despite her special identity. Therefore, for thousands of years, Lady Gui had been watching the ups and downs of the world coldly. The good and bad of the world had nothing to do with her. However, the last time Lady Gui visited here, she was accompanied by old Zhou Xian, Lu Chen's unnamed eldest disciple. He seemed to have met a green-robed scholar named Bai Jun in the capital of Dali and was beaten up for no reason. Old Zhou Xian probably recognized the other party's true identity and scolded him a lot. He was not afraid at all. "Anyway, you can beat me to death if you have the ability." Moreover, old Zhou Xian still adhered to the old rule that used to be famous in the world. He only used his mouth and not his hands. Li Lu asked again, "What about her?" Old Yang said, "Wan Xiu is different from you. It doesn't matter if she comes or not." Li Lu changed the topic. "You don't seem to have left this place. Don't you want to make an exception for Li Huai? At least we can see each other one last time." His younger brother Li Huai and Li Lu's mother were both ordinary people. It was just that the latter was a headache for the old man, while the former was doted on by Old Man Yang. Therefore, some illusory matters of fortune and destiny were really like a joke to Li Huai. Old Man Yang threw all of it to Li Huai, this brat. The old man was like an old man in his twilight years who knew that his time was up. He treated Li Huai as his own junior. Other than that, Li Er Jing Dafeng as well as the new direct disciples Su Dian and Shi Lingshan, even including the previous batch of disciples, such as the two old ancestors of the Chao and Yuan families who became the subjects of the Great Li's resurgence, even Wan Xiu, Li Lu and Ma Kushuan, none of them had anything to do with Li Huai. Compared to them, it was precisely because Li Huai was not in the situation that old Yang gave him opportunities and blessings, not burdening him at all. Since there were people with good lives, there would be people with bad lives. It had been like this since ancient times and it would still be like this for thousands of years. Old Yang shook his head and said, "What's there to say? I've already said what needs to be said." Although he said that, Li Lu could clearly feel the old man's sadness. It was as if the most ordinary old man in a small family would regret not being able to see the future of his grandson with his own eyes. However, the old man's arrogance made it difficult for him to say anything. Li Lu sat on a long bench outside the room and tried to accompany the old man as much as possible. Old Yang smiled and said, "Finally, there's some humanity." Li Lu crossed his fingers and looked up at the sky. On the ancestral mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, the sect master Wan Jiao personally cooked a large table of dishes. His daughter Wan Xiu, disciples Dong Gu, Su Xiaoqiao, Xieling and Lu Xianyang were all present. After the sect built an abode on the mountain top of the old mountain, they rarely had the chance to gather together like this. Lu Xianyang attentively served Master Wan food while turning to Wan Xiu and said with a smile, "Miss Xiu, food is everything." Wan Xiu smiled and picked up her chopsticks quickly. Dong Gu and the others actually admired Lu Xianyang as their junior brother on the landscape register. He dared to say and do anything in front of their master. Lu Xianyang even dared to make fun of their master, Wan Jiao, who was a woman who sold wine in a small town. If it were Dong Gu and Su Xiaoqiao, they wouldn't dare to be so bold. In fact, according to the order in which they entered the sect, Lu Xianyang, who was temporarily borrowed by the Mellow Qin family of the South Sa continent, should be their senior brother. However, the lazy Lu Xianyang really didn't mind this, so they didn't say anything. Lu Xianyang guarded the blacksmith shop alone outside the mountain. He was really idle. Other than taking a nap on the bamboo chair under the eaves, he often squatted on the bank of the Dragon Whisker River and threw a big bag of leaves into the water one by one. He watched the small boat float away with the water. Often he would stand on the shore alone and perform a series of fierce punches. Then he would shout a few times and stomp his feet. He would make a ruckus and say something like, "Thunder under my feet," or "Rain and water coming over the river." He would put on an act and form a sword seal with one hand while holding his wrist with the other hand. He would recite a few words in a serious manner and make the leaves floating on the surface of the water stand up one by one. Then he would recite a few words that were like a leaf flying over the waves. After eating on the mountain, Xianxia burped all the way down the mountain. When he returned to the shop by the river, it was already night. When he passed by the small town, he heard the sound of the night watch. There were 5 watches in the night, but Xianxia heard the first watch in the evening. The watchman patrolled the night to remind people to work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Actually, the small towns of Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past did not pay attention to this. In the end, he saw a friend sitting on a bamboo chair and drinking. It was the supervisor of kills, Xianxia, who came from Chong-Er Street in Dali's capital. Out of all of Xianxia's friends, he was probably the most senior official. Xianxia jogged over eagerly. Supervisor Chao bent over and picked up a jug of alcohol by his feet. He had originally left it for Xianxia, so he tossed it over gently and smiled. "If I had appeared 15 minutes later, I would have left without saying goodbye." Xianxia caught the alcohol and sat to one side. He smiled. "You've been promoted?" Xianxia nodded and rubbed his cheeks hard. He said helplessly, "You can say that. I'm still a neighbor of that Yuan guy. As soon as I think about that door god's face that never wavers from joy, anger, sorrow, or joy since young, I feel annoyed." Over all these years, Supervisor Chao had always been Supervisor Chao. The guy who had gone from District Magistrate Yuan to Provincial Governor Yuan had already been promoted last year. He had left the bureaucracy of the Dragon Province and gone to the government office of the 6 ministries in Dali's auxiliary capital, becoming the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Many large empires would often establish auxiliary capitals, and the rank of the government office in the auxiliary capital would be reduced by a rank at most. As a matter of fact, the rank of the officials in the auxiliary capital would be the same as in the capital. Most of them were places where the elderly nobles retired. They would be sent out of the capital with the excuse of auxiliary capital affairs. They would go to the auxiliary capital to take up a post with an honorary title, or some officials in the capital would be demoted. The imperial court was basically trying to preserve their dignity as much as possible. However, the Dali dynasty was obviously different. Whether it was the geographical location of the auxiliary capital or the allocation of officials, they all demonstrated the great reliance the Song clan placed on the auxiliary capital. Of the 6 ministries in the auxiliary capital, apart from the ministers who were still composed and old, the other assistant ministers were all young, strong officials like Yuan Jingding. And the various ministries in the auxiliary capital possessed tremendous authority. In particular, the position of Minister of War in the auxiliary capital was directly taken up by the Minister of the capital of Dali. As a matter of fact, it was not even what the officials in the imperial court had expected, which was to hand over this position to some newly promoted general. It was only said that the authority of the Ministry of War to submit petitions and select officials had actually moved south from the capital of Dali to the auxiliary capital. The position of the first ever chancellor of the Imperial College in the history of the auxiliary capital was taken up by the headmaster of the Linlu Academy on the cloud-parting mountain in the north. Xianxia said mentally, "I found some new clues regarding your and your friend's life-bound porcelain." Xianxia nodded and took a sip of alcohol. "I owe you a favor." Over at the shop in the Dragon Rider Alley, Shiro hummed an incomplete ballad passed down from the kingdom of Gushu. White clouds in the sky, hills appear naturally, the road is long and far between the mountains and rivers, the generals do not die, they can still come back. Now there was an additional assistant in the shop. He could speak but did not like to speak, like a little mute. When there were no customers, the child liked to sit alone on the doorstep in a daze. Shiro liked it and she never bothered him. Every day, other than practicing a fixed amount of punches and stances, the child also had to copy books like Pei Qian, who had learned from half a master. However, the child was stubborn. He would never punch more than once, walk more than once, and was unwilling to write more than once when he copied books. He was just doing it half-heartedly. When Pei Qian returned, he could exchange the punches and paper for money. As for the papers, they were all thrown into a bamboo basket by the child nicknamed Aman every day. After the bamboo basket was filled, it was all moved to the large wicker basket in the corner. When Ro was cleaning the room, she bent over and glanced at the bamboo basket a few times. The earthworms crawled and twisted. Her handwriting was far worse than Pei Qian's when he was young. Ro liked this kind of peaceful life very much. In the past, when she looked after the shop alone, she would occasionally feel that it was too lonely. With the addition of little Aman, it was just right. There was more life in the shop, but it was still quiet. Nowadays, the small town was bustling with merchants. Ro liked to buy books and books to pass the time. They were stacked neatly on the counter. Occasionally, little Aman would flip through a few pages. Today, the shop's business was average. Ro and Aman read their own books together. The child stood on a small stool and even had to stand on his tiptoes. The child suddenly moved the book a few inches horizontally and reached out to touch the page. Ro turned her head to look. It was a sentence from a wise person in the book. At the beginning of man, the world is connected and man is connected. In the morning, in the evening, the sky and man, in the morning, in the evening, in the evening. Ro smiled. However, she felt that it was inappropriate. She knew how she looked now. Ro quickly restrained her expression and explained softly to the child. Those immortals who went to the mountain to cultivate immortal skills all believe that a long, long time ago, the world was connected and the immortals lived together. How should I put it? For example, it's similar to how we visit houses in the market. However, some houses have high thresholds, like the small town's Fortune Street in Peachleaf Alley. Ordinary people can't go there easily and no one will answer when they knock on the door. However, in our Riding Dragon Alley, the threshold is naturally not high. However, where and what is the path that connects heaven and man is passed down in the books. Some say it's an ascension platform, some say it's a big tree, some say it's a mountain. In any case, there's no accurate description. The child nodded. He seemed to have understood. On the mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Wan Xiu walked to the edge of the mountain peak alone. She leaned back and fell down the cliff. She looked at the words carved on the cliff one by one. 743. At dusk, in a small country in the Aquarius continent in Qingyuan Prefecture Xianyu County, a young Daoist who had been traveling around came to a dojo. He claimed to be good friends with dojo master Su. The young Daoist wore a pair of clean cloth shoes. He held a green bamboo walking stick and carried a sword case on his back. The hilts of 2 long swords were exposed. One of them was made of peach wood. He carried a package on his back. The dojo's gatekeeper recognized the peachwood sword. The storyteller on the Heavenly Bridge had said that whenever a Daoist went down the mountain to travel, regardless of whether they were from Mount Longhu or not, they liked to carry a peachwood sword on their back. The gatekeeper was a disciple who had just joined the martial arts club a few years ago. Because the outside world had not been peaceful in recent years, he had asked for a customs clearance document from the other party. In fact, this disciple did not know many characters and was just putting on an act. Nowadays, when foreigners traveled to the county, whether they rented a carriage, donkey, or stopped at an inn, they would be carefully checked by the bailiffs and patrolling officers. Therefore, it was not the turn of a disciple of the martial arts club to check on them. The gatekeeper returned the customs clearance document and said that he would go and report. The young Daoist nodded with a smile and waited patiently. This cross-continent trip to the south was more or less like this in the Aquarius continent. Not to mention that the cultivators on the mountain were wary of everyone, even the commoners at the foot of the mountain were very cautious. For example, when the night watchman patrolled the county cities at night, the yamen would arrange people to follow the night watchman to prevent criminals from running around and committing crimes. In addition, the doors of the civil and military temples and the city god temple were all open at night. This was because the imperial court had already ordered that all the local ancestral temples had to ensure that incense burned continuously. The local yamen at all levels specially sent people to roll the grave to offer incense. The commoners who had to wake up in the middle of the night had some complaints, but it was actually just trivial chit-chat. There was no resentment. After all, every household had their turn every few days. In addition, the rich people in the county cities also took turns to open supper shops. They would not let the commoners make a wasted trip. Some poor and lonely families actually liked the way the yamen did this. Therefore, they burned incense at night to show their sincerity. Every day there would be old teachers from the school as well as scholars and scholars running around. In addition, there were elders from the ancestral temples of various families and even some old people who were 70 years old. They all held crutches and helped to calm the commoners. In general, they all said that the war outside was very fierce, but as long as they won from the Song clan to their own imperial court, there would be subsidies in terms of taxes. The emperor had issued official documents and would not bully anyone. Therefore, as long as they survived, it would be a good day that came once in 100 years. Therefore, if anyone dared to disobey the rules, not only would they be punished by the nation's laws, the Yaman's laws and the ancestral temple's laws would also be punished and their names would be removed from the family tree. The commoners might not know about the nation's laws, but the family tree's laws, especially the severity of removing one's name from the family tree, was naturally clear to everyone. Xianxia quickly walked to the gate and saw the young Daoist outside. She laughed heartily and stepped over the threshold. She pressed on Zhang Shanfeng's shoulder and slightly increased her strength. "Good fellow, your bones are so strong that you can almost catch up to Brother Su." The dojo's disciple who acted as the gatekeeper was a bit puzzled. His master had not been this happy in a long time. His master had a wide range of friends and liked to spread his wealth. There were many guests who came to the dojo to eat and drink. However, some of the laughter came from his master's mouth. Many people in Jianghu treated their guests like this. However, today's laughter seemed to come from his master's eyes. Su Yuanxia hugged Zhang Shanfeng and lightly patted the young Daoist back a few times before letting go. She took a few steps back and nodded. "You still look good. You are half as handsome as Brother Su when he was young." Seeing Su Yuanxia, who he had not seen for a long time, the young Daoist was momentarily speechless. On the mountain, he was used to his master's and senior brother's appearances not changing. When Zhang Shanfeng looked at the old man in front of him, Zhang Shanfeng's expression suddenly became absent-minded. He saw that the old man's back was straight. His hair was gray and he even shaved his beard. He almost could not recognize him. The young Daoist, who still looked the same as before, remembered that the bearded hero in front of him was unknowingly already half 100 years old. This was the difference between a martial artist at the foot of the mountain and a refinement master on the mountain. If a pure martial artist could reach the 3 realms of qi refinement, he could barely maintain his appearance. However, if he could not reach the golden body realm, his appearance would gradually age and be no different from the common people. His hair would also decline and his hair would turn white. Zhang Shanfeng collected his thoughts and gave a fist salute. "Brother Su." Su Yuanxiao pulled Zhang Shanfeng over the threshold and grumbled softly, "Shanfeng, why are you alone? If that kid doesn't come, I won't be able to drink anymore." Zhang Shanfeng said helplessly, "I took the Hemp Sex ferry this time and needed to pass by the Oxhorn Mountain crossing. In the end, I didn't see Chen Pingon at Luapa Mountain. The last time he went to the North Continent, I happened to not be on the mountain." Su Yuanxia comforted him. "It's okay. Don't force it. You are still young." Speaking of this, Su Yuanxia laughed. Still young. After Su Yuanxia returned to her hometown, she opened this martial arts school. Actually, the Su family was the most powerful family in the county. However, Su Yuanxia had left home for too long and was from a side branch, so she could be considered to be independent. The martial arts school was run on a small scale. After so many years, it did not produce any particularly talented disciples. The direct disciples of the martial arts school did not take in any more disciples. The business was not bleak, but it did not make a name for itself in the pugilistic world. However, this unremarkable martial arts school was not that simple in the pugilistic world of this remote country, especially in the eyes of those who were observant. This was because there were rumors that Master Su, who was not proficient in fist techniques, knew a few immortal masters on the mountain. Moreover, when Master Su was in the army, he had accumulated a few dispensable relationships with the officials. Su Yuanxia was actually quite annoyed by this nonsense. What relationship did she have with the imperial court? Her fist techniques were not proficient. In any case, she was a 6th realm martial artist. That was not bad. However, she could not blame outsiders for making groundless accusations. In reality, after Su Yuanxia returned to her hometown, she did not take the realm of martial artists seriously. Not only did she deliberately hide the level of her fist techniques, she did not even say a word about breaking through to the 6th realm. Otherwise, a 6th realm martial artist in the pugilistic world of a remote country like Su Yuanxia's hometown would be considered the top of the pugilistic world. As long as they were willing to open their doors to welcome guests and build a good relationship with the sects on the mountain and the imperial court, they would even have a chance to become the leader of a pugilistic world. However, the smaller the place, the more powerful the fist techniques. the more grudges there would be in the pugilistic world. Human relationships were the most annoying. Xianxia secretly wrote a travel book on mountains and rivers. She deleted and added, but she never found the bookseller to print it. Her life's heroism was wasted in wine. She would leave it to the pugilistic world she had walked through in the past. Only when she reunited with a true friend would this bearded swordsman, who had walked through mountains and rivers alone, truly want to drink. At the wine table, when a pro-disciple of the martial arts club brought wine to Xianxia, he felt a little strange. In fact, his master had not drunk much in recent years. Occasionally he drank wine, but it was only a small sip. Most of the time he drank tea. Zhang Shanfeng's gift was a few cans of tea. He had bought them at a ferry called Anji. Beside the ferry was a Jingguang temple. The tea trees in the temple were as white as jade and the veins were green. The price was not expensive. When Xianxia accepted the tea, she could not help but laugh. What a coincidence. Nowadays she really liked drinking tea. The tea was produced in Anxi, which was close to her hometown in Xianyu County. It was not a fairy's tea. Anyone with a little money could buy and drink it. Later she would let Qin Pingon pick the tea to drink. Whether it was Anji or Anxi, they were all good tea with good names. Thinking back to the past, appearance, drinking capacity, fist techniques, knowledge. Qin Pingon did not compete with Xianxia and Zhang Shanfeng in anything. Only in the matter of names, Qin Pingon wanted to compete. He insisted that his name was the best. Brother Su, why are you still single? That's outrageous. Zhang Shanfeng took a sip of wine and joked. In the past, the three of us agreed that when you return to your hometown, find a beautiful girl, marry a wife and have children, you have to recognize me and Qin Pingon as your godfathers. Of course you have to have a daughter. Then you have to have 2 sons. One will learn the Dao techniques of the outer sect of Longhu Mountain from me, and the other will learn fist techniques and sword techniques from Qin Pingon. Xianxia rolled her eyes and continued drinking. She did not persuade Zhang Shanfeng to drink more. Persuading others to be heroic at the drinking table was not a heroic act. I also wanted to, but it was delayed again and again. Shanfeng, your drinking method is so scholarly. Do you think it's drinking tea? You're not even as good as Qin Pingon. To hell with being a heroic person at the drinking table. What was the point of drinking without persuading others? Xianxia was drunk and Zhang Shanfeng was also drunk. After Xianxia heard some rumors about Zhang Shanfeng, she sighed and said that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a place where kindness and hatred were distinguished. It was the home of revenge and was definitely not a place to hide evil. Zhang Shanfeng raised his wine bowl and said that he could accompany Brother Su to drink. Zhang Shanfeng suddenly asked Xianxia how old Qin Pingon was now. The drunk Xianxia shook her head and said that she could not remember clearly. They could also drink first. Xianxia, who was no longer a heroic person with a big beard, was completely drunk in front of the table. She looked out the door and muttered, I want to buy osmanthus flowers to drink with me, but I'm no longer a youth. I'm old. Where's the youth? Zhang Shanfeng lay on the table and burped with drunken eyes. Don't be careless. The next time we meet, Qin Pingon will be taller than us. Flowers will bloom again year after year. People are no longer young. Everyone is like this. Only a cup of wine with the spring breeze could never be enough. A round-faced girl in cotton clothes passed by the Tiefu River and walked to the Longshu River. She found many leaves in the water. She finally saw a man squatting by the river, scattering leaves to make a boat. He seemed to be in his early 20s, but because he was a cultivator, his true age definitely exceeded that. Xianxia turned around. When he saw the unfamiliar girl, he immediately smiled resplendently. He stood up quickly and began introducing himself. My surname is Xianxia, a native of Dali. I've been studying diligently since I was young. Although I still don't have scholarly achievements, I've read tens of thousands of books and traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. My ambitions are great and I have a small family fortune. I have an ancestral home in a small town and the location is excellent. This unfamiliar round-faced girl looked a little confused. Did she not understand what he was saying, or did she not understand him at all? She was not a native of Dali? Was that why she did not understand official language? Sure enough, the girl asked, where is this? The great words of the world. Xianxia mistook her for the fairy from another continent who had traveled through the Aquarius continent. In the current Aquarius continent, there were many young Qi practitioners from other continents who were looking for opportunities to travel the world. As the ruins of the old Li Pearl paradise, the Dragon Province was obviously a place they had to choose. When Lu Xianyang left home to study when he was young, he had already seen the pavilions of immortals along the way. Beautiful women stood alone and ribbons drifted into the distance. He had seen quite a lot of similar immortal sights. After seeing a lot of them, they did not seem like much. The scenery was extremely beautiful, but it was all someone else's. However, when the round-faced girl in plain clothes before him spoke softly, or when she blinked her large watery eyes, it was still rather pleasant to hear. Lu Xianyang answered with a smile, "The Aquarius continent, the Dragon Province." The girl was stunned. Why had she come to the Aquarius continent? It just happened to be the place she did not want to come to the least. He was Kuyu. Earlier, on the Peach Leaf Ferry of the Tongye continent, she had been imprisoned in that person's sleeve for no reason. In the sleeve of mountains and rivers, Kuyu had just cooked a pot of immortal rice, but before she could even eat it, she discovered she had seen the light of day again. Then she had been thrown onto an unfamiliar mountain for no reason. All she could do was ask if the pot of rice could be returned to her. There was no reply at all, so Kuyu could only follow the path under her feet and wander around casually. She passed by a bustling town where the three rivers converged, all the way until she arrived here. That was because there was a mountain here where the moonlight seemed to be naturally denser. It was not an ability or technique that immortals used to gather the spiritual chi of the world, so Kuyu was rather curious. Kuyu said, "I'm Yu Qianyue. I come from the Central Plains." The round-faced girl in cotton clothes was rather satisfied with her sudden inspiration. This was the astuteness and experience that one should have when roaming the Jianghu. Lu Xianyang praised, "Lady, that's a great name." Kuyu hesitated and asked, "Are you a scholar?" Lu Xianyang also hesitated. With a sincere expression he said in a low voice, "You can't be." Originally he had thought of quite a few sayings, such as something about living a life wrapped in coarse cloth and having a scholarly aura. It seemed there was no need for that. She could be, right? She was worthy of being a scholar. Then she definitely was. Kuyu turned around and left. She planned to find a secluded mountain and cook. It would be best if no one could see her. Lu Xianyang eagerly followed. He was 4 or 5 steps away from the round-faced girl, not daring to be rude. He walked sideways. "Lady Qianyue, it's only a few steps away. Are you sure you don't want to take a look at our Huaihuang County? There's a good place in Dragon Rider Alley called the New Year Shop. The pastries are so delicious that you can eat them as rice, and the price is also cheap." Kuyu shook her head. Lu Xianyang could only stop. Kuyu suddenly frowned and asked 3 questions in one breath. "Lu, young master, have you heard of Luopa Mountain? Is this place far from Luopa Mountain? It's not close, right?" Lu Xianyang nodded and said, "It's not close." Qin Pingan's Luopa Mountain really wasn't close to the blacksmith shop by the river. Kuyu let out a sigh of relief. In the end she didn't let Lu Xianyang follow her. She planned to go to the small town. She had some immortal money and gold and silver on her. She didn't speak the official language here. In any case, she just needed to pay more to buy things. As for the New Year shop in Dragon Rider Alley, she definitely wouldn't go there. However, she still wanted to take a look at that mountain from afar. Lu Xianyang did not bother this Lady Qianyue who had come from afar too much either. He only reminded her not to travel with the wind here, as there were rules, and they were set down by an old-fashioned blacksmith. Kuyu thanked the young man with the surname of Lu sincerely. Obviously she would not travel with the wind so easily. This place called the Dragon Province was far too mystical. The spiritual chi of the mountains and rivers was far too abundant. Coupled with the fact that it was not a large territory, there were actually so many flourishing temples of gods gathered together. If she were in the Tongye province, Kuyu would not have been so afraid. She would mind her own business. If anyone really wanted to provoke her, she would not mind returning the favor. As long as it was not someone with a screw loose in the head like Jiang Shangzhen, she was not afraid of anyone. However, in this tiny and strange Aquarius province, Kuyu felt like she would never be safe anywhere. If it were not for the fact that Kuyu was a pure demon, she definitely would have been tossed aside somewhere, standing there without moving at all. Lu Xianyang returned to the shop and continued to doze off on the bamboo chair under the eaves. His mind wandered. Kuyu strolled around the town casually before going to the mountain with the most moonlight. At the entrance to the mountain, she came across a little water monster that she took a liking to as soon as she laid eyes on it. The little girl in black carried a small bamboo chair and sat under the archway of the mountain entrance. On the other side of the archway was a small golden carrying pole and a green bamboo walking stick. It was as if the little girl wanted to be a gatekeeper together with this fellow. The little girl in black patrolled the mountain by herself twice a day in the morning and night. After rushing along the way, she would hurry over to the entrance to the mountain to keep watch. Yumi swam to the north continent, while Pei Qian returned home and descended the mountain. As a result, the big water monster of Mute Lake no longer seemed to be a gatekeeper for anyone early in the morning. She patrolled the mountain by herself every day. However, she got Jingqing to go to the vassal mountains like Gray Mist Mountain and Yellow Lake Mountain. She picked a flower and tree from each of them and planted them on Luapa Mountain. Why could White Cloud fly without cultivating? Would it be tiring for the stream to run so far? When the wind blew through the treetops, would the leaves wake up? Fish eat lotus flowers. The mountains and rivers are fine. Last, the world is peaceful. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. However, the current Zhou Mili had a little worry that she was too embarrassed to tell Sister Nuanshu about. Because the incense stick little one who did the roll call on time was furious. She said that she didn't know what was going on. Someone actually said that the guardian of Luapa Mountain was actually just a little water monster in the cave abode realm. Zhou Mili didn't get angry. At that time she just scratched her face and said that her realm wasn't high to begin with. However, after that, when she met Sister Nuanshu and Jingqing, she would still chatter non-stop. However, when she was alone, the little girl in black no longer liked to talk to herself. She became a little mute who liked to scratch her face and scratch her head. In the past, the little girl would go to the old chef and say that she had learned a peerless fist technique from Pei Qian. Since he was taller, he would let her have 3 moves first. After that, she would call it a day and run away. The current little Mili would often look at the few piggy banks. She, Pei Qian, and Sister Nuanshu each had their own little white porcelain banks. The current Longzhou kiln was no longer the imperial tribute of the Song clan. It was famous at the foot of the mountain. In the past, Zhou Mili counted the days with her fingers. Now she counted the years with her fingers. Therefore, Zhou Mili began to practice calligraphy. She cut out the red paper of the Spring Festival couplets and wrote some small notes like spring, summer, autumn, and winter for season's peace. She stuck them on the piggy banks one by one. Therefore, at this moment, little Mili was secretly worrying about it alone. Then she saw the round-faced sister who came to visit. Jiayu changed her mind and asked the little girl from afar, "Do you know how to speak the language of the Central Divine Continent?" Zhou Mili had actually been secretly glancing at the cute sister with the round face. She quickly got up and cupped her fists in greeting. Then she quickly ran to Jiayu and stood still. I know. I just don't know how to speak it." Jiayu laughed. An immortal sect that let a cave abode realm cultivator be the gatekeeper, and a mountain monster at that, shouldn't have a strong foundation. However, it was pretty good. The little girl in front of her was so cute. Jiayu had a good impression of this mountain at first sight. If they were willing to let a little water monster be the gatekeeper, the atmosphere must be very good. Therefore Jiayu asked, "Where is this?" The little girl scratched her face. She didn't expect that this elder sister of hers wouldn't know of the famous name of her mountain. Since it was her duty to tell this elder sister of hers, she could even earn a small merit. Later she could ask Pei Qian for credit. Therefore little Mili puffed out her chest and stood on her tiptoes. She crossed her arms and said seriously, "My home is Luopa Mountain. My good mountain lord's surname is Chen. Sister can't know him. Do you understand? Aquarius Continent, Luopa Mountain, mountain lord's surname is Chen." The moonlight shone on the world. This place seemed to occupy the most. Jiayu's face stiffened. She silently raised her hands. She didn't dare to slap her face. She just lightly covered her cheeks. No one bullied her like this. In the overseas battlefield of the South Hassa continent, there were many demons stationed in the desolate world. However, they weren't in a hurry to invade the land. It was said that the old dragon city at the southernmost part of the Aquarius continent had been completely destroyed. It was embroidered Tiger Cui Dong who used a mountain word seal that wasn't inferior to the inverted hanging mountain to smash the entire southernmost land. On the battlefield of the southern mountain, Dali's iron cavalry and the vassal army worked together with the immortal masters on the mountain. They successfully stopped the demon army from coming ashore. In the history of the world, there had never been a battlefield, never a war that was able to shatter the mountains and rivers of a continent, forming a true mountain river continent sinking. The Aquarius continent did it. As a result, the criticism of the scholar Qin Chunan in the central divine continent became more and more intense. The armies of the mountains, rivers and land and the demon clan from overseas were in a standoff. Even though there was a suffocating atmosphere as if a storm was coming, in the eyes of many scholars of the Central Plains, the South Saw continent, which had gathered many forces on the mountain, had the power to fight against the enemy outside the country. However, in the end, under the leadership of Qin Chunan, the South Saw continent was so lifeless and had no achievements on the battlefield. They could only wait for the barbarian world to make a big move. If it were these high-spirited scholars of the Central Plains, they would have died to report to their king in the South Saw continent. The great sword deity Lu Ji of the Great Wall of Sword Qi threw a mountain and river bulletin with foul text and frowned. Xiao Yunyan, the sword deity of Spring Banner House, smiled and explained, Mr. Lu, actually not all scholars of the Central Divine Continent are so impulsive. It's just that most of the time, the things that we see are usually filthy people who do bad things. Xiao Yunyan was used to calling Lu Ji Mr. In fact, Qin Chunan also addressed the female sword deity this way. The former owner of the Upside-Down Mountains Plum Blossom Garden, Madame Mo Yen, wore a hedgerow to hide her beauty. All these years she had been acting as Lu Ji's personal servant. Her gentle laughter came through the veil. In this world, if it's not smart people, it's normal. However, there are too many idiots. They have no other abilities, they only know how to disgust people. Madame Mo Yen did not have a good impression of her hometown, the vast world. Xiao Yunyan smiled. I remember Master Hidden Official said that the people who are most willing to be blinded by a single leaf are those who have read a lot of books. I remember that Madame Mo Yen's Plum Blossom Garden has a lot of books. Madame Mo Yen was immediately speechless. The Spring Banner House and Plum Blossom Garden were moved to the Great Wall of Sword Qi by the young Hidden Official. The Sartobi residence was also dismantled into an empty frame by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Only the Upside-Down Mountain Essence Palace, which had no connection with the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was flipped over by the little Daoist boy Jiang Yunxing and fell into the sea. In the end, it fell into the hands of a great demon. Xiao Yunyan and Madame Mo Yen, who had a grudge against the vast world, had been at odds for a long time. In the past, Xiao Yunyan did not think that the Summer Palace had arranged for him to stay by Lu Ji's side because he had nothing to do. Now Xiao Yunyan was more and more certain of one thing. If Madame Mo Yen was allowed to talk nonsense with Lu Ji every day, what she said seemed reasonable, but in reality, it was all extreme words. As time passed, something bad would happen. She did not mean to fan the flames on Lu Ji's side. Sometimes she just could not help it. After being reminded by Xiao Yunyan in a roundabout way, Madame Mo Yen was actually a little anxious. She was really afraid of the ruthless young Hidden Official. Madame Mo Yen quickly changed the topic and said, Mr. Lu, Elder Sword Deity Qi has come to the South Saw continent. Lu Ji nodded and said, most likely he has given up and is no longer thinking about the fifth world. Therefore he is preparing to accumulate more merits and establish a sect in the vast world. This is a good thing. Xiao Yunyan said, it seems that there are two other juniors from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Xianxia and Dianzhong are also traveling here. As there is no war at the moment and they did not meet Mr. Lu before, they went to visit the Great Lus River first. Lu Ji said, when the time comes when the two of you are on the battlefield, try to protect Xianxia and Dianzhong as much as possible. I may not be able to take care of them. Xiao Yunyan nodded gently and Madame Mo Yen curtsied. The sword cultivators who entered the vast world, except for Li Kai and Pu He, who were the direct disciples of the traveling sword deities, were almost all young. On the one hand, the children had not yet grown up. On the other hand, their teachers did not hesitate to use their swords even after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Li Kai of the North Continent, Song Pin of the Jinjia Continent, Pu He of the Liuxia Continent, Xia Songhua of the Snowy Peak Continent, and so on. Other than that, the sword deities and sword cultivators who were able to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi all returned to the battlefield without exception. However, the battlefield changed from the Great Wall of Sword Qi to the various continents of the vast world. Almost no one chose to stand by and watch, allowing the situation to collapse. In the South Saw continent there was Qi Tingji who had transferred to the Fuyao continent and the Jinjia continent, and Lu Ji who had been guarding the South Saw continent. Miyu of the sword deity Elder Dragon City. Other than that, among the Earth Immortal sword cultivators, there was Qin Sanqiu and Dian Zhang, who had rushed to the South Sa continent from the Central Plains. There was also Cui Wei, who had left the Luopa mountain to go to the East Peak battlefront. This was actually a matter that was worth pondering over after much contemplation. In the South Sa continent, there was a foreign sword deity, Yuan Qingshu, who had fallen in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore there was Lu Ji, Xiao Yunyan, Xie Songhua, Qin Sanqiu and Dian Zhang. Almost the first thing they did when they arrived in the South Sa continent was to visit Yuan Qingshu's sect, the Great Wei River. The founder of the sect was named Long Qing, who was from Fengjie County. He had once found a stone box in the Great Wei River, which was guarded by a deity. Long Qing finally obtained the 5 ancient jade seals from the stone box. The characters were not the common seal script used by later generations. Long Qing only left 1 seal in his own mountain. After that, with his sea-viewing realm cultivation, he traveled across the continents and rushed to the Central Plains. He gave the other 4 seals to the Confucian Temple, and was then personally sent to the Zhenhai Tower in the South Sa continent by a deputy hierarch. Lu Ji suddenly asked, "Do you know what Yuan Qingshu wrote on the nameplate in the wine shop?" Xiao Yunyan shook his head and smiled. "I really didn't pay attention to that." Madame Xianyan glanced at Xiao Yunyan and smiled sweetly at Lu Ji. "I know. It's everyone in the world knows that I, Yuan Qingshu, am a sword deity." Lu Ji stared at Madame Xianyan. "You really know?" The meaning of this female sword deity's words was, hundreds and thousands of annoying mountain and river gazettes. Could it compare to Yuan Qingshu's disregard for his life and death in a foreign land? Madame Xianyan's expression changed slightly. She said timidly, "I remember now, I really know." A handsome young man in a snow-white robe suddenly appeared and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Ji. He said, "Huang Tong died in the southern mountain battlefield in the Aquarius continent." Lu Ji, who had practiced the sword all her life, rarely had any worries, could not help but sigh. She turned to look at the Aquarius continent. Qi Tingji stretched out his hand and grabbed the mountain and river gazettes that drifted away with the wind. He flipped through it and said, "The last time Dong Sanging drank wine to send off a sword deity, it seemed to be for the sword deity of the Tai Hui sword sect, Huang Tong." Qi Tingji also threw away the gazettes, his hands behind his back, his eyes squinted as he smiled. "Just wait, if that Zhou succeeds, it's fine. If Hao Ran Heaven loses, everything will come to an end and no one will have anything to say. But if they win, this group of half-educated people will continue to scold, and they will scold even more. All of them will say, 'I knew it,' scold Qin Chunan for not doing anything, and even scold the Aquarius continent for having too many deaths, and Xiu whose methods are not benevolent at all." Lu Ji remained silent. They have the guts to say that. The Lu Ji have no ears. As long as they are happy. Qing Ming Tian. Lu Qi and Chao Gang had not left, but the Xiandu temple had 2 guests. One was a person that even a dog could not enter, and the other was a rare guest. Sun Daozhang suddenly raged. "This dog Lu Qin is really a piece of sticky candy." Nun Chunhui had a headache. The old temple master said to her, "Zhan Ran, go and tell him that I am not in the temple and that I am in the Baek Okekyung building with his master. It's up to him to believe it or not. If he doesn't believe it, let him enter the temple with his own ability, and compete with Bai Xian and Su Zi in poetry. If he can win, I am willing to accept my loss and kowtow to him 3 times outside the Baek Okekyung building. I guarantee it will be louder than the heavenly drum. I value my reputation the most, and I will do what I say. The world knows that my words are like nails. Even if Lu Qin lies on the ground, he will not be able to dig it out." Dong Huafu said, "Old temple master, please pay attention to your words. Someone in my hometown once said that words are like swords. If you use too much force, you will easily twist your waist and your crotch will be torn open by the sword aura." Sun Daozhang asked, "Alliance said that? That dog's words are indeed a bit chewy." Dong Huafu nodded. The old temple master suddenly stroked his beard and pondered. If it was only Lu Qin, it would be fine. If he has a debt collector who likes to wrongly accuse people, it will be a bit tricky. In the Qingming world, other than the Baek Okekyung building, there were only a few top sects like the Dashuan Capital Temple and the Suichu Palace. The Suichu Palace's master, Wu Shuangjiang, was in his last seclusion. After many years of silence, he finally came out. Because he had not been involved in worldly affairs for hundreds of years, Wu Shuangjiang fell out of the latest Qingming World Top 10. This time Wu Shuangjiang restrained his aura and took the initiative to visit the Dashuan capital temple. Of course, Sun Daozhong had a headache. This Wu Shuangjiang was too stubborn. When he was good he was very good, but when he was not he was very stubborn. There were not many people who could give Sun Huaizhong a headache. For example, the other party had to at least be very good at fighting. Otherwise, with the old temple master's famous good temper, he would have taught the other party how to behave. Sun Daozhong could not help but ask, "Zhan Ran, how is your master's 100 copies of the Yellow Court scripture going?" Nun Chunwei said helplessly, "Temple master, I haven't said anything yet." Sun Daozhong said angrily, "As an immortal who likes to fiddle with copper coins and herbs, he is also good at reading dreams. Since Court Master Wu is here, he should have prepared a big gift. If he can't even calculate this, how can he not know? That master of yours, didn't people say that he has already understood everything through his intuition and is accurate with the heavens and earth? He still dares to say that there are only 2 people in the world who can truly understand the head of that scripture. He is one of them and only Zhou Xian and Lu Chen are the other. His abilities aren't great, but his tone isn't small. Where did this evil spirit come from? For so many years, every time I see this martial nephew of his, it's as if I'm seeing my senior brother. I can't wait to take the initiative to bow to him." Chunwei was speechless. For the sake of the revered one, the master and the temple master, she did not have much to say. He just had to accept it. What else could she do? This was the style of her own Daoist temple. One must know that these praises came from the temple master when he was drunk and bragged to his friends in the mountains. Chunwei's master had always been a cautious person. How would he dare to boast like this? When Chunwei's master heard about this kind boasting of her own junior, Chunwei's master was sweating profusely. Indeed, on the path of cultivation after that, her master would stumble every time he went on a long journey. There were rumors saying that the 3rd chief of the Beko Keikyung building, Lu Chen, wanted to seek guidance from Chunwei's master. Therefore he specially hired people to guard the boundary of the Daoist temple. As long as Chunwei's disciple went out, he would definitely cause some trouble on his journey. Chunwei's master was especially good at reading dreams. In the place of cultivation there was a picture scroll. The content written on it was about the nightmares of the emperors, princes, officials and commoners. She heard from her master that it came from a scholar named Jia Sheng. Chunwei had seen it when she was very young. She did not think that it was very knowledgeable, but she did not know why her master thought highly of it. Chunwei only felt that the emperor's nightmare was to cultivate Taoism, and the doctor's nightmare was to cultivate Taoism. In fact, it was quite compatible with the local customs of the Qingming world. A voice actually broke the restrictions of several mountains and rivers in the Daoist temple, causing ripples in everyone's heart. It doesn't matter whether Temple Master Sun is here or not. I'm here to look for Lu Qi and Chao group. Sun Daozhong sneered. You really don't take the 5th person seriously. However, Lu Qi declined Sun Daozhong and Suzi's invitation to go out together. She only bid farewell to her good friend Chao group and left to meet the temple master. Wu Shuangjiang had the face of a middle-aged man. His appearance was ordinary, but in the eyes of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms, the temple master's aura was obvious. Behind him, there was a dharma form that was as tall as a person. Its figure was ethereal and roughly overlapped with his real body. There was a slight deviation which made it even more unusual. The dharma form's true appearance could not be seen. Wu Shuangjiang was obviously one step into the legendary 14th realm, but it was a unique phenomenon that was unique to him. According to common sense, Wu Shuangjiang should not have left the Sui-Chu palace at this time. However, since Wu Shuangjiang still came, it was definitely not a small matter. Wu Shuangjiang's cultivation journey in this life was full of legends. Therefore, among the 10 young candidates, the lucky one who also had the surname Wu was able to bask in the limelight and gain the reputation of Big and Little Wu. Wu Shuangjiang went straight to the point and said, I want to borrow that half of the Book of Marriage. He already knew where his Daoist partner was hiding. Half of it was based on his own deduction, and the other half was based on the news brought to him by the Skylark Inn on the inverted mountain. She was a deliberate birth of his Daoist partner, Wu Shuangjiang. She was also an otherworldly demon that was personally imprisoned by Wu Shuangjiang in the Heart Lake. Wu Shuangjiang used the unfilial and unparalleled abhijna to forcefully live his Daoist partner in his heart. However, at the critical moment when Wu Shuangjiang was in a life and death retreat, Attempting to break through the realm, she finally found an opportunity to escape after many years of planning. In the end, she hid in the sleeve of a Daoist from the Deshiendu temple and went to the vast world together. Therefore, one could imagine Wu Shuangjiang's impression of the Deshiendu temple. The reason why the old temple master was restrained by Wu Shuangjiang was not without a guilty conscience. As for forgetting to borrow the ink slab that he had never borrowed before, was that still a problem? Court Master Wu was rich and had a huge grotto heaven in the Suichu Palace and 2 prosperous lands in his hands. Did he lack this item? Lu Chen raised his hands. Today's matter has nothing to do with me. I won't get involved. He was good friends with Wu Shuangjiang and was familiar with Lu Qilong. Lu Chen learned some of his skills of matchmaking from Chao Yuancheng. Lu Qi shook his head. Court Master Wu should know the truth. Why do you have to force him? This was because once he agreed, Chao Jie would become a prisoner in the Suichu Palace. Lu Qi was a genuine Ascendant Realm cultivator. However, his close friend Chao Jie was different. He was a fake Ascendant whose great Tao had already decayed. Before Chao Jie traveled far away, his real realm had always been at the unpolished Jade Realm. He was not even in the Immortal Realm. Lu Qi, who obtained half of the Book of Marriage, gave it to his close friend who was compatible with his great Tao. As Chao Jie successfully refined the Book of Marriage and became an immortal, his real body could be kept in Lu Qi's sleeve and ascended in a fake state. Lu Qi broke through the sky and Chao Jie followed behind. Together they ascended to the heavens. Not only that, the Ci Pai Blessed Land was a place of cultivation that Lu Qi tailor-made for his close friend. It was to let Chao Jie use his literary luck to become an Ascendant Realm cultivator. However, Lu Qi's fighting skills were not inferior among the Ascendant Realm cultivators in the heavens. It could even be said that he was quite good. After all, he was the first cultivator in history who truly understood all the mysteries of the realm of retention. However, the world valued Lu Qilong's talent in poetry more. If Lu Qi could refine the other half of the Book of Marriage, there might be another 14th realm cultivator in the heavens. It was not easy to merge with the 14th realm. Because of Bai Xian, Su Zi's great Tao was cut off and he finally stopped at the Ascendant Realm. However, Su Zi was open-minded and could accept it. Wu Shuangjiang said, I said borrow. I'm not someone who likes to borrow but not return. If he was careless today, he would not admit it tomorrow. The day after tomorrow he would be blamed and scolded. In the early years, Wu Shuangjiang and Master Sun had a frank conversation. The old Daoist was very angry and said, Am I that kind of person? After all, I'm the master of a monastery. I have some Dao skills and a little reputation. Don't accuse me wrongly. I can take beatings but I can't take any grievances. Wu Shuangjiang said, Of course you are. Therefore the two sides went to the heavens beyond heaven and had a fierce fight. It caused the outside world to have different opinions. The busybodies involved the fight of the great Tao. In fact, the reason was not that complicated. Lu Qi still shook his head. I came here with Yuan Cheng. Of course we have to return home together. Wu Shuangjiang's expression was indifferent. You came without asking me. You have to ask me when you leave. I'll take this opportunity to make up for my lack of etiquette. If you break the bottles of the Great Mystery Monastery, I'll pay for it. Lu Qi smiled and said, Since the palace master is so infatuated, I don't think you need the other half of the Book of Marriage. Wu Shuangjiang said, You don't have the final say. Chao Jie suddenly said, I'll stay. Lu Chen sighed softly and said, Isn't it sad to be a gentleman in the secular world? At the door, Sun Daozhong had just appeared. Beside him was Dong Huafu, who was supposed to be practicing swordplay in the Beko Keikyang building. The old monastery master could not stand Wu Shuangjiang. He wanted to show off and go somewhere else. Don't make a fuss in front of my door. I have to fight. Lu Chen happened to be here. He was supposed to be guarding the heavens beyond heaven. He and Wu Shuangjiang did not have to break the sky canopy. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen raised his arm and threw a scroll into the tall walls of the Daoist temple at lightning speed. After throwing it, he ran away. He did not forget to turn his head and shout, Dong Haiten, remember to go home early. When I'm free, I'll teach you how to draw talismans. Dong Huafu said, No. Lu Chen had disappeared without a trace. Sun Daozhong waved his hand and signaled Chunwei not to be nervous. Lu Chen did not play any tricks. The old Daoist retrieved the scroll from the wall. He untied the knot and the scroll unfolded itself. The old monastery master scolded jokingly. It was a scroll of conch shell spell casting that Lu Chen had picked up from somewhere. Dong Huafu stretched his neck to take a look. There were quite a lot of words. He read, "There's a kind of person in the world who, in a small area, created a Taoist temple on land and water in a conch shell. There's also a big kitchen that brings out a sumptuous banquet. The host and guests are in a mess and the bystanders are satisfied." A child wearing a tiger head hat stood at the threshold and looked at Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang looked at him and suddenly smiled. "If Bai is willing to accompany me to the vast world in the future, I can wait for the other half of the Book of Marriage." Bai nodded and said, "As you wish." Wu Shuangjiang muttered to himself, "I don't know why she likes Bai's poems. Is it really that good? I don't think so." A bearded scholar with straw shoes and a bamboo cane laughed. "What we like may not be good. What we don't like may not be bad. What do you think, Court Master Wu?" Wu Shuangjiang's expression changed. He smiled and said, "Unlike her, I like Suzy's poems from the bottom of my heart for many years." Suzy laughed and nodded. "That's really good." Sun Daozhang said in a low voice, "Bai Chao Yuan admired you previously. Now Court Master Wu admires Suzy. Why do I feel like you've lost? After all, Court Master Wu's state is higher." Bai turned around and walked back to the place of cultivation. Wu Shuangjiang accompanied Suzy and the other two on a leisurely tour of the sky screen. Suzy kept the maid Dian Su and the boy attendant Sui Yu. Lu Qi asked his good friend Chao Jiu to put the world in the sleeve. It was obvious that he still did not trust Court Master Wu. Beside the pond outside the cottage, Bai and the old monastery master walked slowly. Bai said, "Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble." The pond surrounded by the peach blossom forest and the small hill in the distance that looked like a garden rockery were actually miniature mountains and rivers created by Sun Daoist's supernatural power. The water was very deep and the mountain was very high. Moreover, a white deer that was born from an excellent long sword was always guarding the cliff. The white deer was wearing a green robe. The pond was called the Peach Blossom Pond, the long sword was inscribed with the word white deer, and the robe was called Green Cliff. It was as if everything was just for that poem. Let the white deer roam the green cliff and ride it to visit the famous mountains. The old monastery master said, "The world is so big and I have cultivated for so long. There are not many people who can earn my respect. How many people like Wu Shuangjiang and Chao Yuanchong who admired a certain someone as much? Bai, you don't have to think too much. Take what you like and leave what you don't like. Anyway, I'm just being selfish and want to make the world more beautiful." To everyone's surprise, Ruan Xiu left the ancestral mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword sect with Dong Gu, Su Xiaoqiao and Xia Ling. They went to the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River. After meeting Lu Xianyang, Dong Gu and Su Xiaoqiao immediately went to the ferry of the Ox Horn Mountain and took the ferry from the Chongchun Palace to return to the old mountain area of the capital of Dali. Xia Ling, on the other hand, needed to find her family's patriarch, the Taoist Heavenly Lord Xiesher of the North Continent. Master Wan Jiao mentioned at the dinner table that Dali was already preparing to help the Dragon Spring Sword sect set up a subsect. Compared to Xingyang Mountain and Clearwind City, which were still potential sects and had yet to take root, the Dragon Spring Sword sect was indeed the great Li Song clan's favorite. Dong Gu, Su Xiaoqiao and Xia Ling landed on the ground, but Wan Xiu didn't show up. Dong Gu said that she was taking a walk at the cliff and would come over later. In the strict sect records, Dong Gu was the first disciple of Wan Jiao. For some reason Wan Xiu's name was never recorded. However, the direct disciples and secondary disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect were used to seeing Wan Xiu as their first senior sister. Of course, Xia Ling liked to call her sister Xiuxiu. Therefore Dong Gu and the other two thought that their master wanted their senior sister to be the leader of the subsect. Lu Xianyang sat on a bamboo chair and was reading a mountain and river newspaper. Lu Xianyang was worried. Therefore when Dong Gu and the others arrived at the shop, Lu Xianyang didn't even raise his head. He just waved his hand and gestured for them to sit anywhere. Dong Gu and the other two didn't think much of it. Lu Xianyang dared to joke around with their master. If he was polite to them, it must be because he was holding back. Su Xiaoqiao glanced at the newspaper in Lu Xianyang's hand and tried to hold back his laughter. Dong Gu reminded his junior brother Xia Ling telepathically, "Take it easy. Lu Xianyang will definitely punish you later." Lu Xianyang raised his head and looked at junior brother Xia, who had a pretty face, and asked eagerly, How much money did you give? Xialing was stunned. Su Xiaoqiao explained. He asked how much money you gave to the newspaper to get on the list. Junior brother Lu can go and give money. Xialing smiled and didn't say anything. He sat on the bamboo chair and put his hands on his knees. He looked like an immortal. In Liju Grotto Heaven, most of the young people who were born and raised in the town were good-looking. A place nurtured a person. Other than Xialing from the Peach Leaf Alley, Zhulin Shui from the Great Blasphemy Temple, Ma Kushuan from the Apricot Blossom Alley, who was one of the 10 young candidates, they were all famous for their good looks. There was also Gu Ken from the Mud Bottle Alley, who returned to his hometown but left to travel far away. Of course, there was also vassal King Song Mu, Song Jisun and Fortune Street scholar Zhao Yao. They were all extremely handsome when they were young. Recently, the Aquarius continent had followed the trend. The mountain had selected their own 10 young candidates. They had to be below the age of 40. Dragon Spring Sword Sect's direct disciple Xialing was one of them. Lu Xianying lowered his head again. His eyes were in a daze, but he did not give up. He flipped through the mountain and river newspaper, but in the end he could not find his name. He cursed because he was 41 years old this year. Lu Xianying was 2 years older than Chen Pingan. When he was young he liked to tell others about his age. But when he got older he stopped talking about his age and liked to talk about his age. Lu Xianying did not care about his name, but he cared about it a lot. I have worked hard to reach my cultivation realm. All of you blind people, what right do you have to care about such a small matter? Previously, the 10 young candidates and the 10 young candidates both had the 11th person. Adding Uncle Lu, it was just a matter of a few strokes. Will you guys drop money or something? But with Master Ruan's temper, even if Lu Xianying was of the same age, he would probably use his status as the chief consecrator of the Dali dynasty to help suppress the news. If that was really the case, Lu Xianyang wouldn't mind at all. Master Ruan's character was flawless, not to mention other things. After all, Lu Xianying's sword techniques were too strange. According to Ruan Ting, before entering the upper 5 realms, Lu Xianying should not be in a hurry to become famous. Anyway, sooner or later it would be better to have good fortune later. It was strange to say that although Ruan Ting had the backing of the Wind Snow Temple and the identity of the military saint, he was the head of the Song clan's consecrator. But in fact Ruan Ting had always been in the Jade Unpolished realm. Before the Dali cavalry went south there was nothing. But now the experts, hermits and big shots of the Baopian continent were exposed, but almost no one questioned Ruan Ting's title as the chief consecrator. Dali's 2 emperors, Imperial Tutor Tui Dong Shang Zhugua and the Hunting Envoy, all had an extremely tacit understanding and did not have any objections. Mountain Lord Wei Bian, the mountain head and vice mountain head of Lin Lu Academy, especially Qin Pingan's mountain Luopa Mountain. Everyone, from old chef to Pei Qian, was courteous to Ruan Ju when they saw him. Especially Qin Lingjun, every time he saw Ruan Ting, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Lu Xianying put away the bulletin, turned to look at Xialing and said seriously, Xialing, you are a sword cultivator. It's easy to practice fast sword, but hard to practice slow sword. You must persevere in the future. Xialing nodded, deeply agreeing. Dong Gu and Su Xiaoqiao first looked at Lu Xianying, who was smiling playfully, and then looked at each other without saying anything. Lu Xianying looked at Su Xiaoqiao and asked with a smile, Senior Sister Su, what are you thinking? The woman without a thumb on her right hand smiled and said, It's the opposite of junior brother Lu's thoughts. Lu Xianying sighed and leaned back on the chair. Languid. The Su family of Qingfeng City bought a dragon kiln from the Ma family of Apricot Blossom Lane in the early years. And Lu Jingchun, who had become the immortal Dao companion of a fairy from Cheongji Peak, deliberately returned to his hometown some time ago. Even Song Manchai had become a vassal of Dali. Who could he find to reason with? Wan Xiu left the stone cliff, walked across the stone arch bridge and slowly walked over from the riverside. Xialing immediately stood up and chatted with Wan Xiu for a while, and then walked away with the wind. On the way here, Sister Xiu secretly taught him a swordsmanship that seemed to have no background at all, which made Xialing very happy. Even though Sister Xiu was indifferent to everything, she seemed to treat him differently after all. In fact, Wan Xiu had already taught Dong Gu an ancient demon's body refinement technique, and also taught Su Xiaoqiao a divine edict technique and a swordsmanship technique. As for Xialing, Wan Xiu just happened to think of this on the way. She felt that she should not be too biased, so she casually gave this arrogant junior brother a swordsmanship. The grade was not high, but it was relatively suitable for Xieling's cultivation. Dong Gu and Su Xiaoqiao also left at the same time. Wan Xiu did not sit on the bamboo chairs, but took a stool from inside the house and sat down. She said softly, "Congratulations on reaching the nascent soul stage." Lu Xianying scratched his head. It doesn't make sense to break through. In fact, Wan Xiu knew the truth. It was because of Mr. Qi, but she did not tell Lu Xianying. Lu Xianying handed a handful of melon seeds, but Wan Xiu shook her head. Lu Xianying ate the melon seeds and said casually for no reason, "If the river of time could flow backward, Miss Xiu, would you be happier if you walked through Liju Cave Heaven again?" Wan Xiu thought for a moment and answered, "I can't think of that." The woman in green still tied her hair in a ponytail. Over the years she would occasionally tie her hair in a ponytail, but in general it did not change much. Lu Xianying nodded. Wan Xiu said, "Actually, catching fish is not that difficult." Lu Xianying said with a smile, "It was difficult for us when we were young, but it was not so bad when we grew up. Qin Pingon and I, as well as the little slug, are actually not bad at swimming." Lu Xianyang suddenly said, "Back then Song Mochai, who was mistaken for the illegitimate son of the manufacturing supervisor, was named Song Jisun by Song Yuzhong?" Wan Xiu shook her head. "I don't know. He was never interested." Lu Xianying wrote the word emperor on the ground with the tip of his foot, and then wrote the word prosperity. Then he said to himself, "During the years when I was studying in the South Saw continent, I liked to ask Teacher Su, who was also a foreigner, about all kinds of things. Teacher Su was good at interpreting words. As long as I brought wine to him, he would tell me everything he knew. So I learned a little from him. At that time I didn't know anything, so I dared to ask him anything. For fun, I asked the mysterious Teacher Su to interpret words for me, Qin Pingon and Song Jisun. I didn't expect Teacher Su to follow the clues and tell me a lot. At that time I only understood half of it, so I didn't take it seriously and didn't think too much about it. For example, if the emperor only used hieroglyphs to interpret it, it would make the later generations feel confused. So Teacher Su found another way. He first dipped his finger in the wine and wrote the word broom on the table. He interpreted it as a bundle of firewood. Finally, he drew closer to the sacrificial ceremony. He also told Lu Xianying about the casting of yang sui. Teacher Su was very knowledgeable and had dabbled in many things. He also talked about the treatise on balance. He said that the gathering of firewood and the yang sui ancient mirror could be used to draw fire from the sky. This was one of the highest standards of sacrificial ceremony when the human race worshipped the gods in the sky in ancient times. In the middle of the 5th lunar month, when the sun was at its peak and the yang qi was at its peak, it was a sacrificial ceremony. The main sun was the moon. Teacher Su joked with Lu Xianying that he had two good friends. One was surnamed Wang and the other was surnamed Zheng. They both had their own opinions and argued fiercely in the early years. However, it was later listed as a forbidden book and not many people knew about it. In the end, Teacher Su said that it was an old story. It was just the idle knowledge of scholars. Lu Xianying sighed in his heart. The 5th of the 5th lunar month. Lu Xianying Song Jisun. Lu Xianying turned around and said, "I'm good friends with Miss Xiu, so I won't say too much. Otherwise I'll be so sarcastic. Even I hate it." Wan Xiu shook her head. "It's okay. Since we're friends I can't say too much." Lu Xianying became silent. "I miss the old days." Wan Xiu sat for a while and then left. She walked back to the stone arch bridge where the old sword was hung. She sat on the stone bridge. Under her feet was the gurgling Dragon Whisker River. In the ancient world, humans were ants. Actually, everyone was in the river of time. There were many small fish in the clear water. For Wan Xiu, it was not difficult to catch fish. She could easily boil the sea and the lake and kill everything. In the battle of fire and water, Li Lu was defeated. Therefore, when Li Lu went to meet Wan Xiu at the spiritual Grace Mountain, it was the only time they chatted in their lives. Wan Xiu also said that Li Lu did not know how to behave. Wan Xiu was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky with an indifferent expression. "Long time no see, sword bearer." She was different from Li Lu, who was born with knowledge. She would be even more different in the future. Wan Xiu shook her wrist gently. There was a sleeping fire dragon on it. On the 5th of the 5th lunar month, she chose the heart of the river to refine yang sui. She obtained the heavenly fire and refined the 5 elements, illuminating the world. The night watch was to warn the world to be careful of fire when the weather was dry. Was it useful? 744. A foreign scholar named Qin Zhuoliu sent a flying sword letter to Luopa Mountain from Changchun Palace. Then he strolled through the capital city of Dali and walked all the way south. He leisurely wandered to the shop and dragon riding alley of the small town and met the shopkeeper Shi Ro and a young waiter named Ah Man. Just as he weighed his money bag and went to choose some pastries, the shopkeeper of the grass shop next door, Jiaxing, came to visit again. Now the old Immortal's Taoist robe was much plainer than before. After all, now that his realm was high, Taoist robes were mere worldly possessions. Qin Zhuoliu glanced at the old Taoist and smiled. Jiaxing sensed his gaze and nodded. After leaving the shop, Qin Zhuoliu went to old Yang's shop. It was a pity that he didn't see old Yang. If he had known this would happen, he would have come here to chat about old times. Qin Lingjun hurried over with the wind. He had received a flying sword message saying that his good friend would arrive at the town on time today. They would meet at the shop in Dragon Riding Alley. Qin Lingjun left the mountain 2 hours early, 3 sword tokens hanging from his waist. He had borrowed one from Xiaomi and Silly Worm Tree before he left the mountain so that he could give his own to Qin Zhuoliu. Borrow? What borrow? That was not generous at all. When they arrived at the shop, they waited for about 2 sikhen. Eating melon seeds was not a good idea. Feeling bored to death, Qin Lingjun decided to tease the reclusive little Ah Man, saying, "Whatever fist you want to learn, whatever stance you want, it is too strenuous. I'll teach you a brilliant fist technique of our family's style, which is not easily taught to outsiders. It is called centipede jump." However, the shopkeeper only stood on the bench behind the counter, flipping through a book and ignoring the boy. Qin Lingjun clasped his hands behind his back and went to the shop next door to chat with his old friend Jiaxing. He patted his chest and said that he wanted to introduce Jiaxing to a new friend. However, when the appointed time came and another incense stick of time passed, Qin Lingjun squatted at the entrance of the shop. Still, he did not see Qin Zhuoliu, so he ran back to the shop and asked Shi Ro if there was a scholar with a backpack. Shi Ro said that there was, and that he had bought some pastries 2 hours ago before leaving. Qin Lingjun stomped his foot and used camouflage to fly into the air. He looked down at the town from above, but he still didn't see the familiar figure of his friend. How strange. Could it be that he was too focused on riding the wind and did not pay attention to the mountain, causing both parties to miss each other? Could it be that one left the mountain and the other entered the mountain? Qin Lingjun hurried back to Luopa Mountain, but even after asking Millet, he didn't see Qin Zhuoliu. Qin Lingjun squatted on the ground and hugged his head, sighing. What was going on? Actually, Qin Zhuoliu was currently on Yellow Lake Mountain, sitting outside the thatched hut and basking in the sun. As a person of dragon slaying, not slaying a dragon when he reached water was like a fisherman not casting a net when he reached water or a woodcutter not chopping wood when he entered the forest. It was fine. All he had to do was wait patiently. Something even stranger would happen next. Qin Zhuoliu definitely could not miss it this time. That was a magnificent feat that hadn't happened in 10,000 years. Since Old Man Yang was no longer in the small town and had emerged from his 10,000-year imprisonment, then only Qin Zhuoliu in the Dragon Province could sense this. Even the mountain lord of the Cloud Pagoda Mountain, Wei Bian, was unable to do so. It was not just because the mountain lord of the Northern Mountains' cultivation was not high enough. Even he, Qin Zhuoliu, had to rely on his many years of seclusion to follow a few clues, coupled with the karma of slaying a dragon, and his mental calculation to deduce the subtle signs of this change. However, he was rather curious. Did the embroidered tiger know about this? In the world of wilderness, outside a thatched hut on the top of a mountain in the myriad mountains, the old blind man stood with his back hunched. He faced the mountains and rivers that he occupied all to himself. In the past, he had personally cut out 2 eyeballs, tossing one into the boundless world and the other into the green underworld. The mountains and rivers in front of him were completely empty. It was too clean. It was far too clean. An old dog crouched at the entrance. He raised his head slightly and looked at the old man standing on the edge of the cliff. He didn't even fall off. He might as well just fall to his death. He experienced this tiny disappointment every single day. The old blind man asked, "Do you know why Alliance didn't return home after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Chi after carving the words?" The mighty Ascendant Realm old dog shook his head. I don't know. The old blind man cursed. What a dog's brain. The old dog was not upset at all. He just really wanted to say, what else could it be? What else could it be? You sure like to lie, old blind. If we were to exchange realms, hee. After Alliance left the inverted mountain, he went straight to the Pearl Grotto heaven. Then he ascended to the Baek-ok-kyung building in the green underworld. In the sky beyond heaven he killed otherworldly demons while arm wrestling with Daoist number 2. After ascending to the 14th realm, he still did not return to his hometown, the Central Plains Divine Continent. Instead he returned directly to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and was then suppressed under the moon-bearing mountain. One of the 2 ancient ascension platforms had once been used by 3 sword cultivators to challenge the moon-bearing mountain. They had severed the path that had the potential to reopen the link between heaven and man. The so-called link between heaven and earth, in the end, was to allow future cultivators to go to the broken celestial court that used to be filled with deities. No one could refine that ruin. Even the ancestors of the 3 sects could only cast restrictions on it. The old blind man reached out and scratched his wrinkled cheek. With Alliance's character, if he didn't break through, why wouldn't he go to his old friend's place in his hometown and pretend to brag? That guy would say, a 14th realm sword cultivator is nothing special. He would definitely say that. Just stick out his butt and you'll know what he ate. The guard dog nodded and said, I know. Alliance has a home but can't go home. He's a stray dog. Scholars are all like that. Actually, our worlds when high isn't much different. It's fine in other worlds, but in the vast world, if anyone reaches the 14th realm as a sword cultivator, it will cause the remnants of the ancient deities in the entire outer world, no matter which factions they are divided into in history, to swarm into the vast world. No wonder the old scholar did not want his disciple to ascend to this realm. Not only is it too dangerous, it will also cause great trouble. This makes sense. That ponytailed girl ascended to the 14th realm in the beginning because she had carefully framed the world. The old blind man sneered. She's not a pig's brain. The old dog was helpless. Curse all you want. Old blind man, you only know how to bully your loyal dog. Old blind man, you're just wasting your time guarding the 14th realm. Go have a good fight with the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestor. If you win, the entire wilderness will be your territory. Otherwise, go make a scene at the Confucian Temple in Middle-earth. I'll definitely help you look after the 100,000 mountains. Moon-bearing mountain's grand ancestor and Wen Hai were meticulous. Why were they willing to let Xiao Chua, a reclusive official who couldn't even control Qin Qing, stay in the Martyr's Palace and become a 14th-tier Dao integration cultivator? So other than giving the wilderness another top-notch fighting force, they had other plans. The old dog had a terrible headache when he thought about all these twists and turns. Then he immediately felt that the old blind man was actually quite kind. If he really slipped and fell off a cliff, it would be fine as long as he was half dead. The old blind man turned to look at the Great Wall of Sword Chi and then at Moon-bearing Mountain. He thought about the path the wilderness was taking and felt that something was wrong. Whether or not a great cultivator at the 14th realm had a pair of eyes wasn't really a big deal. It was just that the mortal realm had existed for 10,000 years. However, the old blind man still admired some young people no matter how much he insulted them. It was just that there were too few of them and none of them seemed to have a good ending. The old blind man sighed for the first time. It's time to take in a pleasing direct disciple. The old dog said with trepidation, it'll be fine as long as it's not that hidden official. That guy looks at me like I'm a dish. What's he looking at? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The old dog raised his head and stretched out a paw, scratching the ground lightly. He didn't dare to cause too much of a ruckus, but his tone was extremely angry. If it weren't for the fact that I have so many things to do at home, I would have gone to the Great Wall of Sword Chi long ago to hack him half to death. I don't have a flying sword, but it's not like I don't know sword techniques. The old blind man sneered. Even the dragon monarch couldn't hack him to death. What makes you think you can? Slice his meat and eat it to fill up that hidden official? The old dog crawled on the ground again and sighed. That sneaky old deaf man, he didn't even know to come here to pay his respects and took a detour to the south. Courageous. Master, are you going to let it go just like that? The old blind man appeared beside the old dog without any warning. He raised his leg and stepped on the old dog's back, causing a series of cracking sounds that sounded like firecrackers. He rubbed his chin and said, "Sneak to the vast world's Aquarius continent and help me find a young man called Li Huai. Then bring him back. If you succeed, you will regain your freedom and you can jump around in the savage world. The old dog started to play dead. Compared to freedom, it was more important to stay alive. If he went to the vast world, especially the Aquarius continent, would he not be able to eat dog meat? He would definitely be cooked by the embroidered tiger. The old blind man kicked the old dog and muttered to himself, "Do I really have to personally go to the Aquarius continent? Is there anyone who takes in disciples like that?" Firen was left behind by Zhou in Peachleaf Ferry. When they parted, Zhou seemed to be seriously injured. It was even able to make a peak level 14 realm cultivator's face turn pale. At that time, there were extremely sharp sword chi and thunder Dao remnants on Zhou's body, and there was also a strange fist aura that could not be removed. After Firen threw away the book seal, she went back to the military tent first. For some reason, Zhou's last disciple Zhou Qingao was already waiting there. He said that he would travel to Tongya continent with Firen next, and then go to the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island. Firen actually liked this young man very much, but she didn't like the feeling of being a puppet. However, since Zhou Qingao came, it must be Zhou's order. As for what Firen thought, it was no longer important. Firen only asked one question. What would happen to the Mirage City of the Great Quan Empire? Zhou Qingao answered with a smile, "Same." Firen brought Zhou Qingao back to Zhaoping Peak and then they went south together. Firen landed in a deserted city in the human world, and walked on a stone arch bridge with lush vegetation. Firen, who was wearing a green robe and carrying a sword on her back, stopped at the top of the stone arch bridge and asked, "Since we have chosen to put all our eggs in one basket, why do we still need to divide our forces into 2 continents? It is not difficult to take one of them. According to the way we are fighting now, it is no longer a war, it is a broken jar. Why don't Fuyao continent and Jinjia continent go to Baoping continent and Hassa continent to make up for the reinforcements? No one in the military tents has any objections? As long as we occupy one of the continents, we can take down Baoping continent, then Beiju continent and South Hassa continent, then use Jinjia continent as a crossing point to continue north to attack Liuxia continent. In this way, this war can continue for a few decades or even 100 years. We have a good chance of winning. Especially Baoping continent, with Dali as the border between the north and the south, the entire southern coastal area was filled with demons appearing from the ocean." Zhou Qingao said, "I had the same question before, but teacher did not answer." Firen extended her hand to wipe the white bridge railing, her palm was covered in dust. After a moment of silence, she asked again, "What is the grand ancestor of Yu Mountain thinking?" Zhou Qingao thought for a while, then shook his head. "I did not dare to ask teacher about this." Firen finally asked, "Why don't you follow your teacher?" Zhou Qingao shook his head again. "I will follow teacher's orders. What I should not ask, I will not ask. What I should not think, I will try to think less." Firen turned around, leaned against the railing, leaned back and looked at the sky. The empty sky, the empty heart. After Firen's initial success in cultivation, she was used to thinking of herself as someone from the mountain, but she still separated her hometown from the vast world. So, it was good to give advice to the military tents. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Qi, Firen did not hesitate to use her sword to kill people. But outside of the battlefield, for example in Tongyi continent, Firen did not talk about UC. Even with Zhou Qingao, who was also fascinated by the vast knowledge of the 100 schools of thought, the two sides were still different. Zhou Qingao laughed. "I don't drink, so I don't carry wine with me. If not, I can make an exception and drink with brother Firen." Firen shook her head. "Forget it, I can't drink wine. If one were to say that life was like an arch bridge paved with bricks and stones from time to time, then it would be like this." Then the mortal teachers at the foot of the mountain at the age of 30, at most 40, would have reached the highest point of the bridge. Walking on the bridge, one could look back, but there was no turning back. So, when they were young, they were anxious to grow up. When they grew up, they were afraid of old age. And the Qi cultivators who climbed the mountain to cultivate did not seem to be in such a situation. But in fact, once the cultivators' soul decayed day by day, and there was no hope of breaking through, they would only suffer more than the mortals on the mountain. Firen suddenly laughed. "Our hidden official is called Qin Pingon, but he seems to be the most unsettled. Thinking of this, I'm in a much better mood." Firen took out 2 pots of wine and threw one to Zhou Qingao, asking coldly, "There's nothing to visit in Tongyi continent. Why don't we skip the creation cave and go directly to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to visit the hidden official?" Zhou Xian was hesitant. Firen patted him on the shoulder. Previously when we passed by the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingon ignored you. Now that the coffin is closed, the two of you will definitely have a lot to talk about. As long as you are familiar with him, you will know that he is more talkative than anyone else. Zhou Xian nodded, took a sip of wine and smiled. Then let's try. The premise is that you have to promise that I won't be beaten to death by him. Firen smiled. Sure. On the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a Dragon Gate cultivator of the demonic race was panting, the hand holding the blade trembling slightly. Before ascending to the top of the wall, he had already made an agreement with the famous hidden official. The two of them were only going to spar with blade and fist techniques. There was no need to fight to the death. If he lost, he would have wasted his trip to the northernmost part of the wilderness. After descending from the top of the wall, he would immediately return home. The hidden official gave him a thumbs up, and praised him with even more elegant words of the wilderness, saying that he was meticulous in doing things and had a long-lost heroic spirit, so there was no problem at all. As a result, this fight was very satisfying. Actually, it was just this military cultivator alone on the top of the wall, hacking with his blade, while the young hidden official in a bright red robe just let him hack it himself. Occasionally he would use the narrow blade hidden in the scabbard to hack at him, and casually raise the scabbard to block one or two attacks. Otherwise, it would seem that he was not treating his guest with sincerity, and it would be easy for his opponent to become disheartened prematurely. In order to take care of this hero's mood, Qin Pingon deliberately used the thunder palm technique, so that every time the scabbard and the blade collided, there would be bursts of snow-white lightning that looked like white snakes slithering around. At this moment, with the narrow blade propped on the ground, Qin Pingon looked at the demonic cultivator who had sheathed his blade and stopped and asked with a smile, "You must be tired from hacking. Why don't I do it?" The demonic cultivator immediately raised his chest and said heroically, I'm not tired at all. Let me take a break, what are you in a hurry for?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Guest, you came uninvited, shouldn't you respectfully call me Master Hidden Official? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Without hesitation he shouted, "Master Hidden Official." He even added, "You live up to your reputation, good fist technique." Qin Pingon suddenly looked around blankly, but he quickly collected himself and waved at him, "Go back." He was not really stupid. "You're not going to kill me?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "This is the first time in your life that you've climbed to the top of the city wall, and you've never been to the battlefield. Maybe you won't have a chance to come here in your life, so why should I kill you?" After he sheathed his blade, he clasped his hands and said, "I'm a little inferior, but Master Hidden Official is really good at fist techniques." Qin Pingon pressed the hilt of his blade with one hand, and rubbed his eyebrows with the other. He looked at the humble and sincere guest and said, "When you go back to your hometown, say that you defeated Master Hidden Official. If outsiders ask me, I'll help you smooth things over and admit it." He was a little embarrassed and whispered, "That's not very good." Qin Pingon grabbed the sword in his hand, and the demonic cultivator saw that the situation was not good, so he immediately flew away. After the great demon, who was not very clear-headed, left, Qin Pingon looked up and found that there was a heavy snow for no reason, without any warning. The wind and snow and floating clouds covered his eyes. Before today he would still have doubts. He didn't know whether or not he would have a chance to return to his hometown and eat a bowl of eel noodles that he didn't get to eat in the past. He didn't know whether or not he would have a chance to return to his hometown and eat the delicious stir-fried pork with winter bamboo shoots. Would the wine bowl on the table be replaced with a wine cup? Would he be dragged to eat hot pot in the summer? Would there be an old man lying to him? Everything had its vanquisher. Drinking wine could relieve the spiciness, and it was so spicy that he almost cried. All these years after he obtained that travel book of mountains and rivers, he had been bitterly waiting for this day to come, but he also seemed to be worried that this day would come. In an instant the world was thrown into chaos, so much so that the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi shook. Qin Pingon tried his best to stabilize his mind. The mountains and rivers were turned upside down. A blue-clothed scholar stood on the city wall. He turned to look at the young man. "You can go back." Qin Pingon took out a white jade hairpin and placed it in his hair. He stepped onto the city wall and squatted down. "Can you let me eat a meal and drink a pot of wine first and then make a decision after I've eaten my fill?" Dong nodded. The important matter has already been settled. These are all minor matters. Qin Pingan's but landed on the city wall and he fell backwards. He said that he would eat his fill but he didn't eat or drink. He only lay on the ground, his eyes wide open as he stared at the snowy night. You made me wait for so long. I almost couldn't make it. 7:45. Cui Dong suddenly laughed and said, "The 3 gold coins in the Immortal's tomb, I have already helped you to keep them." This was a response to the saying, "A lamp in a dark room for 1,000 years will light up." It was also the hand of the Immortals that created the saying, "Although the light is extinguished, the lamp remains." On the road of life, good deeds may be divided into big and small, and there may even be doubts about whether they are real or fake. However, there is no difference between good and bad deeds. Cui Dong suddenly thought of a saying, "A gentleman's heart is not good at sincerity. If you are sincere, there is nothing else. Only benevolence is defense, only righteousness is change instead of prosperity. This is called the virtue of heaven." In just 2 sentences he was able to point out the 3 important things: sincerity, benevolence, and virtue of heaven. It was just that the old scholar spoke too much and there were too many good words hidden in them, which made these words not so eye-catching. When the old scholar was still unknown in the marketplace, he had talked to his first student about these words many times. In the end, it was not easy for him to put these words together with other principles into a book with a light smell of ink. They were printed and sold to make money. In fact, at that time, the old scholar thought that the bookseller must have water in his head to be willing to print his untimely words. In fact, the bookseller really thought that he would not be able to sell and would lose money. It was someone who persuaded him in every way possible, and with the help of the future scholar's disciple, that he was only willing to print a pitiful 300 copies. In private, just a few students of the school secretly bought 30 copies out of their own pockets. They also successfully persuaded the rich and overbearing Alliance to buy 50 copies in one go. At that time, the first disciple of the school was the most capable. He tempted Alliance with benefits, saying that this was the first edition of the rare book, and that there would only be 300 copies. This book could be considered the only copy, and when Lao Xiu became famous in the future, the price would be at least several times higher. At that time, the youngest disciple in the school used tea as a substitute for wine, saying that he and Liang would go one by one. He even asked Liang to wait, saying that when he was older and had saved up 1 or 2 gold leaves and a few large silver ingots, he would go to Jianghu. At that time he would come back to drink wine. To hell with the tea, it was tasteless. The heroes in the Jianghu romance did not drink tea, they only knew how to drink big bowls, not even wine cups. That was the period when the students of the literary saints lineage were the most strained in terms of money. The few of them drinking with the unruly Alliance was a happy thing. But before that, Cui Dong had been drinking alone with the chubby bookseller, whose face was flushed red. Cui Dong felt that he had never been so humble in his life, especially when it came to drinking. It was as if Xiu, whose entire life's worth of flattering expressions and words had been used in advance for this drinking session. The young man was standing and the chubby bookseller, who had a few stinking coins in his pocket, was sitting. The young scholar held the cup with both hands, drinking cup after cup. Only then did the chubby bookseller laugh heartily and raise the cup. He only took a sip of wine and then let go of the cup to eat. Perhaps the old elementary scholar still did not know about this matter. Perhaps he already knew about these trivial matters, but it was inevitable that he would put on the airs of a teacher, and pay particular attention to the refinement of a scholar. He was too embarrassed to say anything. In any case, he owed the first disciple a word of thanks, and so he continued to owe him. Or perhaps it was the teacher who taught and dispelled the student's doubts, and the student who solved the teacher's problems. This was a matter of course, and there was no need for both sides to say anything. When Qin Pingan heard this, he slowly closed his eyes. His taut heartstrings had finally loosened completely. The exhaustion on his face was evident. He really wanted to have a good sleep. He wanted to sleep soundly for a few days and nights. He didn't even care about his thunderous snoring. Snow swirled about, but it did not fall on the two of them. It was like immortals cultivating in the mountains. Heat did not come and cold did not come. Therefore there was no cold or heat in the mountains. Previously, Qin Pingan had been worried about the possibility that Cui Dong's methods were as meticulous as before. Then wouldn't 10 years of not eating or sleeping have all been for naught? Qin Pingan had no idea what Zhou Mi, who was outside half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was scheming against him. However, the reason was simple. To be able to make an uncivilized person like Zhou Mi scheme against him, it must be a great scheme. Thinking of complicated things in simple terms, it was dismantling and cutting just like how a sword could break 10,000 laws. Thinking of simple things in complex terms, it was sewing, building and creating a small world. The matter of Qin Pingon hiding the 3 copper coins in his hometown when he was young was extremely secretive. No matter how resourceful that Sun Go was, he would not be able to find out. Xiu Hu was indeed good at understanding human nature. With one sentence he was able to make Qin Pingon let down his guard. Cui Dong turned his head and glanced at Qin Pingon, who was lying on the ground, and said, "It's not a good thing to become famous when you're young. It's easy to be self-righteous without knowing it." Qin Pingon nodded his head in agreement. This was a principle that could be right or wrong. However, for Cui Dong it was more reasonable. There were many principles that others seemed to only say 1 or 2 sentences to you, but in fact, they were using your entire life to reason with you. Whether it was useful or not, and listening to it would not make you lose money. If you did, it would be like drinking a bowl of wine for free. Qin Pingon knew that Xiu Hu was talking about that travel book of mountains and rivers. However, he could not help but feel a little resentful. Going to the other extreme and causing my reputation to be ruined, is that good? Qin Pingon was not worried about his reputation being damaged or anything. After all, it was an external matter. However, there were still some simple-minded children on the mountain. If they saw that foul travel book, wouldn't they be heartbroken? He reckoned that when he returned to his hometown in the future, there would be a girl who would have even more reason to avoid him. Cui Dong smiled and said, "Your reputation is still better than Shanjun Wei Pai's." Qin Pingon opened his eyes and was a little worried. He asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Cui Dong said, "You'll know once you see it. No need to ask me." Qin Pingon used his saber to support himself and tried to sit up. His hands were no longer hidden in his sleeves. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his cheeks hard to dispel the heavy sleepiness. He asked, "How did the trip to Calligraphy Lake feel?" A narrow saber stood on top of the city wall by itself. Cui Dong turned his head again and looked at the cautious young man. He smiled and did not answer the question. The silver lining in the misfortune is that we still have time. Qin Pingon's question was a small question that Cui Dong had asked the young mountain chieftain when he went to Luopa Mountain to rub salt into the wound. Cui Dong's answer was a sentimental remark made by the Dali imperial tutor. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and stood up. In the snowy night, the sky was dim and the earth was dark. It was as if there were only 2 people in this vast wasteland. Finally, they were no longer trapped in a situation where they were surrounded by enemies from all directions. Even if the Dali imperial tutor beside him had set up the questioning heart game at Calligraphy Lake, this scholar still came from the vast world, from the lineage of the sage of literature, from his hometown. There was no paper or pen when they met on horseback. They could only rely on their master to pass on a message saying that they were safe. It was a pity that Cui Dong did not seem to be willing to talk about the vast world. Qin Pingon also did not think that forcing it would be of any use. Cui Dong said casually, "If your heart is as calm as a Buddha, it will make people unable to write the words of immortals in books. Therefore, your lineage of the sage of literature can't rely on you when it comes to writing words." Qin Pingon said softly, "It's not you, it's we." Cui Dong did not seem to hear this. He did not dwell on the words we and we. He only said to himself, "In the study room, Li Baoping and Chao Qinglang will be more promising. There is hope that they can become the pure and mellow scholars in your hearts. However, in this way, before they really grow up, others will have to work harder to protect them. You cannot slack off for even a moment." Qin Pingon stretched out a finger and gently pressed against the white jade hairpin that had accompanied him for many years. He did not know what mysteries were hidden in it. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Pingon was still not in a hurry to open the small cave restriction of the white jade hairpin to see the inside story. He loosened his hair again and put the white jade hairpin back into his sleeves. 2 daggers slid out from his sleeves. Qin Pingon subconsciously held them in his hands. There was no need to suspect Cui Dong's identity. However, Qin Pingon was used to using a certain thing, a certain thought or a certain action to calm his mind. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would not be able to control his mind. His state of mind would be like the scene of wild grass and heavy rain. This would cause his mind to be muddy and waste a lot of his mind and spirit for nothing. Suddenly he realized that Cui Dong was staring at him. Qin Pingon said, Baoping has to wear red clothes since she was young. I have been paying attention to this for a long time. In the 2 letters that I asked someone to pass on to her in the early years, there was a reminder. The 2 letters mentioned this matter. One was for Nyexing to pass to Ningyao. The other was for Qin Pingon to pass to the future mountain master of Luopa Mountain, his student Chao Qinglang. Then Chao Qinglang and Li Shixing would take the initiative to talk about this matter. Cui Dong said, that's all. Clearly, in Cui Dong's opinion, Qin Pingon had only done half of it. It was far from enough. Qin Pingon was puzzled. Cui Dong was slightly displeased. He made an exception and reminded Chao Qinglang's name. Qin Pingon frowned. What was he trying to do? Observing the body but not the body, mirroring the water and the moon. Observing the heart without shape, bright and clear. Cui Dong shook his head, seemingly disappointed. He raised his head and looked at the 2 bright moons in the sky. He said slowly, in an emergency with a strong reflection, the clouds disperse and the sun shines brightly in the clear sky. I thought that after traveling away from home for so many years with a student named Qinglang by your side, the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Buddhist saint guarding the sky screen, you would have read up to this point. I really don't know what you have read after reading so many books. Qin Pingon seemed to have understood something. He did not care about Cui Dong's strange words. Cui Dong retracted his gaze and shook his sleeves. He sneered, sweeping away all traces. The moment is cool and refreshing. The true nature is deep and profound, like still water, tranquil and pleasant to the spirit, invincible. As long as you have read about this in the books, even if you know a little about the true meaning, there is no need to say that you can't get through it. So what if your state of mind is like porcelain and broken? Isn't it a good thing? The predecessors used words to pave the way. You just have to walk in big strides. Looking from the water, lowering your head to see the broken and round moon in the water. Raising your head to see the original moon, it is even brighter. The hidden official, on the other hand, is in a daze. What a good way to say that it is dark under the light. Amazing. Otherwise, as long as you have such thoughts, you would have reached the realm of jade by now. Inner demons. Even if you beg it to come, it might not come. Qin Pingon muttered in his heart, I'm not King crazy. I can read all kinds of books, remember everything and know everything. If I know, I can even understand the true meaning. If you were my age, it would be hard to say who would be scolding who here. Cui Dong had a playful expression as he glanced at the bright red robe with disheveled hair. It was as if he was saying, why, after being the hidden official for a few years, are you used to floating on the city wall? Qin Pingon immediately said, it's not too late to understand these Buddhist verses now. Good things are not afraid of being late. Qin Pingon learned a lot from Cui Dong Shan when it came to understanding other people's thoughts. Qin Pingon suddenly remembered that Xiu Hu was much smarter than Qin Pingon at his age. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been regarded as the vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple or the Grand Chancellor of the Confucian Temple. He was already Xiu Hu's. Cui Dong said, Zhuozhu wanted to bring you back to the vast world. However, he was pestered by Xiao Chua and couldn't leave. Qin Pingon heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he didn't come. Otherwise, Senior Brothers' trip would be fraught with danger. Cui Dong looked at the 100,000 mountains in the south. The world has always been like this. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You have the heart but you don't have the strength. It doesn't make much difference whether you are a mountain dweller or not. Ordinary teachers have things that ordinary teachers can't do. Cultivators have things that they can't do. That's why you missed a lot. Qin Pingon asked, for example? Cui Dong said, a lot. Cui Dong said again, a lot. Previously, Lu Cha asked the Sun and Moon Sword in South Pasua continent. The previous hidden official Xiao Chua killed the Ascendant Realm Sun Yuan in Tong Yi continent. Bai also went to Fuyao continent. One person with 4 immortal swords, he challenged several sovereigns. After the contract was broken, Wang Zhu successfully went to Aquarius continent and became the first true dragon in the human world. Old Yang opened the ascension stage again. The sword cultivators of Northern Reed continent went south to reinforce Aquarius continent. Old Master sat on the peak of Sway Mountain and suppressed moon supporting mountain grand ancestor. The Sage of Rites guarded vast world from the sky. After that, there were many other major events that were too much for the eyes to take in. Among them, the small Aquarius continent had the most strange people and events. It was the most shocking. Now there was still the secondary sage holding up the moon-supporting mountain. Cui Shi's mountains and rivers were inverted as he stood on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, resonating with it from afar. In the past, the Confucian Temple's secondary sage and the Confucian sage's two lineages fought against each other. However, when the battle ended, the Confucian Temple's secondary sage and the Confucian sage's lineage worked together. It could be considered as a gentleman's fight. Qin Pingon squatted on top of the city wall, holding onto his saber with both hands. So what if I miss it? What can I do? Cui Dong laughed. You can drown your sorrows in alcohol since Bookworm is not here. The joy of drinking was the tranquil state of drunkenness. Alcohol could intoxicate people. After a few cups, the alcohol would be as strong as a martial artist of the 11th realm, causing people to shed layers of armor. Those who were good at drinking were wine immortals. Drunkards who indulged in drinking could allow people to ascend to the immortal and ghost realms. That was why Xiu Hu once said that alcohol was the most invincible in the human world. Qin Pingon said, when I was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, regardless of whether I drank in the city or on top of the city wall, senior brothers would never said anything. Cui Dong sneered, don't say such tough words in front of me. If you have the ability, say it to Zhuo. Qin Pingon pursed his lips. I dare to say it. Don't talk about drinking. It was not hard for senior brother Zhuo to lower his head and admit his mistake. As long as Mr. was by his side. Cui Dong asked, you haven't made your decision yet? Qin Pingon said, I'll think about it again. Anyway, good things are never too late. Cui Dong did not say any more sarcastic words, because he could understand the young man's state of mind. He wanted to go back to his hometown but did not dare to. Cui Dong once had such complicated thoughts, which was why the invitation to return to hometown was kept on the desk by the late Emperor of Dali. It was better not to return to one's hometown. Cui Dong seemed to express his feelings looking at this strange and vast world. There is a limit to what a person can do. No matter who it is, there will always be a boundary. Words, actions, and thoughts, there is no exception. You can break the rules around you, big and small. It seems free and pure, but in fact it is not. Since order cannot be rebuilt, disorder itself is a kind of great imprisonment, far from being truly free. You can't really do whatever you want. You can't make the world disappear with a flip of your hand, but you can raise the world with a raise of your hand. That is great freedom. Even if all things in the world become one, you can't use one to create all things. That is still not true freedom. Cui Dong stomped his foot lightly. You can destroy an ant's nest with one step. Children can still do it. What's so great about that? It's the opposite. Cui Dong raised a finger on his right hand and tapped the back of his left hand lightly. Do you know how many small worlds you can't even imagine have disappeared in an instant? Cui Dong smiled playfully. Who told you that only spirits and sentient beings are the head of all things in the world? If it wasn't for a certain great Tao under my feet, I wouldn't dare to, and I wouldn't be able to go far. Otherwise, there would be another 15th state in the world that could change the world. You might say that the patriarchs of the three sects won't let me have my way. What if I become the vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple first and then go beyond the heavens? Or I might as well cooperate with Zhou Xian from the inside. Qin Pingon knew what Cui Dong was talking about. Porcelain people. They knew poems and songs, knew how to play chess, knew how to cultivate, knew how to ponder over the 7 emotions and 6 desires. They knew how to feel joy and sorrow. They could freely change their state of mind and cut off their emotions. They seemed to be no different from humans, but they were even more inhuman than real cultivators. Because they were born with Tao hearts, they disregarded life and death. They seemed to be puppets that were easily broken, and their fates were in the hands of others. But in the past, how did the high and mighty god spirits view the human race on the ground? An inestimable what if would change the world. Furthermore, they would rise faster than the human race, and the human race would be destroyed even faster. Qin Pingon asked carefully, has the Aquarius continent been defended? Cui Dong laughed it off. He was asking the obvious. Qin Pingon did not ask any more questions. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to return to the Aquarius continent. Cui Dong felt that he had said most of what he wanted to say. At that moment, Cui Dong suddenly did not know what to say. After all, the person beside him was not his junior brother Zhou Xian, but his half-junior brother Qin Pingon. Zhou Xian was not distracted. She liked to listen, but Qin Pingon thought too much. He liked to listen and would remember and chew on it. But Cui Dong was unhappy. Lin Shui dared to question him. Aren't you good at talking? You just tricked the old scholar into siding with you and now you want to be a taciturn person? Qin Pingon seemed to have a tacit understanding and said, all these years I have scolded you a lot. He spoke halfway. I have hit you a lot. In any case, his student Cui Dong Shan could be considered half a Cui Dong. Cui Dong nodded his head as though he was satisfied with the answer. It was rare for him to acknowledge Qin Pingon. It was the first time he called the young man by his name. Qin Pingon, don't think that we are the only ones working for the world. That is not the case, far from it. Just like you have indeed done some things there is nothing to deny, but in my eyes Qin Pingon, as the last disciple of the sage of literature, as a scholar of the world, it is only right and proper for him to do things that are beyond the book. You and I know that this is for the sake of a clear conscience. In the future when you suffer losses, don't ask for more from the world, there is no need. Other than the heroic deeds, in addition to the merits and demerits that are destined to be recorded in the annals of history, you also have to think about the lives and deaths of those who do not even have a name. Just like the great wall of sword qi that has stood here for 10,000 years, it should not only remember those sword immortals with outstanding killing power. Cui Dong looked into the distance. The wind and snow made way for him. Cui Dong used all his strength to look at the distant moon-supporting mountain. It was as if he saw many years ago. There was a scholar in a foreign land, laughing and talking about the world with a gray-robed elder. The latter said to the scholar, please go to the highest place, go to a place that is more knowledgeable than the ancestors of the three sects, and help me see what the true great freedom is. Zhou bowed and answered with 4 words, I dare not disobey. Cui Dong looked up at the sky. Is the world at peace? It is probably at peace. Then can I sit back and relax? I don't think so. Cui Dong gathered his thoughts. Qin Pingon raised his hands and wrapped them around his shoulders, casting a mountain and river spell to casually tie up his hair, as if there was a ring around his hair. Qin Pingon raised his eyebrows, high-spirited, and no longer looked down. I've thought it through. I want to move the mountain. In the prison of the past, Qin Pingon once said to an ascendant realm otherworldly demon, we want to become strong, we want to do something for the world. We want to do something for no one else but ourselves. Cui Dong smiled and said, what do you mean? Qin Pingon said in a deep voice, it doesn't matter if I become a sword servant or a scabbard. After a sword strike, I will not stop falling, it is up to me. I want to ask the sword to hold the moon mountain. I beg senior brother. To protect me? Cui Dong nodded and said, very good. In an instant Qin Pingon seemed to have been immobilized. The next moment, Qin Pingon had no power to fight back. He was hit by Cui Dong's strange spell and fainted on the spot. Cui Dong sat aside and a tall woman appeared beside him out of thin air. After seeing Qin Pingon safe and sound, she seemed a little surprised. She squatted down and reached out to stroke Qin Pingon's eyebrows. She looked up and asked the embroidered tiger, why? Cui Dong patted his knees with his hands and said leisurely, this is the last conscience game. Whether the student can surpass the master or not depends on this. 746. In the snowy night, a man in a bright red robe casually opened the mountain water restriction and walked out of a cave. He stood at the door and turned his head to look. The words, Zhaohua Cave, were engraved on the cliff. Buhua Island? The Zhaohua Cave that once had an ascendant realm monster? Looking into the distance, the heavy snow hasn't stopped. The snowflakes were as big as a mat. There was a great beauty between heaven and earth. It was already 1,000 miles white in the snow, and the moon was very round. Qin Pingon had 3 dreams before and then he woke up. Did he wake up or did he just enter the dream? When Qin Pingon opened the door, ripples surged. The immortal mansion on the sea, which was always in a state of panic, immediately sensed something strange. Sword light and treasure light lit up one after another, breaking the night sky. In a few blinks of an eye, they rushed to the Zhaohua Cave from different directions, and more than a dozen cultivators surrounded them. Qin Pingon immediately stretched out his finger and gently touched the robe. The bright red robe instantly became the same color as the white snow, and then covered his face with the skin of a young man. Qin Pingon reached out to catch the snowflake, as if he needed to use it to confirm whether he was still in the dream. The cultivators formed a formation as if facing a great enemy. A nascent soul realm sword cultivator was floating in the air on his sword. He was the leader in the middle and his expression was dignified. He was afraid that the hidden monster who roamed the sea and committed crimes was going to stake everything here. In these years, the number of immortal mansions and sects on the sea was even more than during the war. It was those monster cultivators who hid in the sea from the land of the 5 continents. There were 2 young men and women beside the old laurel. They were also sword cultivators. It was a pity that they weren't an immortal couple. The 3 sword cultivators had a jade seal tied with a long golden tassel on their waists. It was an ancient seal script with water patterns, and a pocket flying sword was carved on it. It had been many years since he saw so many people at once. It actually made Qin Pingon a little uncomfortable. He held the snowflake and his palm was cool. Qin Pingon had already recognized the origin of the 3 sword cultivators. They were foreigners from Luhua Island. According to the jade seal shape, they should be the direct disciples of the sect pedigree of the South Hassa continent. Qin Pingon was able to deduce a lot of things based on the appearance of the 3 people tonight. Luhua Island and the Rain Dragon sect were key points that connected the old site of the inverted mountain to the Tongye continent. However, there was only one nascent soul realm cultivator guarding the island, and he had crossed the sea from the South Sa continent. Could it be said that the world was really peaceful? Therefore, not only did the South Sa continent successfully defend its mountains and rivers, but after the war ended, it still had the strength to transfer cultivators across the sea to guard it. In that case, how long had he dreamt for? Where were the demons of the upper 5 realms? Could it be that they had all been annihilated by the boundless heaven? Otherwise, important places like the Rain Dragon sect and Luhua Island would definitely be guarded by at least 2 or 3 cultivators with outstanding killing power. If it was in the final stage, it wouldn't be too much for the Ascendant Realm cultivators to take the lead and 20 to 30 Upper Realms cultivators to block the path of the monster race. Just as Cui Dong had said, he had missed out on a lot. But the world was finally stable. The 3 sword cultivators all noticed that the young man's gaze had become gentle. Especially when he looked at the 3 of them, it was especially intimate. This caused the young female sword cultivator to subconsciously lean closer to the old man. The sneaky young man was born with good looks, but he was unexpectedly a playboy. He was tall and slender with a jade hairpin on his head. He wore a white robe but his body was slightly hunched. He looked like a golden core realm cultivator. The old nascent soul realm sword cultivator still didn't dare to let his guard down. He asked in a slightly unfamiliar language of the Central Plains, "Who are you?" The young man replied in Tong Yezhou's language with a smile. Tong Yezhou, second-class guest of the Jade Grey sect, Chao Mo. I'm sorry for disturbing you. I've been fascinated by the Fortune Cave for a long time. I wanted to sneak in and out but I couldn't resist and accidentally triggered the restriction. An old man from Luhua Island immediately asked in Tong Yezhou's language, "Since you're a guest of the Jade Grey sect, have you ever been to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land?" Qin Pingon was waiting for this. He nodded and said, "Of course, I have visited all 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave." When he was in the Summer Palace, he would occasionally read all kinds of secret files that had been sealed for a long time. So he was not unfamiliar with Tong Yezhou and Jade Grey sect. The old man from Luhua Island smiled and said, "Since Immortal Master Chao has visited the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, then you should know that there is a stall at the Rotten Rope Pavilion at the Cloud Gate Ferry all year round. What do you sell outside the pavilion? What do you want me to sell?" Qin Pingon raised his hand and a jade bamboo folding fan appeared in his hand. He lightly tapped the palm of his hand and sneered, "As an honored guest, you would also visit the Rotten Rope Pavilion that cheats outsiders for a few pieces of snow? I can't afford to lose face like this. When I visited the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, I only went to Huang Heji to drink 3 bowls of moonlight wine, and then went to Yunding Peak to sleep. At dawn, I used a white reed broom to sweep the clouds and I collected the clouds into my sleeves. Without the restriction of 1 caddy, I only collected 3 caddies each time, and the price was 40% off. Are you jealous?" The old man from Luhua Island was so scared that he almost believed him. Especially this young cultivator from Tong Yezhou, the old man felt that he was not unfamiliar with the arrogance of this young man. In the early years, all the immortal masters from Tong Yezhou were like this. They were so arrogant that it made people want to punch them in the face. The younger they were, the more their eyes were above their eyebrows. But now, among the cultivators from Tong Yezhou, most of them had gone to the 5th world. The old Yuanying of damning Shui said in his mind, Hu Qin, make sure that he is not a monster first. The disciple named Hu Qin on the side obeyed his master's order and immediately took out an ancient mirror. The young man silently chanted the incantation, holding the mirror with one hand and making a gesture with the other, and gently stroked the surface of the mirror. There were 2 circles of inscriptions engraved on the ancient mirror. 2 strings of golden words began to rotate, shining with colorful light. Ancient mirror reflects the true spirit. The body element is pure. The moon reflects the truth. And a bright moon contains the true spirit. All things in the world cannot be hidden. Qin Pingon was still tapping his palm with the folding fan. He looked up and narrowed his eyes. It was the plain moon mirror, one of the 6 Howren demon-revealing mirrors. Judging from the ripples of the young cultivator's mind and aura, as well as the signs of the thunder art, he should be using one of the unorthodox thunder arts, which was specially used to suppress and defeat the demon clan and the spirits of the mountains and lakes, as well as to kill the strange ghosts and evil spirits in the temples. The young sword cultivator raised his arm high, and the ancient mirror in his hand shot out a bright light, which shrouded the young man in white clothes at the entrance of the Cave of Fortune. Qin Pingon looked calm, but he just gently clenched the jade bamboo folding fan in his hand. In the eyes of those cultivators, the young man did not move at all and just let the white mirror light shine on his body. White clothes like snow, young man, beautiful and elegant. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Fellow Daoist, your Suyu ancient mirror has actually been used by your master as a smokescreen. Your real body is the higher-grade macaque ancient moon mirror, right? This is a magic treasure that can be used as a half-immortal weapon. If I were a jade unpolished realm monster, I would not be able to hide my real body. No wonder fellow Daoist is only a Dragon Gate realm cultivator, but you can train here. It turns out that you have a great treasure in your hand and you have a card up your sleeve. Fellow Daoist is young, but you are already a direct sword cultivator of the Great Yao River, and you also have such a magic treasure that can both attack and defend. I Chao will treat you as a Jindan realm cultivator. Only when you become a Jindan realm cultivator can you be considered as a Jindan realm cultivator. Qin Pingon smiled and cupped his fist. At the same time he said sarcastically, fishing the moon in the water in my dream, and visiting the ancient macaque ancient moon mirror in person. The young Dragon Gate realm cultivator put away the ancient mirror. The old Jindan realm cultivator of Luhua Island said helplessly, there is really no chance left in our Cave of Fortune. The young man seemed to have a straightforward temperament. He said frankly, if I don't see it with my own eyes, I will not give up. The old Jindan realm cultivator said, Immortal Master Chao sneaked into Luhua Island without permission and triggered the restriction of the Cave of Fortune. You have broken the rules of our sect, so you need to go to the Ancestral Hall. The young man smiled and said, I have asked the questions and the demon-revealing mirror has also shown, so there is no need to go to the Ancestral Hall for tea. The old Yuanying realm cultivator from the Great Yao River of the South Hassa continent said, You have broken the rules once, and I advise Immortal Master Chao to follow the rules again. When we send a message to the Divine Seal Peak and get a reply, we will let you go. Before that, Immortal Master Chao might as well stay in Luhua Island for a few days. Qin Pingon said helplessly, I am just a guest of the Yugui sect, and the name Chao Mo is not on the Divine Seal Peak's landscape register. When the chaos broke out, I couldn't go to the fifth world, so I had to hide. Now that the world is peaceful, I dare to travel down the mountain. None of the cultivators were in a good mood. From the previous vigilant look, they now looked at Chao Mo with undisguised disdain. How could the stubborn Yugui sect accept such a guest? Is he a guest of the Tongyi sect? The female sword cultivator said, Where is the guest's token? The young man blinked his eyes and said, Sect leader Jiang of the Yugui sect invited me and Lu Fong to go to the Divine Seal Peak to help. I was afraid of death, so I didn't dare to go. So I sent a message to the Yugui sect and returned the precious jade. The old Jindan realm cultivator from Luhua Island was slightly surprised. Sword Immortal Lu didn't die? The young man seemed to regret his words and stopped talking. But the two groups of cultivators stared at him. After hesitating for a long time, he said, Lu Fong once traveled with me to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. We both cultivated at the Bird's Eye Peak, but I left the Blessed Land earlier. The old Jindan realm cultivator was obviously very familiar with the Yugui sect and the Tongyi continent. At this moment he began to communicate with the three sword cultivators from the Great Yao Water through telepathy. The old golden core cultivator finally said, "One last question. Immortal Master Chao, may I trouble you to tell me about Sword Immortal Lu? Please tell me everything you know. Also you must be careful with your words. Sect Master Jiang, Sword Immortal Lu and I have drunk at the same table." The young man was a little annoyed. He turned his head and stretched his neck. "Aren't you guys annoying? Why don't you just beat me to death? Come come come. Use your flying swords to chop me. What a great Yao water sword cultivator. You are so arrogant." Sect leader Jiang discussed heroes with Sword Immortal Lu in private. He said that among the sword immortals in the South Saw continent, Chao Shi and the others were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Only the great Yao water elemental sword immortal was worthy of his toast. The expressions of the three great vile water sword cultivators instantly became much friendlier. How could they not be happy that their own sect and their own master could be admired by the sect leader of the Yugui sect? It was just that deep in their eyes there was a bit of sadness. The great Yao water had a total of 5 branches. Not all of them were sword cultivators. Only one branch was passed down from Sword Immortal Yuan Qingshu. The old nascent soul stage sword cultivator waved his sleeve. He seemed to feel that this cowardly person was too annoying and should get lost early. Qin Pingon put the jade bamboo folding fan on his waist and once again cupped his fists at the 3 sword cultivators. He left Luhua Island and went to Tongya Continent to take a look at the Yugui sect. Jiang Shangzhen was still alive and became the sect leader of the Yugui sect. He was indeed the honorary master of the Luapa Mountain. On Luhua Island, Qin Pingon didn't ask much. He would know what he needed to know. He couldn't stop what he didn't want to hear or know. The great Yao water nascent soul stage sword cultivator hid his aura and followed him from a distance with a water escape technique. Qin Pingon pretended not to know. But after half an hour he activated the water word seal, the natal item of the 5 elements, and performed a water-repelling technique. In a flash he escaped from the nascent soul stage cultivator's sight. The old sword cultivator returned to Luhua Island and said, "It shouldn't be a monster, but we still need to send a message to the Rain Dragon sect and the Yugui sect." Chao Imo hid his strength very well. He is most likely a nascent soul stage cultivator and he is very good at water techniques. No wonder he can be the guest of the Yugui sect. The female sword cultivator said angrily, "People like him are the most common in Tongya continent. His ability to escape is the best in the world." The old nascent soul stage cultivator of Luhua Island sighed. "To be honest, cowardly people hiding in the mountains are better than those bastards who rely on monsters and do evil." The old sword cultivator sneered, "Tongya continent is so big but most of them ran away. They deserve to be infiltrated by the cultivators of the Baoping continent. And they still have the face to quarrel with the Confucian temple in Zhongtu? If I were the sage of the Confucian temple I would have slapped them." Qin Pingon walked on the sea and the wind and snow came again. In the vast wind and snow he stood alone. He looked around and suspected that he was in the Jade capital. Qin Pingon immediately took out an item that was close to him. There was nothing to worry about. It was a gift from Cui Dong and there was no restriction on it. After looking around and confirming that there were no cultivators spying on them, Qin Pingon took off the white jade hairpin. Qin Pingon racked his brains but he did not expect this to happen. When he was immersed in it he found a group of children living in the broken cave. They were all potential sword immortals. The older ones were 7 or 8 years old and the younger ones were 4 or 5 years old. These children were very familiar with each other. After all, in the small cave inside the white jade hairpin, they depended on each other. The small cave did not have a large area. Although it was small, it had everything. In addition to houses, there were mountains and rivers, plants, pots and pans, firewood, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and everything else. There was even a dragon-slaying cliff that was used to sharpen flying swords. It was the size of a pillar outside the mountain temple and was priceless. Qin Pingon just happened to take out one of the talisman boats and ferries from within the talisman boat. Because there was a total of 3 ferries and a sunstream boat within it. Qin Pingon chose a relatively simple talisman ferry. It could accommodate 30 to 40 people. Qin Pingon brought the children out of the small cave and fixed the white jade hairpin. A boy with his hands behind his back raised his head and frowned slightly. "Who are you? Where is the hidden official?" "I am Qin Pingon." Qin Pingon squatted on the ground and rubbed his glabella. Tell me your name. 5 boys He Gu Qing Chaolu. Bai Xian. Yu Jianhui. Yu Qingzhang. 4 girls He Xiangting Yao Xiaoyan Nalan Yuji Sun Chunwang. 7 sword cultivators in the lower 5 realms, 2 cave realm sword cultivators by Xian Yu Jianwei. Qin Pingon said, Firstly, you are not allowed to tell anyone about your hometown. I will teach you the 2 elegant sayings of Aquarius continent and Tong Yi continent every day. He Gu crossed his arms and said angrily, Why can't I tell you about my hometown? Are you embarrassing yourself? Master Hidden Official, if I knew earlier I would have placed you at the bottom. What elegant sayings, I don't care to learn. Luckily he had thrown old Deaf from the 10-peak sword deities to the side, and replaced him with the young Master Hidden Official whose cultivation was not high. Yu Jianhui nodded his head gently and spoke like an old man. Us sword cultivators, our words are all about the sword. Qin Pingon did not care about the children's complaints and continued. Secondly, train your sword well in the future. So, just 2 requests. He Gu was unhappy and stared. What? That's all? How can you be Master Hidden Official? The elders in my family all say that you are scheming, and have a clever mind, especially when you don't study well and are the best at cheating people. You can even participate in the discussions of the 10-peak sword deities, and you are the only one who is not a sword deity. My mother asked what you rely on, and my father said, what else can you rely on? You rely on your mouth that can cheat people to death. Why are you so quiet today? Don't tell me you're a fake hidden official? Don't study well and are the best at cheating people? My wine shop is famous for its fair prices and I do not cheat the old or the young. My house is famous for everyone earning money and everyone can get a share of the spoils. Qin Pingon stood up and smacked him with a chestnut. The little troublemaker hugged his head, but he was not angry and instead nodded his head. His young face was filled with gratification. No wonder my father said that the second shopkeeper is a damn scholar, and changes his face faster than flipping a book. Seems like you are really Master Hidden Official. Qin Pingon laughed involuntarily. He must have lost the bet and not the fake one, so don't blame me. Qin Pingon thought for a while. Also, call me Chao Imo in the future. It is an alias or Master Chao. I will be your sword protector for the time being. In the future, when you follow me to my hometown, whether you enter my sect or not, it will be up to fate. These children who had traveled far away from home, and many of them were heartbroken from parting with their loved ones, and were slowly enjoying themselves in the white jade hairpin. They were leaving their hometown, but they were returning to their hometown. Then let's give each other a high five and let's go. Let's get to know each other. Qin Pingon's eyes were gentle and he bent down, extended his hand and gave each of the children a high five. Some of the children kept a straight face, standing where they were, and did not raise their hands or high fives, but Qin Pingon did not mind. Qin Pingon stood at the end of the ferry, and while driving the talisman boat, which was not too high above the sea, he had a headache. Originally he thought that he would be traveling alone in the Tongye continent, but he did not expect that it would be such a noisy scene. Some of the children were leaning on the railing, whispering to each other. Some of them had already sat cross-legged and began to nourish their flying swords. What a big water, I can't see the end of it. How deep do you think it is? If the Great Wall of our hometown was thrown here, would we be standing on the surface of the water or under the water? Ask the hidden official. Ask Chaomo, he is very knowledgeable. The talisman boat sailed across the sea, during which Qin Pingon saw a group of pearl divers from Luhua Island. So he cast a camouflage spell on the talisman boat and took a detour. But this talisman boat was too expensive. Qin Pingon raised his head and looked over, hoping to pass by a cross-continent ferry that went from west to east. Compared to riding a talisman boat to travel across the sea, the latter was obviously more cost-effective. Moreover, since this group of children came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was inevitable that they would have to deal with people outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The ferry was relatively safe, so it was actually a very good choice. Unfortunately, Qin Pingon did not expect to see a ferry passing by. After all, the Tongye continent was too isolated in history and there was no such thing. Qin Pingon took out the blade's strengthening gourd, tied it to his waist and patted the wine pot gently. Old man, we finally meet again. Then he put the jade bamboo folding fan that his student Cui Dongshan gave him on his waist. Sitting at the bow of the boat, he asked the children about the situation inside the white jade hairpin. The little girl named Nalan Yuji had a clear voice. She poured out the beans from a bamboo tube and spoke tirelessly about her cultivation over the years. The flow of time was slow inside but fast outside. It was really a different world. So in fact, these 9 children did not practice swordsmanship for a long time in this small broken world. Qin Pingon was silent for a long time and suddenly asked, "Tonight, do we want to eat stewed fish? The taste of sea fish is still different from the taste of river fish." Higu was not shy with strangers, so he said casually, "I don't really want to, but we can make do." Wuxia added, "Being a hidden official is not domineering at all. Why don't you just give orders directly?" The child added, "There are no outsiders here, so I don't need to call you Chao-imo." Qin Pingon smiled. Wuxia immediately raised his hands. "You are too polite." Okay, Chao-imo, Master Chao, Grandpa Chao, okay? Qin Pingon sighed. Why does it feel like Li Huai was with him in the past? Qin Pingon activated his water arts and conjured a fishing rod that seemed to be made of jade. He then used a wisp of martial arts Xianxia to congeal a fishing line and a fishing hook. Without any bait, he threw the fishing rod far away into the sea. Then he closed his eyes and focused, using the slight vibration of the thin fishing line to search for fish in the water. Little Yen praised, "Chao-imo is really immortal." Yuji raised her eyebrows and said proudly, "Of course, otherwise how could my sister be so devoted to Yin?" "Master Chao. My sister used all the money she saved to buy the seal, the fan, and the Song of Immortal sword at the Yen family's shop. She went to the wine shop to drink many times, but she never saw Master Chao. But every time she went home she was very happy. Grandpa said she was obsessed, but my sister didn't listen to him. She slacked off on her swordsmanship and often secretly practiced calligraphy, copying the inscriptions on the fan." Little Yen said softly, "When can we see Sister Wan Wan?" Yuji sighed, "It's hard to say. I only know that my sister went to Inverted Hanging Mountain with Fatty Yen and the others." Qin Pingon opened his eyes, holding the fishing rod with his right hand and the blade's strengthening gourd with his left. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. It was the taste of wine that he hadn't tasted in a long time. It was the wine from his shop. Maybe it was because he hadn't drunk it in a long time, or maybe it was because he didn't have any pickles to go with the wine, or maybe it was because he didn't have a bowl of green onion noodles waiting for him to eat. So he only took a small sip, but it was so spicy that it almost made him cry. On the road of life, one would meet many passers-by who would never meet again after parting. But in people's hearts, passers-by could be people who stayed for a long time. They would smile, talk loudly, and drink drunkenly at the same table. They would also remind people of someone, and it would be as if that person was looking at them without saying anything. Qin Pingon slowly turned his head and looked at the children who were either chatting or practicing swordsmanship in silence. The dream seemed to be real. It really seemed like a dream. This was probably what the books called as if a lifetime had passed. Qin Pingon didn't dare to drink too much. He turned his head and shouted at the little sparrows who seemed to have come from the city, "Hey!" The children who were chatting turned their heads in unison. Even the few who were practicing swordsmanship pricked up their ears. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "In the vast world, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, I will beat them to death." Bai Xian asked, "If you meet an immortal or even an ascendant realm cultivator in the Tongyi continent, you definitely can't beat them." This child liked to put his hands behind his back and pretend to be an adult. Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. Among the native cultivators of the Tongyi continent, there were most likely no ascendant realm cultivators. As for immortals, whether or not he could beat them, he could let them try. However, since the cultivators of the upper 5 realms who stayed in the Tongyi continent didn't leave back then and survived, they were all well-deserved heroes or formidable people. Don't fight if you can. Harmony breeds wealth. When Qin Pingon didn't need to merge with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he lost his reliance and broke free from the cage at the same time. As for how Cui Dong did it, only God knew. Because Cui Xian's sewing technique carried the true name of the Great Demon, Qin Pingon had been practicing martial arts. He was everywhere. At all times he would be suppressed by the great Tao of heaven and earth. The small world of the human body, the tendons, the bones, the blood, the flesh, the meridians, the chi residence, and then the soul. It was as if the entire small world of mountains and rivers was under a mysterious, heavy pressure without exception. Everything was shaking. Several great grandmasters were mercilessly punching Qin Pingon fiercely to temper his body. This familiar feeling was also a long-lost peace of mind. Therefore, when he opened the mountain and river restriction in the Cave of Fortune, Qin Pingon was careless and couldn't adapt to the qi of heaven and earth. He dropped to the Aurus core stage. Otherwise, with Qin Pingon's cautiousness, those cultivators wouldn't have been able to detect his whereabouts. From meeting Cui Dong to inexplicably being in the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island, everything was strange. When in Rome, do as the Romans do and get used to it. At this moment, Qin Pingon needed to cast a camouflage spell and deliberately pretend to be an earth immortal of the golden core stage. The white-robed young man raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. He raised the blade-strengthening gourd high and murmured with a smile, "Wine has other uses, there's no need to grow up." Little Yen asked timidly, "Where's the fish?" Qin Pingon suddenly raised the rod and pulled a palm-sized fish out of the water and threw it on the ferry. The children looked at each other. Just this. Not a big fish the size of a hill? Chung Chaolu immediately ran to catch the small fish, but she was called a little dog by her companions. Inside the cave, Ching Chaolu was the one cooking and cooking. Her cooking skills were not bad. Wuxia whispered, "Higu, I still think he's a fake hidden official. Let's take it easy, don't help him count the money after being sold." Many of the children chimed in as they pecked at the rice. Qin Pingon thought of something. He took out a green robe made of fine bamboo threads and put it on. He took off the previous skin and covered it with the skin of a middle-aged man. At the same time, he restrained the qi of a qi cultivator and displayed the qi of a martial artist of the golden body stage. He hung the saber at his waist and reached out his hand to condense the water energy into a bamboo hat. He put it on his head. He was the real Chaomo. Moreover, Qin Pingon's camouflage spell involved the operation of the human body's small world. If one wasn't an immortal, they might not be able to see the truth. Bai Xian sat at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back. He sneered, "Fake my ass, isn't this the hidden official? How many sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Aura change their appearance every day and even disguise as women to pick up scraps on the battlefield?" Situ Yuji nodded and said, "My sister said that the hidden official at that time was gorgeously dressed. He was even more beautiful and feminine than her." Qin Pingon continued fishing. He held the blade-strengthening gourd and drank small sips. He smiled and said softly, "In ancient times, snow filled the courtyard. A guest rode on a horse. His hat was covered in snow. The hero dismounted and entered the hall. Under the reflection of the snow, his face was darker. He drank until he was speechless. He threw down the golden leaf and rode the horse. He fought in the snow and did not stop. He did not know his name." Wuxia waited for a long time, but he did not continue. He began to expose him out of habit and asked, "What about the second fish?" Qin Pingon replied impatiently, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. The fish called for its friends and its ancestors. It doesn't take time to travel." Qin Pingon suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance with all his might. Why was his luck so good tonight? Was there really a cross-continent ferry to the Tongye continent? However, before that, it seemed like he had to deal with a cultivator in the immortal realm. She swam from afar and used a secret technique to involve water fate. She helped him to investigate the movements in the water within 100 miles. She probably still could not find Chao Imo, who escaped through the water and did not give up. Then she found the ferry talisman boat. She arrived in the form of a rainbow but did not land on the ferry. She was more than 100 steps away from the ferry and moved side by side. She reminded Qin Pingon, "You have so many children with you. Be careful on the sea at night." Qin Pingon was stunned. He put down the fishing rod and stood up to cup his fists. He smiled and asked, "Senior, don't you suspect our identity?" The female cultivator in the immortal realm smiled and said, "I have killed all the demons around here. I suspect what you are doing." Qin Pingon did not say anything more. She asked, "Do you really know Jiang Shangzhen?" 747. Qing Chaolu and Yao Xiaoyan cleaned up the pot and utensils. One of them really liked this kind of chores, while the other was determined to be a good wife and mother at such a young age. As for practicing the sword, it was no different from eating, drinking, and defecating to the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. No one would slack off. It was no different from the scholars at the foot of the mountain who wanted to pass the imperial examinations. It was a matter of course. Qin Pingon stood up and passed a bowl and a pair of chopsticks to Qing Chaolu. Then he looked up. It really was a cross-continent ferry that was heading towards the Tongye continent. The shape of the ship was faintly discernible. Spiritual qi lingered around the ferry, as if there were women in colorful clothes on the murals. Their clothes fluttered in the sea of clouds. Qin Pingon focused his eyes and looked closer. Indeed, there were flying dragon ladies, water immortals, and lightning immortals painted on the walls of the ferry using the method of Immortal's alchemy books. They were all women's depictions and were vivid and lifelike. Qin Pingon learned from his mistakes at the Cave of Fortune and immediately retracted his gaze. As expected, one of the dragon ladies in the murals seemed to have sensed someone spying on her from afar. In an instant her gaze wandered, but she couldn't find the talisman boat that was extremely far away. After a while she retracted the divine light in her eyes and returned to normal, returning to silence. Only the ribbons were still fluttering in the wind, dragging hundreds of feet away. Qin Pingon adjusted his bamboo hat and rubbed his chin. The ferry was an extremely brilliant mountain and river formation. It could help the ferry travel through places with thin spiritual qi or through lightning and rain without being too bumpy. It was beautiful and looked very ethereal. It was also very practical and could naturally suppress the clouds, rain and lightning. Did the ferry belong to a sect with a majority of female cultivators? Otherwise, gods like the Rain Master, Thunder Lord and Uncle Yun wouldn't be lacking in those few strokes. They would be painted on the wall and the effect would only be better. Logically speaking, the Rain Dragon sect should have been reduced to ruins long ago, and all the cultivators were dead. Could it be that the owner of the Water Spirit Palace on the inverted mountain Zhou Xian didn't take root in the 3 continents and established her own sect and spread her branches? Instead he brought those cultivators back to the sect and began to rebuild the Rain Dragon sect. Did Yunqing obtain this ferry by chance or did he buy it from someone else? Or could it be that this ferry came from the south swirling continent or the even more distant Fuyao continent so it passed by this place midway? Qin Pingon quickly thought about the sects and immortals of the whirling and Fuyao continents. Qin Pingon was actually no stranger to the cross-continent ferries of the 2 continents. In his early years at Spring Banner House, he had interacted with many ferry managers face to face. Qin Pingon was a little hesitant about whether he should drive the talisman boat to approach the cross-continent ferry that was not too fast. He was mainly worried that the inexperienced kids from the Great Wall of Sword Qi would have an accident on the ferry and get into a dispute with the Immortal Masters. Qin Pingon was not afraid of getting into trouble, but he was afraid that he would be careless and lose control of himself. A pure martial artist who was at the peak of the 9th realm and was at the bottleneck of the mountain peak would lose control of himself. At the end of the day it was naturally because he could not control himself. Qin Pingon could let a demon cultivator who came to the city to provoke him safely return to his hometown in the south only because the other party did not have any enmity with the vast world. Whether it came to the city to have fun or to seek death, Qin Pingon could use it to relieve his boredom. However, now he might not be able to listen to a few worrisome words from his hometown. He might not be able to withstand 1 or 2 worrisome things done by his hometown. Higu saw that Master Chow was in a daze and asked, "What are you thinking about? You can't take your eyes off a beautiful woman and are distracted?" Wuxia added, "If I were older I would probably be tempted too. It's human nature." No wonder Master Chow took a few more glances. Anyway, it's a waste not to look. His hands did not touch that big sister's body. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "There are millions of good-looking women. Everything is for the White Bone Temple." The little girl Nalan actually took out a pen and paper on the spot. She took a breath and wrote down this sentence on the paper. Then with a shake of her wrist, everything disappeared. Qin Pingon was a little surprised. She was actually a little girl with a good family background. She even had a mind item with her. Nalan Wuxia. Surname Nalan. After confirming a little guess in his heart, Qin Pingon could not help but let his thoughts wander 1,000 miles away. The only thing that could cause the river of time to be unable to restrain was probably one's thoughts. The female immortal cultivator who came in the form of a rainbow was most likely responsible for patrolling the Rain Dragon Sect's sea region. Qin Pingon actually only saw the scented pouch ornament on her waist that was overflowing with multicolored light and her red and yellow aura that was like the rising clouds of the morning sun. He had already guessed her identity. She came from the drifting cloud continent and was also the master of the pine mist blessed land. She was good at refining all kinds of clouds in the world. She was said to be good friends with the Taixia progenitor Li Yu of the Crouching Earth Peak in the North Continent. Was the world at peace? Seems so. This was what Cui Dong had said earlier. It was also what Qin Pingon was currently thinking. Qin Pingon had long noticed that there was a problem with his mental state. He was used to thinking too much. On the city wall he was alone, surrounded by enemies from all directions. Qin Pingon, who was still carrying the burden of being a hidden official, could not help but think too much. Once he thought too much he would fall into the trap. One careless move would cause him to lose everything. Other than his own death, he would also implicate the direction of the entire world and cause it to deviate slightly towards the wilderness world. Moreover, as long as he did not have to die, how could Qin Pingon bear to die? There were still so many people he wanted to meet. They were scattered all over the world, waiting for him to meet them one by one. Qin Pingon asked, "Do you want to take the cross-continent ferry?" Of the 9 children, other than the 3 who did not like to talk from beginning to end, He Xiangting, Yu Qingzhang and Sun Chunwang, the rest were all excited. They wanted to experience it and did not even consider the hidden official's money bag. Qin Pingon reminded them, "Other than the 2 points I mentioned earlier, when you get on the ferry, remember to hide your identity as a swordsman. Anyway, as long as you do not cause trouble, there is nothing to worry about. If you want to practice your swordsmanship, you can practice it in the house. If you want to enjoy the scenery, you can go out and enjoy it. There are no taboos." Qin Pingon steered the talisman boat and shot towards the cross-continent ferry. He was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed more than 100 miles and caught up with the ferry that was fluttering with colorful ribbons. The 2 ferries were more than 1,000 feet apart. Qin Pingon asked loudly in the elegant language of the central divine continent, "Can we board the ferry?" The cross-continent ferry did respond. The few cultivators on the mountain who went out to enjoy the scenery quickly returned to their residences without the ferry saying anything. Then around the railings of the ferry, mist rose to a height of more than 10 feet. When the mist dissipated, long talisman swords appeared. They were made of green bamboo and looked very green. Moreover, the swords were engraved with Dan's script. They were written in the Tao of Talisman and were used to slay demons. The key was that the thousands of talisman swords were made of green bamboo produced by the bamboo sea cave. It was filled with Tao and was naturally superior to the spirits of mountains, rivers, lakes and lakes. Although it was not close to the 10 ancestral bamboos of the green Immortal mountain, such a large number of green bamboo talisman swords must be very expensive. It was definitely not something that any cross-continent ferry could buy and refine into such precious talisman swords. Moreover, the bamboo sea cave rarely sold their green bamboo to the outside world. Even if they allowed their green bamboo to rot and turn into green mud, they would never make money from it. Then there was only one possibility left. The lady of the green Immortal mountain, who had never left the cave and never appeared in the world, had sold the vast amount of green bamboo from the bamboo sea cave at a low price. She might even have given it to the Confucian temple in the central region. Therefore, if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely travel to the bamboo sea cave. The cross-continent ferry was filled with sword qi and the world was austere. In the past, the cross-continent ferry to the inverted hanging mountain was mostly staffed by earth immortals of the nascent soul realm who were good at killing. There were even cultivators of the upper 5 realms who helped to escort the goods just in case. The painted women on the outer wall of the ferry showed up one by one. They had graceful figures and were about 3 to 4 feet tall. Each of them held a talisman sword made of green bamboo and of a higher grade. The tip of the talisman sword was pointed at the talisman boat. It was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a warrior. He wore a bamboo hat and a green robe. A narrow saber hung from his waist and a wine pot was tied to his waist. On the cross-continent ferry, the cultivators and most of the passengers were looking at the talisman boat that appeared out of nowhere. The group of children had nothing to look at. Most of their attention was on the man. Qin Pingon raised his hand and smiled. "I can let the green bamboo talisman sword cut my palm and use it to verify my identity before boarding the boat." Higu sighed and said, "Not domineering at all." Wuxia nodded and said, "Very cowardly." A ferryman in a black robe stood at the front of the boat. He held a pair of iron maces in his hands. He had a big beard but a small face. He looked scholarly but his words were simple and concise. He only said 3 words, "Get lost." Qin Pingon raised his hand high. He held a grain rain coin between his fingers and said, "I don't lack money. The ferryman said, "One sword in your palm and one in between your eyebrows. Are you willing?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, it's okay. But please be careful with your strength. Don't break it." Qin Pingon chuckled and added, "It's better to kill the wrong person than to let the wrong person go. It's too harmful to the virtue of the underworld. We are all real immortal masters. Don't learn from the wild cultivators." The painted dragon girl seemed to have received the ferryman's order. She really did send out 2 swords. The sword light suddenly cut through the night sky and then suddenly disappeared. After she kept the sword, she looked down. On the tip of the sword there were 2 beads condensed by blood. The tip of the sword trembled slightly. The 2 drops of blood from the man in the bamboo hat's palm and between his eyebrows shattered. A woman in a colorful dress with the appearance of a water immortal and the aura of an earth deity condensed the blood again with a secret technique. Obviously, she did not notice anything strange. She held the bamboo sword upside down with the dragon girl. Perhaps this was a sign of goodwill to the man in the bamboo hat. After all, the other party's action was very sincere. Handing over the blood to an alchemist for verification was not as simple as handing over a customs document. Qin Pingon waved his hand and took the 2 drops of blood into his palm. The ferryman's expression became more amiable. He asked, "Where did you guys come from?" Qin Pingon chose to answer telepathically. "After I learned that the Liuxiao continent's senior Zhou Yi's Dao was boundless and had already wiped out the demon race that caused chaos, the Rain Dragon sect's territory could be said to be peaceful and peaceful. There were no more hidden dangers. I took the juniors of my sect out to sea and visited Luhua Island to see if I could find any opportunities along the way. As for my sect, let's not talk about it. Those who left have gone to the 5th world. There are not many old people left." The ferryman's heart tightened. Good lord, it's actually a nascent soul cultivator pretending to be a pure martial artist. Damn it, it's most likely that cultivator from the Tong Yi continent. He's either a military cultivator or a sword cultivator. Otherwise, his physique would not be so tough as a martial artist's. The other party's telepathic thoughts were extremely clear. It was obvious that the 2 layers of mountain and water restrictions on the ferry did not affect his cultivation much. If it was a Jindan Earth Immortal, it would not be difficult for him to hear clearly. It's just that the voice would not be so clear. Qin Pingon's palm lightly patted his green robe. The robe rippled and released waves of green mist. It took the initiative to break through some of the camouflage, revealing the bamboo silk robe on his body. It came from the Azure Immortal Mountain. Lu Yuzhou, who took the Osmanthus Island to the Yuanruan mansion, wore a bamboo silk robe back then. This type of robe also had the reputation of cool land and summer resort. Especially Qi cultivators who cultivated the wood and water Dao. Their preference for the Azure Immortal Mountain's bamboo robe was no less than the pursuit of the world's cultivators for things that were close at hand. No demon cultivator would wear the Azure Immortal Mountain's bamboo robe, unless it was a great demon of the immortal realm with profound Dao. However, with the current mirror hanging in the sky, demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms, especially those of the immortal realm, would not be able to hide their presence once they left the bottom of the sea. The huge mirror hanging high was a legendary mirror for opening makeup. If it was an ascendant realm great demon who was better at hiding its presence. This Sai fairy could only admit that it was unlucky. It was nothing more than a battle to the death. However, once the great demon's presence was exposed, it would definitely die. There were cultivators stationed at the old site of the Rain Dragon sect to help take revenge. Other than Xianxia Continent's Immortal Tsong Li Golden Armor Continent's female sword Immortal Song Pin, there was also an Ascendant Realm cultivator from the Central Divine Continent who personally guarded the Jiaolong Ravine. The steward cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for the offense. Please board the ferry." Qin Pingon cupped his fists and returned the greeting. He smiled and said, "The wind on the mountain is strong. It's better to be safe than sorry." If Qin Pingon showed up with his green robe and bamboo robe first, he probably wouldn't be able to board the ferry tonight. This was the human heart. The steward smiled. He knew how to talk. Qin Pingon asked for 3 rooms from the ferry. Qin Pingon had 1 room for himself and the girl and boy each had 1 room. Qin Pingon only had 1 request. The rooms had to be adjacent to each other. Immortal money was easy to negotiate. He could name any price. As for whether the Tsai fairy needed to discuss with the guests and vacate 1 or 2 rooms, Qin Pingon could just add more money to compensate the Immortal Masters. He wouldn't let the Immortal Masters move for nothing and make things difficult for the fairy. There were the most people with the surname Qian in the world. The matter was handled quite smoothly. Firstly, the immortal money on the mountain was becoming more and more valuable. Secondly, the Tsai fairy also had some intention of giving in. It was true that caution was the parent of business on the mountain. However, the saying, "the wind on the mountain is strong," was even more true. Qin Pingon formed a sword seal with 2 fingers. At the same time, he activated his metal natal item and helped to draw a golden sword pool in the 2 rooms. This was to prevent the idle conversation of the children from being unknowingly spied on by the busybodies on the ferry. Qin Pingon originally wanted to take out a few more talisman and paste them on the windows and doors. However, after some thought, he gave up on the idea. He didn't want the children to be too reserved. The ferry stopped at an immortal ferry at the southernmost end of the Tongyi continent. It wasn't too far from the Jade Grey sect. Qin Pingon returned to his room and asked for a pot of immortal wine that was unique to the Tsai fairy. After drinking half a pot of wine, he dipped his finger in the wine and wrote a line of words on the table. "The river is clear and the sea is clear." The last time he went to the Tongyi continent, the cross-continent ferry was a treasure-swallowing whale that had several mystic realms. Now the inverted mountain was gone. It was unknown where Lu Tai was now. If Lu Tai appeared as Lu Kai at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it would make Qin Pingon's mental state worse. However, since he had returned to his hometown, Qin Pingon wouldn't shrink back. Qin Pingon habitually pasted a filth-dispelling talisman on the window and began to walk. He had to familiarize himself with the pressure of the Great Tao in this world as soon as possible. This was the after-effect of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the wilderness, one would be suppressed. In the vastness, it was the same. For pure martial artists, this was a great thing. Not to mention walking or sparring with others, even every breath was training. However, for cultivators, the situation was more awkward. If Qin Pingon didn't have the foundation of a martial artist, he would probably be lying on the ground with just his identity as a sword cultivator. However, as long as one was familiar with the operation of the Great Tao in the vastness, the influence would become smaller and smaller. However, once one fought with one's life, there would still be many accidents. In short, Qin Pingon was now equivalent to half a demon cultivator. He was in the small world of the saints in the vastness. Qin Pingon closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep as he walked slowly. During these years of guarding the door at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he had practiced more than 3 million punches. He planned to practice another 500,000 punches before returning to Luopa Mountain. Therefore, the 10 million punches that he didn't even dare to think about before was still very promising. The 2 groups of children in the 2 rooms didn't go out for the time being, so Qin Pingon continued to walk with peace of mind. At dawn, the Tsai ferry slowly stopped. It said that it would pass by the largest pearl diving field on Luhua Island, and it would stop for 2 hours to buy all kinds of pearls from the cultivators of Luhua Island. As long as the passengers of the ferry held a green bamboo talisman sword, they could go to the temporary immortal ferry in the pearl diving field. However, there would be someone leading the ferry and no one was allowed to leave without permission. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to board the ferry again. Since he liked to wander around, he might as well go to Tongyi continent alone. Qin Pingon walked out of the room and went to the bow of the ferry. However, he didn't want to go to the pearl diving field. He just stood at the bow of the ferry and wanted to listen to some cultivators chatting. Earlier, he wanted to buy a few copies of the Xianxia daily, but the reply from the ferry was very straightforward. If he thought that it was too expensive, the ferry manager could write a copy of the hairpin-style small regular script for him. It was not expensive, just 1 divine coin and Guyu coin. Obviously, they were bullying a cultivator from Tongyi continent. In the Hauran 9 continents, the cultivators of Tongyi continent were already very famous. Even if he didn't need to go to the pearl diving field to spend the divine coin, there was still something that he could do on the Tsai ferry. The location of the ferry was very particular. Deep below the ferry there was a water vein in the sea and there were many fishes in the Li River. If he was lucky, he might even encounter some rare aquatic creatures. However, if he wanted to enjoy the pleasure of fishing, he needed to pay extra money. He needed to rent a green bamboo fishing rod that was secretly made by immortals from the ferry, and it cost 1 divine coin for half an hour. Qin Pingon saw that there were already a few fishermen near the railing of the ferry, so he spent one divine coin and sat on the railing and cast the fishing rod into the sea. The fishing line was very long and he didn't need to spend any money to buy a small porcelain bottle of bait. Otherwise the fairy would be too greedy. Qin Pingon sighed. In the past, Cui Dongshan would often talk nonsense beside him, saying that the words in black and white had a deep meaning, and that each word was a shadow. After so many years, Qin Pingon still couldn't figure it out. He just felt that this saying did have a deep meaning. Qin Pingon raised his head and looked at the night sky. The wind and snow were getting heavier. The sky was tens of millions of miles away from the earth. The sun and moon hung in the sky, and the earth was tens of millions of miles away. Qin Pingon suddenly wanted to go to the sky to take a look. He could ride the wind, swords, or even the talisman fairy. However, when he thought of the children still on the ferry, Qin Pingon temporarily dismissed the idea. Apart from fishing, Qin Pingon was more concerned about the conversations of the cultivators. However, there wasn't much to talk about. They were all trivial matters and didn't involve the situation of the world. Qin Pingon's biggest worry now was that he was in the fourth dream. It couldn't be the trick of the white paper blessed land. The most mysterious thing about the white paper blessed land carefully built by the family was that the sentient beings in the blessed land, although they were all white paper puppets, they were really sentient. They could follow the complicated network and have their own thoughts and actions. They were no different from real people. The only difference was that the paper figurines in the blessed land, even if they were cultivators, had no sense of the passage of time. Therefore Qin Pingon was of course worried. From the first step he took out of the fortune cave on Luhua Island, the people he saw after that were all white paper. They might even be transformed by a person, and the scenery he saw was the legendary one-leaf vision. The world was vast and boundless. Immersed in it, one would feel like an alcoholic who was half drunk. He wasn't dead drunk, but he wasn't truly sober either. Then there would seem to be someone beside him, smiling and asking if he was drunk and if he could continue drinking. How could he not feel disappointed? This kind of thing his senior brother Cui Dong could do, not to mention the Dali imperial tutor of the Howran Three Brocade sect could also do it. Cui Dong and Cui Dongshan, what they were best at was to concentrate on one thing. Once they dispersed their thoughts, they would talk about a few things. Qin Pingon was afraid that all the people around him would suddenly condense into one person, and become a white-haired Confucian scholar in a green robe. They had already acknowledged him as their senior brother, but they couldn't beat him and they didn't dare to scold him. Even if they criticized him in their hearts, they would still be seen through. Wasn't that surprising? A cultivator laughed loudly, suddenly raised his rod and successfully caught a fish from the Li River. Although it was called a fish, it was actually a big red turtle, the size of a basin with 4 eyes and 6 legs, and pearls adorned its feet. The man peeled off 6 pearls and then threw the fish back into the sea. Very quickly, a female cultivator on the ferry, dressed in a Xianxia skirt, went to buy the pearls. The cultivator received a small sum of money and was all smiles, high-fiving his good friend beside him. His good friend said that this trip to the Tongyi continent would definitely be a pleasant surprise. Qin Pingon didn't get anything, so he didn't care at all. If his luck was too good, he would feel a little guilty. Another person caught an even older fish. This time, the female cultivator on the colorful clothes ferry bought the whole fish from that person, spending 3 small sums of money. Qin Pingon turned his head and saw that the manager of the ferry was standing not far behind him. He was dressed in a laurel black robe and had an ancient style. The manager introduced himself, Huang Lin, Wuxia Lan's second consecrator. Qin Pingon was puzzled. Wuxia Lan of the Golden Armor continent? Since when was there a male consecrator? Wuxia Lan produced more than 10 kinds of immortal colored letter paper. It was famous among the immortal residences and aristocratic families of the Central Plains, and it made a lot of money. This was especially so for the spring tree stationery and tuan flower stationery. In the early years they were even sold in the inverted hanging mountain. It was similar to the dragon fairy dress, Xianxia skirt, pearls in the palm, bright moon. As long as an item could become the favorite of female immortal masters and aristocratic ladies, there was no need to worry about not being able to make money. As for men, no matter how much they valued money, they would probably spend a lot of money for the woman they liked. On his Luapa mountain, there seemed to be a lack of such exquisite and cute items. Huang Lin said, "Too many people have died." Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment, then turned around and cupped his fists. Huang Lin suddenly laughed. A qi refinement warrior who dares to bring 9 children out to sea, no matter how afraid of death he is, has a limit. Previously I stopped you from boarding the ferry and offended you. It is my duty, please forgive me. Later, I'll pay for it out of my own pocket and have someone send you a few pots of wine as an apology. Qin Pingon nodded. Fellow Daoist Huang is very gracious. Huang Lin dismissed it with a smile and took his leave. When it was time, Qin Pingon returned the fishing rod, returned to the house and continued to move the poles. Half a month later, there was a commotion everywhere on the ferry. Qin Pingon opened the window and found that he had encountered a mirage. There seemed to be a huge hoe at the bottom of the sea, and its breadth formed a large chain of immortal palaces. They stood in the sea of clouds of different heights, sparkling with golden light. It was like an ancient immortal realm with immortal residences everywhere. On the cloud roads that connected the immortal palaces and attics, there was an endless flow of carriages and horses. Men and women were of ancient appearance, and the people driving the carriages were mostly burly golden men in armor. There was even one of the most majestic palaces, with dozens of yellow cranes circling above it. Qin Pingon sighed with emotion. It was said that the older the divine object, the more effective it was. Ordinary mirages were mostly unobstructed illusions, but this sea market was obviously not like that. The spiritual qi flowed and the illusion was close to the truth. The colorful clothes fairy seemed to have encountered this mirage before, and chose to take a detour without hesitation. However, they did not expect that after taking a detour for more than 100 miles, the mirage kept blocking their path. Some Earth immortal cultivators who did not know the severity of the situation wanted to investigate, but they were stopped by manager Huang Lin, who said that the dying hoe hid very well. Even the immortal cultivators could not find a trace of it after searching for several months. Moreover, the demon was now in the state of Dao scattering, which was similar to the soul of a pure Jade Realm cultivator. It could no longer suppress the leakage of its Dao Qi and was trapped in the sea market. Ordinary barrier-breaking talismans were useless. Moreover, the big demon's actions today were very likely to show its ferocious nature. It wanted to fight to the death with the ferry before its Dao disappeared. The painted women on the outer wall of the ferry appeared one by one, and the green bamboo sword formation was even activated. Flying swords were like rain, breaking through the fog and miasma formed by the hoe. It was like a pocket-sized sword boat. In front of the ferry, a palace covered in clouds appeared out of thin air, and there was even a white rainbow hanging in the air. This caused Huang Lin's expression to change drastically. The white rainbow of the secular world might not be that strange, but the white rainbow here was the aura of a soldier. The hoe really did not want to hide its tracks anymore and finally went on a killing spree. It was just that he did not know whether his ferry could hold on until the immortal arrived to help. Qin Pingon frowned slightly. According to the sage's word interpretation method, the word rainbow was interpreted as 2 flood dragons, which was why it was placed next to the word insect. Qin Pingon looked over with rapt attention. The white rainbow was indeed split into 2, the male and female of the rainbow. The ancients saw the rainbow as the obscenity of heaven and earth, just like the toad in the ancient moon palace, which belonged to the essence of the moon. Huang Lin stood at the bow of the ferry, and a 1,000-foot-tall Confucian Dharma appeared. Huang Lin's real body used his finger as a knife, and cut open his palm, using his own blood as the material for the talisman's elixir script. When Huang Lin wrote on his palm, the Dharma took control of his hand, and a golden talisman appeared in his palm. Huang Lin calmed his mind and condensed his qi to write the characters and said loudly, "Celestial official Lu Ding Minister Jiao Ho." On the 1,000-foot Dharma's palm, 10 large talisman characters appeared. Golden light flowed and shone in all directions. The fog and miasma seemed to be illuminated by the sun, and the area within a radius of a few miles instantly melted like snow. Huang Lin cut open his palm again and said in a deep voice, "With the Son of Heaven's decree, water creatures should imprison themselves." On the Dharma's palm, there were layers of halos. Golden light suddenly bloomed and a torrential rain fell. It was like a huge pot of boiling water was sprinkled in the wind and snow. In the mirage, a market collapsed with a loud bang, and a huge figure hiding under it flashed and disappeared. A cross-continent traveler was actually a hidden sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Aurus core realm. He laughed and said, "I'm here to help Daoist Huang slay demons." However, this sword cultivator's way of practicing the sword was rather strange. He actually stepped on a viewing platform and his hands formed a sword seal. Only then did he exhale softly and spat out a lustrous sword ball. It was extremely fast, and after 1,000 feet away from the fairy, the sword ball that was originally less than 3 inches long suddenly turned into a huge pitch-black sword engraved with the ink of an immortal. As for the Aurous Core Sword Cultivator, he did not stop his steps. In the end, a Big Dipper talisman formation appeared under his feet, and a black fish floated out of the water. The sword cultivator stepped on the back of the black fish, and when he finished his sword seal he muttered, "The mountain man rides a fish to the sky, the wise take care of it and the fool guess." The electric heavenly sword in his hand slashes straight at the sea of the long whale. The natal flying sword that was heading towards the palace and the white rainbow was flowing with sword radiance. It dragged out a divine general in golden armor and held a huge black sword. Lightning intertwined and a divine spirit and a flying sword slashed straight, trying to split the white rainbow and the mirage apart. After the strike, the sound was like thunder and the wind and clouds surged. The chi dynamic was turbulent, and even the fairy shook and swayed. The Aurous Core Sword Cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood, and reached out to hold on to the railing. He hurriedly used his mind to retrieve the flying sword, but he did not expect a miasma that covered the sky to surge out crazily, and wrapped around the natal flying sword. It was as if it was isolated from the world and cut off the connection between the sword cultivator and his natal item. The sword cultivator's face was pale and his mind was trembling. Huang Lin immediately used his supernatural powers to help the sword cultivator find the missing flying sword. Qin Pingon had already lightly increased the strength of his feet, so that the two neighboring houses were as stable as usual, and were not affected by the chi dynamic. However, unlike the other cultivators on the ferry, Qin Pingon's gaze did not look for the huge figure that was used as a smokescreen. Instead he stared directly at the sky canopy in the southeast corner of the sea. Qin Pingon raised his left hand and used the water seal and 5 thunderbolts gathered. In the fortune palm, Qin Pingon did not directly use the complete thunder art, but chose one of the water art heavenly thunder, which was used to control thunder and rain, and suppress all the troublesome flood dragons, poisonous snakes, evil venomous snakes and other aquatic creatures. It could move clouds and rain and raise winds and waves and was in charge of the water mansion. With a sudden twist of Qin Pingon's wrist, the water thunderbolt, which was condensed into the size of a pearl, moved extremely fast. It was even faster than the natal flying sword of the earth immortal with the bottleneck of the gold core realm. As a result, none of the cultivators on the colorful clothes ferry noticed it. Therefore, when the water thunderbolt went from invisible to straight lines, to rumbling noises, like the rumbling of the heavenly thunder, everyone on the ferry mistook it for the divine ability of Steward Huang Lin. At the same time, Qin Pingon's left hand gathered another thunder array, and his right hand condensed chi into a sword, and formed a rainbow-slashing talisman. Previously, when the water thunder struck the hiding place of the giant venomous snake, it did not seriously injure it. It was just an act of knocking on the door as a guest. However, the rainbow-slashing talisman, which used peaceful means before resorting to force, had an astonishing momentum. Previously, when the Aurous Core Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator attacked with all his strength, it only made the white rainbow hanging above the palace shake. When the rainbow-slashing talisman, which was supported by the thunder array, appeared, a slender sword light that broke through the small world appeared in the mirage. It slashed down and the white rainbow and the immortal palace were severed. Then the thunder array bloomed and the two objects collapsed on the spot. He did not leave. The thunder array and the sword talisman had been activated successfully. The world was clear and the atmosphere was renewed. There was no longer a mirage blocking the way. The giant venomous snake dived into the depths of the sea, and the surface of the sea surged with raging waves. Affected by the chaotic chi, the colorful clothes fairy still swayed endlessly even with the formation of mountains and rivers. The Aurous Core Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator was pleasantly surprised. In a thin cloud he sensed a sword light. He hurriedly used his mind to control the intrinsic flying sword to return to his acupuncture point to be nourished. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and gently clenched his fist. He withdrew a new sword technique and gave up on the idea of chasing after the giant venomous snake. This was because the immortal green onion was definitely on the way. The Oris Core Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator cupped his fists and said loudly, "Sword Immortal Gao Yunshu of the Gold Armor Continent, thanks Sword Immortal Senior for saving me." There was silence. There was no response. Gao Yunshu only thought that the Sword Immortal expert did not like to be courteous, and was tired of these complicated formalities. This made him even more impressed. He thought that since the Sword Immortal expert who was elusive would ride on the Wuxia ferry, he must be a senior from the Gold Armor Continent. Qin Pingon closed the window and continued practicing his stances in the house. On the colorful clothes ferry, there was a young female immortal cultivator who brought over a few bottles of premium immortal wine. When she knocked on the door, she had a strange expression. She clearly did not understand why the consecrator Huang Lin would treat this cowardly Tongyi continent cultivator so courteously. Qin Pingon thanked her and did not stand on ceremony. He accepted the wine and then asked curiously, "Miss, may I ask what is the market price of a bottle of wine?" Steward Huang Lin should have sensed something, but he did not say it out loud. The female immortal cultivator seemed to be quite angry. She squeezed out a smile and asked in return, "Customer, do you think the colorful clothes fairy will buy their own wine?" Qin Pingon placed the few pots of immortal wine on the table. They were different from the wine he had bought previously. These pots were pasted with Wuxia Bar's secret colored paper. If he tore them off and sold them to others, he reckoned that they would be more valuable than the wine itself. Qin Pingon finished practicing his stances. His footsteps were extremely light and his punches were extremely slow. Unknowingly, a day and a night had passed. After Qin Pingon opened his eyes, he spoke to the two groups of children telepathically, and then went to open the door. Soon the 9 children rushed into the house one after another. Yu Qingzhong held a book in his hand. He Xiangting and Yu Qingzhong stood side by side. Sun Chunwang seemed to be a little unsociable. He stood at a subtle distance from everyone. These 3 children had not said a single word to Qin Pingon yet, and they were also very quiet and private. Qin Pingon could roughly guess the reason, but he was unwilling to get to the bottom of it. A great wall of sword qi. Not everyone had a good impression of the hidden officials, and they all had their own reasons. Qin Pingon said, "You all have your own inheritances in the way of the sword. I am only a protector in name, and there is no master-disciple relationship. However, in the Summer Palace I have read many secret sword manuals. I can help you find and fill in your gaps, so in the future if you have any questions about the way of the sword you can ask me." Qin Pingon noticed from the corner of his eye that 2 of the children, when they heard these words, especially when they heard the word Summer Palace, their faces became rather gloomy. Qin Pingon also pretended that he did not know and pretended that he did not notice. Higu asked in a small voice, "Master Chow, when we passed by the mirage, that sharp sword light, was it?" "Was it?" Higu. He was the tallest and had an extremely well-trained short sword at his waist, scholar-made. It should not have been forged by the sword workshop, but passed down in his family or his master. Also, the person who had passed down this sword to Higu definitely had a great amount of resentment towards the world. Wuxia Hui said something nice for once. Soul-stirring, soul-stirring. Qin Pingon said straightforwardly, "No." He was both Mo Fu and a Shin general. He did not dare to pretend. Yao Xiaoyan felt that it was a pity. Qin Pingon said, "When we reach the Tongyi continent and land, if there are any accidents that I feel are troublesome, you all must immediately enter the grotto heaven without any hesitation." Qing Chaolu suddenly asked timidly, "Can I learn from Master Chow? I guarantee it will not affect my sword practice." Bai Xian, with his hands behind his back, rolled his eyes and muttered in a small voice, "You really are a lackey. Whatever Master Chow knows, you follow him and learn." When this child was in the grotto heaven of the white jade hairpin, he liked to call himself a little hidden official. Hidden official Qin Pingon. Little hidden official Qin Li. Then he could only be a little hidden official. But when they came out and saw the real hidden official, Bai Xian did not mention this. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded at the little fatty Qing Chaolu. "Of course you can. Fist theory and sword theory are interconnected. Of course there is a boundary between fist and sword practice, but it is not the kind where mountains and distant mountains never meet. It is the relationship between high mountains and distant rivers. As long as the 2 theories are connected, it is a great arrangement where mountains and rivers depend on each other. They can benefit from each other and strengthen the body and soul." Speaking to this point, Qin Pingon stopped talking and said to the others, "Go back and practice the sword. Those who want to hear about fist techniques can stay." In the end, only Chung Chaolu stayed. Qin Pingon asked the little fatty to sit down and lit a lamp on the table. Qing Chaolu whispered, "Master Chow, in fact Xianxia wants to practice fist more than I do, but he can't bring himself to do it." Qin Pingon waved his hand and did not let Qing Chaolu say more about this matter. He continued his previous words, "Punching out to the heaven and earth is to go out. Warming the fist intent is to go in. Both are indispensable." A little girl walked hurriedly and came back. She knocked on the door gently. Qing Chaolu quickly ran to open the door. It was the Nalan Jade Archive. She elbowed the little fatty and let her close the door. Then she sat down and took out a pen and paper again. She sat upright and still and signaled the hidden official to continue talking with her eyes. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "The Fengtsuan item is very precious. It is best to carry it with you." The little girl immediately copied it down on the paper. Qin Pingon felt a little helpless, but he didn't care about her. He said, "If you only train your muscles, bones, blood and flesh and don't refine your spirit to nourish your body, you will only cut off a person's spirit. The higher your realm, the heavier your punches will be. Every time it will hurt a martial artist's soul and spirit, and it will be very easy for you to fall ill. If you accumulate too many hidden dangers, how can you last long when you hurt the enemy by 1,000 but hurt yourself by 800? Especially the fierce fist path that can easily kill the enemy. Once the martial artist does not know the method, it will be like being possessed by evil. Even the gods can't save him. Learning fist to kill people, in the end he will inexplicably beat himself to death." So in my hometown there are two sayings: if you want to teach a disciple, you have to teach medicine first. If you don't have a method, you are not a disciple. There are also two sayings: the poor learn martial arts, the rich practice martial arts. A person who practices martial arts consumes 3 generations of wealth. These are all old sayings that are widely spread in Jianghu. Of course they are reasonable. Qing Chaolu, if you really want to learn fist, there is no problem. But you have to start from walking and standing, which are boring. If one day you feel that fist practice is boring, don't worry about being reprimanded by me. Just concentrate on practicing the sword." Qing Chaolu's eyes lit up and her face flushed. She was very excited and said, "Master Chow, I will definitely practice hard. As long as I have half of Master Chow's fist skill, I will be satisfied." Nalan Yuji shook her head and said to herself, "It's difficult." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "As you wish." The little girl was very smart and immediately followed with a word, "Dang." The little fatty sighed, "God." Qin Pingon could not help but laugh. Nothing happened on the way. The colorful clothes ferry swept across thousands of mountains on the land from the sea. However, even if one looked down from the ferry for a long time, there was still little smoke in the world. Only the green mountains were not old, the green water was flowing, and the birds and the white clouds were staying together. Finally, in the night, the ferry landed at the southernmost point of the Tongya continent. The Immortal ferry that was rebuilt from the ruins was located at the old Yuzhou territory of a broken dynasty. The old country had mountains and rivers, and the city was full of spring vegetation. There was an old saying, "If you miss your master, you will go to Yuzhou." Qin Pingon sat back at the table from the window and stared at the lamp on the table in a daze. The common people did not live forever. For 36,000 days, every night was like a candle. There was a knock on the door. The little girl outside was a little excited and said, "Master Chow, we are here. We can get off the ferry." Qin Pingon nodded, stood up and let the lamp continue to be lit. He raised his hand, performed a spell and put a bamboo hat on his head. He opened the door and walked down the ferry with the children. He looked back. Huang Lin seemed to be waiting for him to look back. He immediately smiled and cupped his hands to send him off. Qin Pingon turned and cupped his hands to return the greeting. After walking for a while, Qin Pingon suddenly squatted down and reached out to touch the ground. Then he gently grabbed a handful of soil and put it in his sleeve to bring back to his hometown. 748. While Qin Pingon was squatting in a daze, Nalan Yuji, the only one who had a special object, took out an immortal book named Mending Records of Mountains and Seas. Her family had asked someone to buy it from the inverted hanging mountain in the early years. The little girl moved very quickly and flipped to the Tongya chapter. In the immortal book, a page could record more than 10 scrolls of mountains and rivers and thousands of fine words. Ordinary teachers who had never cultivated could not see the content of the words clearly. Qin Pingon was shy in the past and only bought the Annals of Mountains and Seas. He was not willing to buy a bigger book that recorded the mountains and rivers in more detail than the mending records. The little girl began to explain the origin of Yuzhou's immortal fairy to others. The little girl had just started talking when she suddenly remembered the reminder that she had copied herself. She quickly threw the book back into the core item, clapped her hands and squatted beside Qin Pingon. She imitated Master Chao and pressed her hands against the soil, pretending that nothing had happened. Qin Pingon came back to his senses and smiled. "It's okay this time. I'll be more careful next time." Small mistakes were made early and the child remembered them early. Qin Pingon stood up and said, "Jade Archive, I'll help you cover it up. Continue reading the book and help us explain. Actually, I don't know the history of this fairy either. If you can use Tong Yizhou's language." "How can Master Chao not know? You're testing my ability to speak fluently, aren't you?" "That must be it." Na Lan took out the mending records again and used Tong Yizhou's language to read the words on the book. Yuzhou was the southernmost part of the Great Qing dynasty. In the old Great Qing dynasty, there were more than 30 states and more than 200 prefectures. Among them, the Yuzhou prefectural records were the strangest. There were 6 immortals' traces, 9 dragon caves and more than 60 ancient temples. Before the imperial tutor died, he sealed the Jin duo and sunk it into the water. The last emperor of the Great Qing dynasty, after suffering consecutive defeats at the northern border, had a whimsical idea. He ordered hundreds of alchemists to search for rivers and canyons. In the end, they broke through a well-guarded and hidden underwater palace and found the Jin duo. He successfully drove the mountain into the sea and filled the sea into the land. He became the first person in the history of the Great Qing dynasty who was second only to the founding emperor. When the children heard these stories, they didn't feel anything. They just treated it as an interesting story. However, Qin Pingon was filled with emotions. Qin Pingon actually wanted to know if the person in charge of rebuilding the mountain-driving fairy was a descendant of the Lu family of Daing, or a sect on the mountain that had survived the disaster, such as the Jade Medallion sect. The reason why Qin Pingon did not head straight to his hometown, the Aquarius continent, was because of a coincidence. He bumped into the Rainbow Clothes Fairy. Qin Pingon originally wanted to buy the Landscape Gazette on the ferry, and from there learn about the current situation. Furthermore, if he allowed the children to return to the White Jade Hairpin's small grotto heaven, although it wouldn't affect their soul lifespan or their sword cultivation, there were differences in the flow of time in the world. Qin Pingon couldn't bear to let them miss out on a lot of scenery. Even if the journey was mostly a boundless sea and the scenery was dull and boring, Qin Pingon still hoped that these children could see more of the mountains and rivers of the world. Lastly, Qin Pingon had a selfish motive. He was really tormented by the 3 strange dreams, so he wanted to see the mountains and rivers of the continent as soon as possible. He wanted to see the mountains and rivers of the continent with his feet on the ground, especially with the help of the Tong Yi continent's demon subduing pagoda, to check if it was real or fake and help unravel the dreams. In fact, reality proved that Qin Pingon didn't waste his efforts. When he suddenly squatted down, Qin Pingon almost staggered. This made him feel more at ease. After Qin Pingon got up, he deliberately straightened his back and no longer hunched over. Just this slight movement made Qin Pingon feel even more uncomfortable, but the benefits to his body were even greater. Walking was the best stake walking. It was to practice martial arts non-stop. Every time Qin Pingon breathed in and out, it was like the remnant and damaged fate of the Tong Yi continent was condensing into a martial artist who had achieved great success in martial arts, feeding Qin Pingon a punch. He felt that after a fierce fight, the bottleneck of the 9 Realms Mountains martial artist would be loosened. Intuition told Qin Pingon that it was extremely difficult to break through the realm and become a martial artist. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to break through the realm. Instead, he cherished the formless training of the natural martial arts arena of the Tong Yi continent. The reason was very simple. Someone once said that the battle of the 10 realms was the key to determining the outcome of his and Chao Ci's martial arts in the future. After losing 3 rounds in a row, he would continue to lose in this lifetime. Or after many years, Qin Pingon turned the tables in the 4th round. The first step was to see if he could reach the peak of martial arts as the strongest 9 realms. A young female cultivator left the colorful clothes fairy and found Qin Pingon's group. She stood tall and didn't move forward. Qin Pingon pretended not to recognize her. You are? The Wuxia female cultivator was holding a simple but elegant painting box with the character yellow flower pear. The four corners of the small painting box were inlaid with white copper ornaments with rui patterns. There was also a cloud head racket carved from fine jade. At first glance, one could tell it was an old object that came from the palace. She looked at the middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat and said with a smile, "My master, who is the manager of the Kai boat, asked me to bring this item for you. I hope you won't refuse it. There are a total of 108 pieces of colorful paper from our Wuxia boat." Qin Pingon patted his bamboo hat lightly and quickly took the wooden box. He thanked the manager, Huang Lin, and sighed, "If I knew this, I wouldn't have taken off the colorful paper on the wine pot. I would have stuck it back on later in case you don't know what's good for you." The female cultivator said telepathically, "My master asked me to pass a message to you. The Confucian temple in the Central Plains banned the landscape bulletin for 5 years. It's only lifted half a year later. Therefore, it's not that we don't want to sell the ferry, but we don't have the ability to do so." Qin Pingon felt a little helpless. It was no wonder that not long after he boarded the ferry, he sensed a mirror light and an immortal's aura quietly wandering outside the ferry. It turned out that he, a cultivator from the Tongyi continent, had accidentally exposed himself. Later, when the ferry encountered a mirage, if he didn't act decisively, he might have to pay for the tea he owed at the ancestral hall of Luhua Island on the colorful clothes ferry. In addition to the nascent soul sword cultivator from the Great Yao Island and the female immortal from the Liuxia continent, there were very likely to be other powerful cultivators who would serve the customers together. On the colorful clothes ferry, the Wuxia ferry's second minister, Huang Lin, was actually an orthodox disciple of the Confucian Academy. Previously, when he used words to suppress the people of the sea, Huang Lin used his great spirit to break through many barriers in the sea market, and there was also the sentence, Emperor's Decree, in the sage's book. As for why Huang Lin gave up his identity as a gentleman and became the minister of the Wuxia ferry, it was probably because of a love song in a chaotic world. Qin Pingon couldn't help but think of the young cultivator who teased him on the ferry. "Good boy, you are quite good at pretending. You even know hairpin-style small regular script?" The young man seemed to be joking, but in fact he was very calm. Between his words and expressions, there was not the slightest flaw, so even he was fooled by him. So Qin Pingon said, "There is a young man on your ferry. Although his cultivation aptitude is not very good, his temperament is not bad. He is a good seedling. Maybe he will become a great talent later." The young female cultivator smiled sweetly and actually bowed to Qin Pingon. "Thank you for your kind words, senior. Thank you on behalf of my brother." Then they parted on good terms. Qin Pingon brought the children and found the ferry building at the entrance of the Mountain Drive Ferry Market. As the southernmost ferry in the Tongyi continent, the Mountain Drive Ferry, other than stopping at the cross-continent ferry like the Tsai Ferry, there were also 3 mountain routes in 3 directions. They went to the Yellow Flower Ferry, the Ferry Boat Ferry, and the Parrot Continent. The ferry did not reach the center of the Tongyi continent. They were all small ferries. Regardless of whether it was the Annals of Mountains and Seas or the Buji, it was not recorded that the Yellow Flower Ferry was the only way to go to the Jade Gray sect. Qin Pingon was a bit puzzled. Why did the Jade Gray sect not occupy the Mountain Drive Ferry? According to the Buji, the Great Ing dynasty's leading Immortal sect was a vassal sect of the Jade Gray sect. Whether it was out of sentiment, reason, or interest, the Jade Gray sect should legitimately help the Mountain Drive dynasty to tidy up the vast old mountains and rivers in the south of the Tongyi continent. And the Great Ing dynasty was definitely of the utmost importance. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Yu prefecture was a place that the militarists would fight for. What was even more strange was that the immortal master in charge of the Mountain Drive ferry spoke in the Tongyi continent's language, but he actually had the unique accent of the Snow Mountain Drive ferry. Qin Pingon brought a large group of children, so it was especially eye-catching. And the 9 children looked like they had decent aptitude for cultivation. Naturally, it made people envious, but at the same time it made people wary. But no one would believe that the 9 children were not only sword cultivators who had already nurtured their natal flying swords, but they were also sword immortal embryos among sword cultivators. Not to mention the sword immortal embryos of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In such a situation, no matter where it was, even if it was in some sects that were founded on the way of the sword, having a sword Immortal personally lead a team to travel down the mountain was enough to frighten people. Therefore, even if Qin Pingon shouted at the top of his lungs, as long as the 9 children did not draw out their flying swords one after another, no one would believe him. In such a large Tongyi continent, there were only a handful of sects that could gather so many sword cultivator children on the mountain. Even if there were sword immortals of the upper 5 realms to protect them, they would not dare to act rashly. Qin Pingon deliberately took out a piece of Guyu money and got back a few pieces of Xiaoxia money to buy 10 jade tokens for boarding the ferry. Now that he was on the ferry, the cost of the immortal money had more than doubled. The reason was simple. The immortal money now was much more expensive than before. The immortal master who could travel on the mountain now must be really rich. But this travel fee, as long as the Qi cultivator's luck was not too bad, there was a chance to make up for it. It was just more of a test of one's eyesight. The amount of money one could earn depended on the size of the opportunity. In prosperous times, antiques and treasures were collected. In troubled times, gold was the most valuable. In troubled times, antiques that were once worth thousands of gold were often cheap. But the more it was so, the less people cared about it. But when the world began to be governed from chaos, during this period of time, it was the best time for many cultivators to pick up scraps. This was also one of the reasons why cultivators valued things so much. As for things that were close at hand, it was wishful thinking and more like a dream. Now, there were actually 2 kinds of Qi cultivators who went down the mountain to travel. Those who went down the mountain to seek opportunities and those who looked for opportunities to earn money in the human world. Compared to the ferry tourists in the early years, the 2 kinds of Qi cultivators either had higher cultivation or stronger backing. At the same time, they were more cautious. For example, today when Qin Pingon brought the children to visit the shops in the market, there were many people on the road. But between people, almost intentionally or unintentionally, there was a distance between them. Even if they entered a crowded shop, they would be very cautious with each other. For people like Qin Pingon who brought a group of children down the mountain to travel, no one dared to provoke them easily. If they could, they would avoid them. Qin Pingon turned over the few small summer coins. One of them was a seal script that he had never seen before. It was a pleasant surprise. The seal script on the front and back were water connects the 5 lakes, and sword suppresses the 4 seas. Qin Pingon had been interested in collecting the small summer coins since a long time ago. This was because the small summer coins were the only immortal money with different seal scripts. It was said that in history, there were a total of more than 300 types of seal scripts made by different famous craftsmen. Qin Pingon had worked hard for more than 20 years and now he had collected less than 80 types. There was still a long way to go. He had to earn more money. He had to quickly set up a small bag shop. There were still 4 hours before the yellow flower ferry landed. Qin Pingon brought the children to the market to wander. There were all kinds of shops, paintings, porcelain, miscellaneous items, large and small items. There were even imperial edicts and official robes. There were also bundles of books. They looked like firewood that had just been chopped from the mountains. They were casually piled on the ground and tied with straw ropes. Therefore there was a lot of wear and tear. There was a wooden sign at the side of the shop. Anyway, it was sold by weight. Therefore the shop assistant was too lazy to shout. The customers had to look at the sign by themselves. The wind and snow had just stopped. The rare books that once belonged to a scholarly family had to weigh their money bags to buy 1 or 2 were soaked in water. They were like weak scholars drowning. Qin Pingon glanced at the goods in the shops along the way. Most of them were dynasty and vassal states antiques and treasures. Since they did not have spiritual energy, they could not be considered spiritual weapons. The key to whether they could be called spiritual weapons on the mountain was whether they contained spiritual energy and did not dissipate after a long time. Spiritual weapons were divided into inanimate objects. For example, an ancient inkstone or a bald brush was stained with some of the wisdom of the past and had abundant spiritual energy. If it was not preserved well or if the refiner used too much of it, it would become an ordinary object. A horsetail whisk or praying mat that was used by a Taoist master all the time might not be stained with spiritual energy. Similarly, a dragon robe or official robe might not be able to leave behind any dragon aura. The living objects in the spiritual weapons were of higher quality. They were called spiritual objects on the mountain because they could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and nourish the materials themselves. As for magic weapons, not to mention the ordinary teachers, even the cultivators of the mountains and swamps might not be able to see them more than a few times in their lives. In fact, the cultivators below the level of Earth Immortals were not very willing to deal with magic weapons. After all, the appearance of this item often meant that they were fighting to the death with the Immortal Master. If they were lucky enough to win, they would beat the younger one and provoke the older one. In the end, it was very rare for them to gain an advantage, let alone lose. It was very likely that no one would help to collect the corpse. Qin Pingon only bought an inconspicuous small sword and a black scabbard waist knife with a gold-plated kuei long ornament. It could barely be considered as a spiritual weapon. It was most likely because it was enshrined in the local martial temple or city god pavilion, so it had some residual incense smell. In the Jianghu world at the foot of the secular mountain, it could be considered as two divine weapons. It was not difficult to sell each of them for 5,000 to 6,000 taels of silver. Qin Pingon spent 10 snowflakes. The shop said that it was buy one get one free. In fact, if Qin Pingon was a bag shop, there was not much profit. The only thing that could be counted as a bargain was a genuine spiritual weapon. There was a stone sundial made of white jade in the jade building vermilion railing in the book. Looking at the inscription on the back, it was an old Qintianjian item. The shop sold it at 8 snowflakes. In Qin Pingon's eyes, the real price was at least 2 times. He could sell it casually, but it was a little too big. If Qin Pingon was alone today, he could carry it. After all, he had carried a bigger case on. If Qin Pingon was the shop owner, he would not have set the price at 8 snowflakes. It was too useless. Qi refinement warriors who did not know how to spend money would not be able to get rid of it in a short period of time. Would they have to carry such a huge item and travel all the way in front of everyone? He might as well price it at 1 snowflake. It would be more fun for the buyer to carry it. Would it be the same to spend money with 8 snowflakes in one's pocket and 1 snowflake in one's pocket? Of course not. In the end, Qin Pingon squatted on the side of the small book mountain and carefully flipped through the books. Most of the time he only flipped open a corner of the pages. He didn't expect that the shop assistant at the door would say, "Don't flip if you're not buying." Qin Pingon looked up and smiled, saying that he wanted to buy. The young shop assistant then turned to take care of the other distinguished guests. Qin Pingon selected a few caddies of books from the secret collection of official seals. They were made of official documents paper. Every piece of paper was stamped with the official seal and the year number was recorded. There was a bundle of scripture books. Whoever wrote, who was printed, who was engraved, and who was printed. The paper was extremely thick and heavy. There was also a bundle of flowery paper books from a private library. They were passed down in an orderly manner, but they looked brand new. It was enough to show that they had been hidden in the boudoir for hundreds of years. They could be called rare books in the book forest. However, the truly valuable books, which were so valuable that even the cultivators in the shop had heard of some of the secret collections of the royal palace, would definitely be treated differently. Qin Pingon bought a big sack of books and carried it on his back. It was sturdy and it weighed more than 100 caddies. He only paid 5 snowflakes. With 1 snowflake he could buy 20 caddies of books. If Qin Pingon was willing to bargain, he reckoned that he would not be short of money and could carry away 20 caddies more. It was just that Qin Pingon did not bargain with the shop. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back and buy everything. By then he would not even be able to fit something close to him, let alone a small item. It was better to talk about fate at first sight. Among the children, only Nalan Yuji chose books. The little girl took a fancy to a few books. She did not look at the material of the paper, the engravings of the palace, the seal of the book, and so on. The little girl only chose books with beautiful and pleasing to the eye. The little girl wanted to pay, but Qin Pingon said that the books were included. The few books added together did not even weigh 1 caddy, so there was no need. The little girl did not seem to be saving money but earning money. She was very happy. Qin Pingon followed with a smile. A tourist from afar who also took the Tsai ferry stood on the road, as if he was waiting for Qin Pingon. In fact, Qin Pingon had already noticed this person. Previously in the mountain dispersing ferry building, Qin Pingon and the others left, and this person entered after them. It seemed that he would also follow them to the Yellow Flower Crossing. This Jindan bottleneck sword cultivator from the Jinjia continent had helped Huang Lin on the ferry. At that time he had taken out a black ink flying sword and his momentum was shocking. It was full of the spirit of a sword immortal, but the ending was not too perfect. When he saw Qin Pingon walking towards him, he immediately clasped his fists and said telepathically, "Junior Gao Yunshu pays his respects to Senior." Qin Pingon carried a big bag and held the straw rope with both hands. He did not return the greeting. He nodded and asked with the elegant language of the central divine continent, "Sword Immortal Gao is looking for me?" This was called returning the favor. You call me senior and I return you the title of Sword Immortal. Just now, Gao Yunshu had played a little trick and spoke with the elegant language of the Xianxia continent. Now that he was respectfully addressed as a Sword Immortal, the thick-skinned Gao Yunshu blushed with shame. He was sure that this hidden bladesman was the Sword Immortal Senior who had broken the sea market and forced the great Liao to retreat. Although the other party had not brushed past him, and the senior had a good temper and did not ignore him. Instead he looked at him with a smile and was very patient. But Gao Yunshu actually felt very pressured. He felt that just by standing in front of this senior, it was as if he was in a confrontation with the other party. One wrong word and life and death would be decided. Gao Yunshu hurriedly took a deep breath and forced himself to say, "Can I treat senior to a drink?" Qin Pingon shook his head. Gao Yunshu wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Brother Gao, are you thanking a Sword Immortal or a stranger for saving you?" It was the same gratitude but two different intentions. Sword Immortal Gao was an honest person. Not only did he not feel that the senior was humiliating him by asking such a question, he even heaved a sigh of relief. He answered, "Of course. Senior Sword Immortal, you did not leave your name but you helped me retrieve my flying sword. That is equivalent to saving half my life. Of course I'm extremely grateful. If I can get to know a generous Sword Immortal Senior, that would be the best." To be honest, this junior was born an unorthodox cultivator. There are very few Sword Immortals in the Xianxia continent. To get to know one is harder than ascending to the heavens. This junior is truly unwilling to be a consecrator that binds my hands and feet. Therefore, if I can get to know a Sword Immortal without any benefits, this junior would not have made a wasted trip even if I were to return home now. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Sword Immortal Gao treats others with sincerity. I'm impressed." Gao Yunshu asked, "Senior, are you really not Sword Immortal Su from my hometown?" Qin Pingon said in puzzlement, "Sword Immortal Su, forgive me for being ignorant. Can I trouble Sword Immortal Gao to explain? Let's talk as we walk." Gao Yunshu strolled with Qin Pingon and was extremely frank with him. Not only did he mention the Sword Immortal, he even spoke of his own thoughts. The Sword Immortal Su Jun from his hometown that Gao Yunshu mentioned had already taken the lead in touring the Tongye continent. Gao Yunshu's cross-continent trip, apart from following fate in a foreign land, was actually because he had the intention of seeking advice from Su Jun on sword arts. Su Jun was a Sword Immortal that appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield of the Xianxia continent. The world did not know his real name for the time being. They only knew that his surname was Su and that he was a native Sword Immortal of the Xianxia continent. However, he had ascended to the 5 realms, but before that huge battle he remained unknown. It was said that this Su Jun and the word engraved, Old Sword Immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi Tingji, hit it off very well. Gao Yunshu wanted to come here to try his luck. If Senior Su Jun had the wish to establish a sect in the Xianxia continent, Gao Yunshu wanted to follow Senior Su Jun and at the very least become one of the founders in name. Qin Pingon seemed to be casually asking about the situation on the battlefield of the Xianxia continent, but Gao Yunshu still spilled the beans. He did not mind telling this senior more about his deeds. Among them he mentioned Xianxia of the Central Plains Divine Continent and 2 female martial grandmasters from his hometown. However, Gao Yunshu was a mountain cultivator and the Temple of Confucius had banned him. Therefore he only heard about the 2 women. One was surnamed Shi and the other was surnamed Pei. Gao Yunshu guessed that since the latter's surname was Pei, she was most likely a martial artist from the Great Duan dynasty. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. The Great Duan dynasty's martial fate was so prosperous that it shocked the world. Putting aside the pair of master and disciple Pei Bei and Xianxia, there was also a prodigy who appeared to be younger than Xianxia. As for whether she was in the far travel realm or the peak realm, it was hard to say. However, the far travel realm was already very exaggerated. Could it be that half of the martial fate of the world was really in the Great Duan dynasty? Qin Pingon made a rough calculation in his heart. Back then, when Wanyan Laojing was engraved on the city wall, Shizaishi was that Yu Zhuanfu. As for the female martial artist who was younger than Xianxia, could she be another direct disciple of the martial god Pei Bei? After hearing this, Qin Pingon smiled and said, I'm really not some sword immortal Su Jun. He reached out and patted the hilt of his narrow saber, indicating that he was purely a martial artist. Gao Yunshu gathered his courage and asked tentatively, then why did Steward Huang look so highly at you and specially sent someone to give you a wooden box? Gao Yunshu hurriedly swore, Senior, please don't think too much about it. I saw it by accident. It's just that ever since you boarded the ship, you've been rather independent and left a deep impression on me. Good fellow, what sharp eyes. Could it be that he had followed the clues and found me to blackmail me? Qin Pingon could not be bothered to explain and stopped using telepathy. He cupped his fists and said, since it's a chance meeting, let's stop here. Gao Yunshu nodded and did not dare to pester him further. If it really was that sword immortal senior whose sword arts were divine, regardless of whether he was from the same hometown as Su Jun, he should not push his luck. He cupped his fists and returned the greeting, then I wish you a smooth journey. He was certain that Su Jun was a sword immortal. Even if he kept calling him sword immortal Gao. Qin Pingon smiled and said, then I wish you a happy dream come true. Gao Yunshu laughed and said, farewell. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes and nodded. Gao Yunshu turned and left in large strides. To return to the ferry square, he needed to change to another ferry as a stop for the northern tour. Wuxia whispered, did you see that? The pugilistic world. This is the pugilistic world. Qing Chaolu and Nalan Yuji whispered, Yuji, why didn't you copy down Master Chao's words? The little girl lifted her sleeves and glared, can it fit in ink and paper? Qing Chaolu wanted to argue, but Nalan Yuji only needed paper and pen to write and copy. But before Qing Chaolu could speak, Qin Pingon reached out and pressed his head, teasing, if you don't want to be a bachelor for the rest of your life, don't speak. In fact, all the children realized one thing no matter how late they were. Master Hidden Officer was most concerned about Yao Xiaoyan and Nalan Yuji. Although he was calm and treated everyone equally and did not care who was more important or belittled based on their realm or the quality of their natal flying sword, Master Hidden Officer, or rather Master Chao, would look at the two little girls with especially gentle eyes, as if he was looking at his own juniors. When it was time to eat, Qin Pingon looked around and finally chose a restaurant. He even asked for a private room from the waiter and did not ask for any wine. After the dishes were served, Qin Pingon did not eat much and chewed slowly. Bai Xian and Nalan Yuji sat on either side of Qin Pingon. It was not because they were in the cave-dwelling realm and were in a higher realm than the others, but because they were bold and were not shy with strangers. These children did not go out even once on the Tsai ferry. When they got off the ferry and arrived at the driving mountain ferry, they were so obedient that it did not match their age and temperament. But the children of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, especially when they were born to be sword immortals, were in fact the most ignorant children in the world. This was because there were too many sword immortals and they could be seen everywhere. And those sword immortals who walked down the city wall were most likely the elders of a child's family, their teachers or their neighbors. Nalan Yuji said, Master Chao, shall I pay the bill today? Qin Pingon shook his head and said with a smile, thank you for your kindness, but forget about paying the bill. Nalan Yuji said, I have a lot of Guyuqian. Back then, the Fengtsuan item that my ancestor gave me was full of immortal money. She always said that if you don't move money, you can't make money. Qin Pingon said helplessly, don't listen to half of what she said. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, you can't afford to spend it. Only when money falls into the hands of businessmen, you have to move your nest and go to other places. Nalan Yuji blinked her eyes, then I will partner with Master Chao to do business. The money will be handed over to Master Chao to take care of. When you make money, you can give me dividends. Qin Pingon could not help but laugh. He put down his chopsticks and waved his hand, no need, no need. Ancestor Nalan Saihuan? He did not know if she had established a sect in the vast world. The little girl was a little dejected. Qin Pingon comforted her, don't worry, if there is a way to make money in the future, I will ask you. While Qin Pingon was eating, he kept paying attention to the conversations outside. But there were not many people talking about the world. Most of them were discussing ways to make money in low voices. The group boarded the Immortal boat to Yellow Flower Ferry. After Qin Pingon arranged for the two groups of children, he sat in his room for a while. He took off his bamboo hat and walked to the bow of the boat alone. Bai Xian quickly appeared and came to Qin Pingon's side. He asked telepathically, why don't you let us hide in the grotto heaven? That way Master Chao can return home earlier. Qin Pingon patiently explained, If I travel alone riding the wind to Aquarius continent, as long as I meet with an accident, it will be bigger. I might not be able to get there quickly. If I follow the ferry, there will be many accidents and I will hide myself. If I take the sea route, there will be more demons hiding. Just like the big venomous snake, if I take the land route, although I need to cross one more continent, it will be much more stable. Furthermore, in Tongyi continent, I have many friends that I need to meet. Bai Xian nodded. He stood on his tiptoes and grabbed the railing with both hands. He had a worried expression. After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to speak. Master Chao, my natal flying sword is very ordinary, its grade is not high. That's why the elders said that my achievements will not be too high. At most, I will be an earth immortal. I need to rely on luck. That was in my hometown. Now that I am here, I might not be able to become an Oris core sword cultivator. Regarding their natal flying swords, Qin Pingon did not purposely ask the children, so the children did not mention it. But Qin Pingon took over the summer palace as a hidden official. When he was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he created a method to evaluate the grade of flying swords. But the method of selection was very utilitarian and had great killing power. It was useful for catching sword cultivators in battle. The grade was not as high as the flying swords that were suitable for the battlefield. The children were bored. They gently knocked their foreheads against the railing. Qin Pingon crossed his arms and leaned against the railing. He said casually, "Cultivation is a matter of stepping on your feet every day. Many years later, where you stand is a matter of the future. Since it is destined to be a matter of no benefit to thinking about it now, it is better to worry about it when the time comes. Anyway, when the time comes, I can still drink. Master Chao, you definitely do not lack good wine." Bai Xian was a little surprised. "I thought Master Chao would say nice words to comfort people." Qin Pingon joked, "There are nice words too. A few baskets would not be enough." Bai Xian hesitated and sighed. "After meeting and chatting with Master Chao in private, when I return, I probably won't be friends with you, Qingzhang and the rest." Qin Pingon smiled and did not speak. Bai Xian asked curiously, "Master Chao, aren't you curious?" Qin Pingon looked into the distance. "I have a general guess. Back then, when the sword cultivators risked their lives to save the sword immortals that fell into the hands of the great demons, I stopped them. It was rather hurtful. I guess there are sword cultivators inside. They are the senior masters of Yu Qingzhang and the rest." Bai Xian was even more puzzled. "You don't mind that Yu Qingzhang and the rest did not know what was good for them? Even a fool knows that you are doing this for the good of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Qin Pingon said softly, "Who says that doing a good deed will not hurt people's hearts? Many times it will hurt people even more." Bai Xian shook his head. "In any case, I feel that Yu Qingzhang and the rest are wrong." Qin Pingon did not want to say more about this. Bai Xian said to himself, "My master's master was one of the sword cultivators. After the ancestor died, my master did not say anything bad about the hidden official. He also did not stop me from becoming a little hidden official. Instead, he praised me for my ambition." Qin Pingon patted the child's head. "Your master is very impressive." Bai Xian looked up and smiled. "Then when Master Chao sees that Qin Li in the future, can you negotiate with him and give me the title of a little hidden official?" Qin Pingon said, "Let's talk about it when we meet." Bai Xian complained, "Scholars are not straightforward. They beat around the bush and only say vague things about taking advantage but not losing out." Qin Pingon turned around and nodded. "It is not good. It needs to be changed. So I will give you the answer now." Bai Xian opened his eyes wide and sighed. He put his hands behind his back and returned to his residence alone. He left the stingy Master Chao alone to drink the wind. It was early spring. The weather was still warm and cold, but the earth was full of spring wind. The yellow flowers fought to be first, and the world thanked the East Monarch. The green-robed traveler hung a wine pot on his blade and looked down at the earth. He did not look away for a long time. Qin Pingon suddenly thought of something. Was his first disciple already at the Golden Body Realm? Then her height, was she as tall as he Gu? Qin Pingon leaned on the railing. He smiled until his eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth curled up. Previously, on the colorful clothes ferry, there was a young man from the Jinjia continent who left his hometown for the first time. He opened his eyes wide and his mind swayed. He stared blankly at the sharp sword aura of the rainbow-severing talisman. A line of sword aura slashed down. The sword aura seemed to split the heaven and earth. There was no sign of the sword aura, only the bright sword aura. It was like the most beautiful painting in the world. So the young man made up his mind at that moment. He wanted to learn the talisman and practice the sword. What if, because of him, there was another sword aura in the Xianxia continent? Of course, Qin Pingon did not know that there was such a thing. Just like many years ago, Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple also did not know that at that time, there was actually a young man with straw sandals. He stared blankly at the sword aura that broke the sky. Qin Pingon returned to his room and wrote a secret letter. He handed it to the sword room on the ferry to help send the letter to the Jade Sect's Xinzhuan Peak. The recipient was Jiang Shangzhen. The sender was Chao Imo of the escort city. The sender of the letter on the mountain could hide his head and tail and deliberately not write it. However, the recipient's name and Daoist name could not be missed. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. For example, some cultivators on the mountain peak only wrote their own name. It was actually more effective to write that the letter was addressed to the Hall of Ancestral Masters. Qin Pingon did not care about the strange looks from the cultivators of the sword room. After all, he was not the same person who traveled carefully for the first time in the Tongya continent. After Qin Pingon left, a young cultivator of the sword room asked carefully, "A big shot?" An old man who was in charge of the sword room on the ferry sneered, "One look and you can tell that he is a swindler. He doesn't know how to change his tricks. I have met him several times. Don't pay attention to this kind of trash. I can guarantee that this kind of letter will eat dust in the archives room for hundreds of years when it reaches the Xinzhuan Peak. In the past there was a guy who took the Heavenly Fault Peak ferry. He deliberately spent a few immortal coins and sent a letter to Old Lord Sun. As a result, he cheated 2 female cultivators who came from legitimate families. One of them was the deputy manager of the ferry's sword room, and the other was a woman who he had just met not long ago. Later on, they found out that the guy was actually a good-for-nothing cultivator from the mountains and lakes. In the end, they finally caught that guy. At most, they would beat him up, but they could not really do anything to him. No matter how hard they tried to reason with him, wasn't it still consensual? What else can we do? We can only take it as a lesson learned. A girl from the sword room blushed as she listened. No wonder she felt that the man in green kept looking at her. It turned out that he was a pervert with ulterior motives. The old man smiled and said, "This is considered shallow. There are more clever tricks." He pretended to be a dethroned prince and hid a fake imperial jade seal and a dragon robe in his luggage. Then he seemed to be careless and the girl happened to see it. There were also those who hung a wine pot on their waist. Sword immortals went down the mountain. Even if they had the blade strengthening gourd, it was just a camouflage, right? So some people took a small broken gourd and cast a water spell. They drank non-stop in places like the bow of the boat where there were many people. The young man suddenly understood and said, "That guy seemed to only have a small red wine pot on his waist. He didn't drink. Most likely he saw that you were here and didn't dare to show those clumsy tricks." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. That guy was very inexperienced. He came here to humiliate himself. The girl was a little scared. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the man was indeed sneaky and shifty-eyed. It was a pity that his eyes were ruined. The girl was ashamed and annoyed until she went back to work with lingering fear. The old man in charge of the sword room immediately threw a glance at the young man. The latter grinned and cupped his fists to thank him. The old man stretched out 2 fingers. The young man shook 1 finger. It was a pot of wine, no more. As for whether that person really knew Jade Sect Master Jiang, it was actually not that important. Anyway, for someone like Jiang Shangzhen, his friends would only be high and mighty. They couldn't know him and couldn't afford to be friends with him. The young man suddenly asked, "Where's the escort city?" The old man shook his head. "I've never heard of it. It's most likely a deliberate mystification." The young man joked, "I don't even know that it's signed off at Taiping Mountain or Fuho Sect." The old man snorted, "How dare he insult Taiping Mountain and Fuho Sect? I'll turn hostile on the spot and kick him off the ferry." The girl suddenly raised her head and said in a low voice, "The old site of Taiping Mountain has become a land without an owner. Aren't there many people fighting for territory now?" The old man wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say a word and sighed. Qin Pingon actually didn't go too far. After hearing the last sentence, he stopped. His face was expressionless and his eyes were gloomy. The Immortal school that owned the Yellow Flower Ferry in the early years had been destroyed in the war and turned into ruins. The entire ancestral mountain had been leveled by the immortal magic arts. However, the middle-aged swordsman in a green robe and his children were very strange. They didn't show up at the yellow flower fairy. Instead, they seemed to have suddenly disappeared halfway. The fairy only knew that before the fairy docked, the middle-aged man had returned to the sword room and sent a letter to the Divine Seal Peak. On a stormy night, Qin Pingon, with a jade hairpin on his head, quietly broke the prohibition of the fairy. He rode the wind to the north alone. After leaving the fairy more than 10 miles behind, he changed from riding the wind to riding the sword. The thunder in the sky was so loud that it shook people's hearts. There were so many strange phenomena in the world that the people on the ferry behind him were so frightened that they had to take a detour. Within 100 miles of the driving mountain ferry, the terrain was flat. Only a mountain peak stood abruptly, which was particularly eye-catching. At the top of the mountain, there was a platform on which a chessboard was carved. There were 32 chess pieces which were as big as stone blocks and weighed thousands of pounds. There were 2 practitioners standing at the 2 ends of the chessboard. They were playing a game of chess. Every time a chess piece was eaten by the opponent on the chessboard, they had to pay a grain rain money. It was a small gambling game between practitioners of the upper 5 realms. One of them was young and handsome. He was only 200 years old. He was the famous great sword Immortal of the Golden Armor continent. His nickname was Su Jun and his real name was Su Ku. Somehow he became the guest of the Lu family of the White Mountain continent. This time he rushed to the southernmost part of the Tong Yi continent on his sword to protect a new treasure bowl for the god of wealth of the White Mountain continent. For example, Wuxia Lan and the Lu family had a large sum of grain rain money on credit for the colorful clothes fairy. The Lu family not only gave them a ready-made cross-continent ferry, but the price was also fair. Cultivators of Wuxia Lan were also surprised by the commission of the fairy's profits for the next 500 years. For the Tong Yi continent, a great sword immortal who had fought hundreds and thousands of swords on the battlefield of the Golden Armor continent was a well-deserved dragon crossing the river. The key to the complicated feelings of the practitioners on the mountain peak was this Su Ku. He seemed to belong to a small group of people who were born by chance. As a local snake, Wang Ji was a native qi cultivator of the Tong Yi continent. He was in the Jade Unpolished realm. He called himself the Obedient Cliff Disciple, also known as the Jilin Old Man. He was not a sword practitioner, but when he was young he liked to travel with a sword and was fond of martial arts. He had a scholarly appearance, but he had the nickname of the Executioner on the mountain. He cultivated very late on the mountain and became an official for 30 years. He was born as a civil official and personally killed more than 10 people with his sword, from evil servants to corrupt officials to bandits in the forest. Later he resigned and lived in seclusion. When he left the mountain he became a mountain practitioner and finally became a consecrator of the Jade Grey sect, the kind that had a chair in the ancestral hall. But before that, Wang Ji was the upper 5 realms cultivator who scolded Jiang Shangzhen the most in the entire Tongyi continent. Therefore Wang Ji's trip south to the Yuzhou ferry was to help the Jade Grey sect curse. The person who mediated between the two sides was a female cultivator who came here temporarily to relax. She was the junior sister of the Lu Xia continent's immortal Tsong Li, and also the wife of the cave master of the Heaven's Corner Cave. She was born with a beautiful appearance, wearing a jasper flower crown and a brocade robe, and had a graceful figure. Her son was one of the 10 young candidates, but now that he was in the 5th realm, it would be around 80 years before the mother and son could meet. Every time she thought of this she would blame her husband for being so heartless and letting her son travel to another realm. Wang Ji casually threw out a grain rain coin and asked, "When will the few cross-continent ferries in Old Dragon City arrive?" Su Ming didn't take the grain rain coin. Instead he crushed it on the spot and turned it into a dense spiritual aura. The tall mountain beneath their feet was a formation restriction carefully built by the Lu clan cultivators. It could gather the spiritual aura of heaven and earth and the fate of mountains and rivers from all directions. Su Ming's expression was indifferent. He said, "When we reach the ferry we'll naturally see it." Wang Ji sneered. "Be careful of the strong winds and strong waves. If you're not acclimatized to the water, you'll capsize on both land and water." Su Ming was still expressionless. "Capsize? Your sect master Jiang will capsize it, right? Anyway, as long as I capsize one, I'll go to the Divine Seal Peak to ask the sword." Wang Ji clicked his tongue. From your tone you'll definitely win? Su Ming said, I'll most likely lose. As long as it won't delay my Q-sword. Wang Ji stomped his foot and picked up a chess piece. He placed it on the chessboard and gave Su Ming a thumbs up. As expected of a sword cultivator who knows Qi Tingji. Su Ming said, you also know Su Ming. That's not bad. Wang Ji laughed angrily. If you meet Jiang Shangzhen you'll either fight to the death or become friends with him. There's no other possibility. The female cultivator from the Liuxia continent shook her head. She really didn't know why the two of them hadn't fought yet. They competed on the chessboard every day and even bickered like this. Why did it feel like the two of them were quite congenial? Su Ming suddenly asked, is Jiang Shangzhen really in seclusion or just faking it? Wang Ji sighed. For the first time he was somewhat sentimental. God knows. In any case, during the last meeting at the ancestral hall he was so sick and half dead. It made one's heart ache. Su Ming glanced at the north. He really couldn't bring himself to like this Tongye continent that was filled with foul air and evil intentions. Knew that they were wrong but didn't admit it. Saved worry. Admitted fault but didn't want to correct it. Saved effort. What a good way to save effort. In the end many people really did survive. Such a big mess returning to the vast realm wasn't much better than when it fell into the hands of the wasteland world. There was only one thing to talk about. Since there was no longer a single Taiping mountain cultivator in the Tongye continent, how many forces on the mountain coveted that territory? They were all ready to make a move both openly and secretly. The Fusho sect was slightly better. After all, there were still some descendants left. Even if the situation was unstable under the protection of the academy, the few Fusho sect cultivators with low cultivation realms could still justifiably protect their ancestral mountain. For the time being no one dared to touch it. This was the case now. But 10 years later, 100 years later, the cultivators on the mountain had many methods to lay in ambush. It wasn't as simple as just taking things by force. The academy could protect it for a while but not for long. When the young sect master of the Fusho sect returned from the New World, the only thing left in the ancestral hall of the Fusho sect might be the sect master's chair in name only. Even if he sat down he might be surrounded by a forest of knives from all directions. Su Ming was of Confucian origin. He just didn't go to the Academy of the Golden Armor Continent to study. Wang Ji, who was playing chess with Su Ming, was the same. Wang Ji sat down on a chess piece and said helplessly, don't see what's hidden, don't show what's small, so a gentleman has to be careful. People like us who talk about Confucianism and are Daoists put the most effort into being careful. We have to be able to lower our heads with a clear conscience and raise our heads with a clear conscience. It was rare for Su Ming to agree with Wang Ji. He nodded and said, look at yourself as if you see your lungs and liver. Wang Ji sighed and said, when the academy is completely rebuilt, the situation will definitely improve. Wang Ji shook his sleeves and said self-mockingly, I'm a mountain visitor. My life is full of emotions. The woman asked, what happened to the guy who wrote the article to criticize the mellow scholar Chen Chunan? The Confucian temple banned the Mountain and Mountain Bulletin for 5 years. However, the cultivators on the mountain peak had various celestial methods to secretly transmit various kinds of information. Wang Ji sneered and said, nothing much. He's living a good life. He has a lot of fans and all of them sincerely regard him as the continent's courageous scholar and the conscience of Confucianism. They've been clamoring for many years to let this official academy's headmaster be the headmaster of one of the 72 academies. Otherwise, the major Confucian lineages in the Central Plains Confucian Temple would secretly join forces to ostracize him. That's why he's sitting on the fishing platform steadily. When the young people read the poems and articles of some old people, their words were full of decadence. However, when some old people looked at the energetic and radical young people, they would smile but their eyes would be gloomy. They would see them as traitors. When an old man was narrow-minded and closed-minded without knowing it, the vigor of youth and the margin of error that age gave to the youth would be a great harm in and of itself. Even if the young people did not say anything, they were wrong. The young people would not understand why the old people were so easily disappointed. The old people looked at the young people coldly. They went from hope to disappointment. A great battle had ended. Too many of the youths on the mountain had died. Many old people were still sneering. When they saw it, they pretended not to see it. Zhou Xian twitched the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically, I heard Lu Jubao say that the old ancestor of the Yu family originally wanted to remove this person from the position of the mountain chieftain of the college in the dynasty. However, after such a commotion, it was not easy to touch him. He was worried that it would make things difficult for the other orthodoxies, including the line of the quasi-saints. Moreover, so what if he was removed from the position of mountain chieftain? This person would only be more complacent and his conscience would be at ease. Maybe he's waiting for the old ancestor of the Yu family to touch him so that he can earn another reputation. Wang Ji glanced at Zhou Xian. This guy had a lot to say today. It was rare. The woman from the Liuxia continent sighed. I always feel that something is wrong with this world, but I can't put my finger on it. Zhou Xian said in a low voice. In this world there are too few scholars like Xiu Hu. Wang Ji said sadly, it's not that there are too few, it's that there are none. The ruins of Taiping Mountain. At the entrance of the dilapidated mountain gate, the memorial arch had long collapsed. A green robe floated to the ground. He tore off his mask and restored his true appearance. He squatted down and gently pressed on a piece of gravel. Some words could be seen faintly. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and poured a pot of wine. After getting up, the young man's body bent slightly again. He no longer deliberately straightened his back. This way he could draw his sword and punch faster. A young Confucian rushed over from afar. He looked alert and asked, "What are you doing? Didn't we agree that no one is allowed to enter the ancestral mountain of Taiping Mountain recently?" The man in the green robe with a saber smiled and said, "Speak? It doesn't seem to work, right? Then I'll guard here." "Isn't it just guarding the gate? I've been guarding the gate for many years. I'm good at it." The disciple of the academy saw the uninvited guest smiling. His smile seemed to be bright, but for some reason it made him feel a chill down his spine. He could not say a word. The man did not say much. He just walked forward slowly, turned around and sat on the steps. His back was facing Taiping Mountain and he looked into the distance. Then he closed his eyes to rest. The man suddenly asked, "Is the ancestral mountain a few hundred miles in radius?" The disciple of the academy looked gloomy and said, 10 miles in radius. After a while, the disciples of the academy who had been thinking about what to say, saw a blur in front of their eyes. They could no longer see the figure sitting there. However, a small mountain dozens of miles away seemed to have been split open inexplicably. One of the mountain peaks separated into two cliffs. One of the nascent soul stage cultivators took a step forward and stood on the edge of the cliff instead of the mountain peak. Then he remained motionless, as steady as a mountain that could not be moved even by thunder. Because a hand pressed on his head, the man asked, "How do you want to die? If you have too many choices and don't know which one to choose, I can help you choose one." 5 fingers like hooks imprisoned the nascent soul cultivator's head together with his soul. "Don't delay me from finding the next one. I'm not very patient." Just when the nascent soul cultivator was about to swim out of his body, he screamed as if he had been pierced by thousands of swords. His soul and body trembled together. Just when he was about to lower his body to beg for mercy, his soul was taken out of his body and into the man's sleeve. Then his body fell to the ground. In another place, an earth immortal of Jindan realm sensed that something was wrong. Without saying anything, he flew away with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 30 miles away. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be pulled back and finally fell to the ground. A young man with an unfamiliar face, with his hands in his sleeves, bent down and asked with a smile, "Hello, I'm Qin Pingon. I'm here to visit an old friend. Are you a registered cultivator of Taiping Mountain? If not, you may not end well." More than 100 miles away, a hidden cultivator sneered and said, "Fellow cultivator, isn't this cruel behavior too much?" Qin Pingon turned his head to look, but it was not in the direction where the voice came from. Instead, his line of sight was more than 30 miles away. "Leave him here. I'll give you a chance to send a flying sword message to call for reinforcements. Remember, don't be as weak as you." The person stopped hiding and laughed loudly. It was a woman. Qin Pingon took a step forward and directly came to the side of the female cultivator. "You're so happy?" In an instant, the female cultivator's face turned pale. Her mind raced. Sword Immortal. A small world. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, or perhaps even less than half an incense stick's worth of time, that Confucian disciple who was filled with righteous indignation but could do nothing about it, saw that person grab a woman's hair and throw her outside the mountain gate, where she fell heavily to the ground. That person then returned to the mountain gate and continued to sit there. Using his finger, he gently unsheathed his saber and nailed it into the ground near the woman's face. Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "Do you want to drink?" The Confucian disciple raised his arm and wiped his forehead. He shook his head and reminded softly, "There's still an immortal behind this. After such a commotion he'll definitely come." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I'll wait for him." The Confucian disciple suddenly changed his mind. "Senior, give me a pot of wine to calm me down." Qin Pingon threw a pot of wine. The young Confucian disciple caught the pot and drank a big mouthful. He turned his head and asked in confusion, "Senior, don't you want to drink?" The Confucian disciple only saw the man shaking his head and then bending down with his hands in his sleeves. He looked calm and looked into the distance. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that this man in a green robe who seemed to have fallen from the sky was not happy at all. That he was sad. What was he sad about? Was it because of the Taiping Mountain behind him? But how many years had it been since Taiping Mountain was empty? Was it because he was late? But it could not be. Even if he was not a cultivator from the Tongye continent, his hometown was the Liuxia continent, which was the furthest away. No matter how far the road was, he should have heard the news and rushed here long ago. Qin Pingon asked, "What did the academy say?" The young Confucian disciple said, "Our new hill master did not allow anyone to occupy Taiping Mountain. But it seems very difficult." Qin Pingon nodded and was silent for a moment. It was as if he was making a promise to the Taiping Mountain behind him that had been empty for many years. "It's not difficult as long as I'm here. Xianxia is really a good-for-nothing." The young Confucian disciple's scalp tingled and he hurriedly drank. Qin Pingon looked up and asked with a smile, "Isn't that right, Brother Zhou Fei?" A hearty laugh sounded and then the handsome man appeared. His hair was slightly white as if the smile on his face had won over his tiredness. He looked even more handsome and elegant. He cried out and apologized repeatedly. It turned out that the man had stepped on the face of the female cultivator in the pure jade state. The young Confucian disciple was stunned. He saw that the previous suzerain of the Jade Gui sect, who had long been famous in the world, did not intend to lift his foot at all even though he said sorry. Finally, he bowed to the man beside him and said, "Consecrator Zhou Fei pays his respects to the hill master." Qin Pingon did not get up. He took out 2 pots of wine and threw 1 pot to Xianxia. He looked up at the strange yet familiar Xianxia and said softly, "You've worked hard to meet me again. It's really not easy. The hill master is really too much." In the second letter he only said that he would not go to the Shenzhuan peak. "Luckily I'm smart enough to know that you would go straight here." Xianxia was finally willing to withdraw his foot, but he used the tip of his foot to push the female cultivator several feet away. He took the wine pot and sat beside Qin Pingon. He raised the wine pot in his hand high with a happy expression, but his voice was not loud. He said with a smile, "Good brother, let's have a drink." The 2 wine pots gently knocked against each other, and then they were silent and drank separately. There was nothing good in Jianghu except for wine.